To go live. Fuck it, let's do it live.
Do it live.
Going live? You're live. Okay, can everybody hear? Is everybody here? Can you hear me? Can you hear Sean? Let me know what's going down, guys. And then we'll get started. So, this is the Failed Presidential Contenders stream. Another Sunday show, but this one covering all of the failed presidential contenders from the past who succeeded in getting at least 10% of the popular vote, and thereby making them major candidates. This means that there are some well-known people who ran for president but will not be making the cut tonight. People who won't make it do include people like Huey P. Long, Ralph Nader, Eugene V. Wells, and then Sean, can you say something? People say they can't hear you because you're not talking.
Oh, I hadn't spoken yet.
Yeah, I mean he hasn't spoken yet, so there you go.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah, it's not that he was just. It's not just that me and him were having a deep conversation and you're only hearing one side of it. He actually just wasn't saying anything. Quick announcement before we get too much deeper. I released another video on my Spirit of Thersites channel, the one dedicated to politics. It is effectively on the bilking that Ken Ham inflicted on the state of Kentucky for his Creation Museum and Ark Encounter. And that's more in line with the kind of stuff I want to do on that channel after the election. More sort of issue-focused videos, which go into particulars rather than election-centered stuff. So if you want a taste of what that channel will be like going forward, I highly suggest you check that out. So, Sean, would you like to lay out some of our criteria for rating the various contenders? And I guess I need to pull up the tier list, don't I? So
Yeah. I'll go ahead and go over those.
Pull it up.
Okay, so as we said, who gets included? You have to receive at least 10% of the popular vote, so no Eugene V. Debs or Anderson and the like. You also had to have, we're not going to go over anybody who lost but won. So no Martin Van Buren or Richard Nixon. These are people who never were in the White House. For the same reason, we decided not to do people who were not elected president but served as president and then ran for president and lost, such as Millard Fillmore and Gerald Ford. And one reason is because this list is already long, and we're going to have a total of 42 people on it. Now, we're going to rate them on how competently they ran their election, the effect they had on their party, and politics in general as well. Because some of these people, of course, are major political figures. In fact, there's 3 or 4 of them, I would argue, are more important or as important as probably half or more than half of the presidents who were elected. So I think that's an important one to keep in mind as well. And also keep in mind the one about your effect on the party. So did your candidacy in some way have a major influence on the party and its future and the party after you lost? I think that's a big one as well. Everything good on your end, Thersites?
Yes, everything looks good. I think we're good to go. Looks like
excellent.
Number of people showing up for the stream has increased, so we're almost at full capacity. Also, are we going to do a prize for the leading contributor tonight?
Most definitely. Do we have any books about the presidency? I mean, do you have any books?
About the presidency as a general phenomenon? No.
Or just anybody who's president, you know?
I mean, I do have a biography of one president that I probably won't read. That looks pretty decent. I also have, if we wanted to go... what I'll do is I'll give you an option. You can either do a president book or a novel. I actually finished a novel recently that is very good, and that I think would be a fine present for anyone looking for a little bit of escapism in this time of pandemic when we're choosing between 2 of the dumbest people to ever run for the office. So, either option is available.
Yeah. On the other end, of course, we'll be taking super chats because we're starting this one very early. We'll take a break. We'll take several breaks throughout to answer them. Probably right before we get to a major election. So, by when we get to around 1860, we're definitely going to, answer anything you got, okay? So I'll be monitoring that one as well. And wait, okay, wait, they do hear me though right now, right?
Yeah, they hear you. I mean, they're not
Okay,
saying it.
cool,
They're just
cool.
being quiet right now.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right, man. Well, are you ready to start, or you got anything else to announce?
I am good to go. I guess the only thing I'd like to point out is, and we'll touch on this more as we go through these candidates, but obviously running for president changed dramatically over the course of American history. So just to give you a few milestones so that you're aware, the first political rally was held in 1828 by Andrew Jackson. Before that, candidates thought it was unseemly to campaign in person, right? They'd just have their surrogates go around. They'd publish things in the newspapers. There wasn't the idea of really running for office. It was more standing for office. In 1840, William Henry Harrison was the first to have really large rallies and a catchy slogan. He then used the symbols of the log cabin and hard cider, and he was really determined to win new voters. He was out there looking for people who had never voted before, and he's one of the first people to really push for that, so taking advantage of Andrew Jackson's expansion of suffrage. And since then, that's been a strategy a lot of people have done. Lincoln was also really into getting new voters out. He also rolled a gigantic paper ball from Cleveland to the Whig convention in Columbus. This was a big publicity stunt. So that, now these kind of publicity stunts or major ads, ways to raise attention are pretty common, but it was something that didn't come up for a while. Let's see, 1996, Bob Dole was the first to have a website. And then Clinton and Gore had one within a few weeks, or maybe even sooner. Also, two elections where decorated veterans were impugned for their lack of courage, 1864 and 2004. We'll get back to those in a minute because both of the individuals in question lost, and so made the list. And 1908 is also the first time that there was a presidential primary. This was something that the Republicans invented, and then the Democrats followed suit, and eventually these became binding in their effects. Before, it was more or less a survey to see where the voters stood, and then the convention decided. So just to give you a general sense of how much becoming president changed over time, that is just sort of my broad overview of some of the milestones. So, yeah.
I will also mention when we get to, I'm not going to tell you which one it is, but when we get to the election that had the highest percentage of voter participation, I will let you know.
Yeah,
I'll let you know when we get to
I think I know which one that is.
What's your guess? Tell me now.
I want to say it was 1884 or something like that.
Okay, we'll let you know when we get to the Gilded Age, because this is definitely a Gilded Age race for sure.
Okay.
But anyway, so yes, a few other things worth noting. You also had the front porch campaigns, which were popular in the mid 1800s to the late 1800s. That was the idea that the candidate didn't go out and campaign, but if you wanted to come to their home, they would talk to you or, of course, give speeches to people who would gather there. Somebody like Benjamin Harrison, for instance, was known to be very, very good at that because he was an excellent public speaker. And some of the things are worth noting, which use of technology is very important. So you mentioned Harrison earlier. He's one of the first ones to really utilize newspapers, as did Jackson as well. But, Franklin Roosevelt was very successful with the radio. Eisenhower and Kennedy were very successful with television. Reagan arguably perfected it. And, of course, Obama and Trump were two that really benefited from use of the internet.
Right.
And are you ready to start off with our first man?
I am. Let's start off with someone who is shrouded in controversy, especially since the musical Hamilton became popular. Aaron Burr.
It's also noted for the commercial for you need to have milk, right?
What?
You remember that commercial?
No.
All right, it's a 90s commercial, very famous, and it's very glossy, and it's a guy who hears a radio thing and you get a prize if you tell us who Hamilton killed, and he says Aaron Burr, but his mouth's full of cookies and he has no milk to wash them down, so he can't call them in, and he's surrounded by Aaron Burr related stuff everywhere. Even the gun that killed Hamilton is on the wall. It's ridiculous. And it was also directed by Michael Bay. Some people consider it his finest work.
Might be. Certainly wasn't Transformers.
Certainly wasn't Transformers, although I kind of liked Pain and Gain, but whatever. Anyway, Let's get into Mr. Aaron Burr. We want to do for this is for everything. We want to mention the year for the election and a little bit about the background of the figure as well. So the election is for 1800. So we're not counting 1796 because Adams became president and Jefferson later became president in 1800. So we're not dealing with Thomas Jefferson losing in 1796.
Right.
Aaron Burr was a Revolutionary War officer. He fought in particular in the Canadian campaign and marched with Benedict Arnold up to Quebec City in a very, very grueling winter march through Maine. Anyway, he eventually resigned his commission. He did very well as a Revolutionary War officer, by the way. I mean, he wasn't like some military god, but he had a good record. Eventually becomes a lawyer. He's considered charming, bit of a philanderer, very good public speaker, and one of your first real political operators and quite conniving. By the way, one of my favorite things about him is people often commented on his egg-shaped head, which you can even see in the paintings. He just looks like he has an egg. But one of the things I think is really interesting about Burr to me is the number of big names from this era who despise him. Hamilton, Jefferson, Washington, Adams, none of them liked Aaron Burr. Nor did George Clinton, who was himself a Revolutionary War officer and very important in New York politics at that time. So
you could say that Burr had a chilly reception.
Yeah. Not... I mean, this is one of the leading reasons why he's going to lose. Distrusted by many people, Federalists in particular. He had actually been involved in some business ventures that had already messed with Hamilton's. That's kind of where their feud started in some ways. So, if I'm not mistaken, what he tries to do is to replace Jefferson using congressional connivery. Am I correct?
Yes, he just went to Congress, and at this point, there was not a fixed way to differentiate presidential and vice presidential votes. So most of the time, because the tickets were unofficial, the votes could be divided any which ways. And Burr decided that if he could get to the congressman before anybody else, he could convince them to elect him rather than Jefferson, and then make Jefferson the VP. Which I actually think was a pretty clever ruse. Obviously failed, but there was no rule against it until he tried this, and then they decided to fix the system. But yeah, Burr was the kind of guy, if he saw a loophole, he was going right through it. He would have been a perfect lobbyist.
Oh, definitely. He also he got undone by both Hamilton and Livingston. They were the two that undid his attempts. Hamilton, of course, telling the Federalists to essentially back Jefferson. Hamilton himself saying that, Jefferson, I disagree with him on just about everything, but I also disagree with Burr on everything. And I think he said something to the effect of, I do believe that Jefferson, though, has his country's interests at heart, and he is a gentleman, and Burr is neither.
Yeah. Also, apparently a lot of the Burr-Hamilton feud was not ideological, and unlike what the musical says, it had nothing to do with the idea that Hamilton didn't think that Burr was honest enough or whatever. A lot of it was a banking dispute, because Hamilton had a national bank, and then Aaron Burr founded his own bank. And I think Hamilton may have also had a bank in New York. So, I mean, there were a lot of conflicting interests at play and a lot of money at stake. So a lot of this was strictly personal.
Yes, there was a personal dimension. I do think, though, he just found Burr personally just odious. I mean, keeping in mind this, almost all the founders who we think of as like, ooh, the founders, like not the obscure ones, no matter how important they are, but the big names, none of them like Aaron Burr. That matters.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Hamilton also had a lot of detractors, but I mean, he also had some prominent allies, George Washington being the most obvious.
Of course, exactly. So he's got the support of Washington. Burr doesn't have anybody that I know of. But I mean, that doesn't mean he doesn't have any support at all. He obviously does. He just doesn't have it amongst the heavy hitters of the era. That said, his run did pioneer new forms of campaign organizing, particularly in New York itself, which was crucial to securing Jefferson's election in 1800.
Yeah.
That said, there's an old little joke that I heard one time. It's like, who won the duel between Hamilton and Burr? Who won?
Well, I think Hamilton really won, at least in in terms of reputation. Then again, it helps that Hamilton was never accused of treason.
True. The answer is Thomas Jefferson won.
Oh. Well, yeah, I can see that.
On the one hand, Hamilton's dead. That is going to be a crucial reason why the Federalists will collapse. Now, whether they could have survived with him is debatable, but certainly with him gone, they lose quite a bit. At the same time, Burr is not fully politically discredited, but now, Jefferson can more easily work against him, if you will. However, because Hamilton was so widely hated, and he killed, Burr killed Jefferson. Burr killed Hamilton in Weehawken, New Jersey. One of Aaron Burr's nicknames is the Hero of Weehawken. Now that's some spite. Well, one fun thing, as you said, the conspiracy thing where Burr went west and was going to try to fight Spain and then use that to create his own separate nation in what is today Texas, essentially. Andrew Jackson was actually involved in the conspiracy, although Jackson was going to supply him with guns and troops to go fight the Spanish, not to set up a separate republic. So he's kind of being hoodwinked, if you will. Of course, that backfired, and Jefferson, in order to finish Burr off, wanted him tried. But then you have Chief Justice Marshall. Marshall is somebody I do like him, but I think his reputation's a little overblown. People are like, oh, he was this great legal mind and scholar, and he invented the idea of judicial review, which is whether or not that's good or bad is debatable, I think. But beyond that, Marshall was not simply some wise, even-handed man. He absolutely hates Thomas Jefferson. So he actually defends Aaron Burr and makes sure the charges are dropped, even though everybody knows Burr's guilty. But Marshall's doing this specifically because he wants to fuck with Jefferson. That's all it is. It's incredibly petty.
Right.
So what? You got any other thoughts on Aaron Burr?
One thing I find interesting about Burr is that after 1807 and all of the fuckery that went down in the West, he basically retired to a quiet life and then died, 20 or 30 years later, almost impoverished, working kind of very quietly as a lawyer in New Jersey. Which is not what you expect after the life that he led. Because not only did he have the famous duel with Hamilton, he also had a duel with Hamilton's brother-in-law at one point, too.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, Burr was a pretty hard-to-get-along with guy, from all that I can gather. I mean, not only does everybody hate him, but he also gets himself involved in a lot of duels. Because if you fight more than one duel, it's pretty clear that you must be an asshole.
Or at least somebody willing to fight, huh? I guess you're telling me he's a man after Andrew Jackson's heart, huh?
Yeah. That being said, when I was trying to rate him, I mostly thought about his presidential campaign, which it's hard to rate because he tried to take a VP campaign and then flip it into the presidency from nothing. I mean, he's basically trying to pull off some alchemy.
It's pretty cool, I'd say.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's like, well, you know what? People thought I was going to be VP. Joke's on them. When they cast their ballot for me, they didn't know they were choosing the next president.
What a great... God, I love him. He's so entertaining.
Yeah, he's just a perfect asshole, and he's a great villain. Aaron Burr needs to be utilized more often as a villain.
Yeah, I guess he's also just so damn likable, and he has these nefarious plans, but they're not really how can I say, they're not. It isn't like he has some plans of world conquest or genocide. It's more just hey, I'm just trying to make it up the pole,
Yeah, so it's just he wants to be the number one guy. He's basically Catiline in a way.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that reminds me. It reminds me of that quote Benjamin Disraeli, the great British Prime Minister, said when he became Prime Minister. He said, "I've reached the top of the greasy pole."
Huh.
That was a good one. I don't know. What would you? I think Burr definitely Burr didn't have as much influence on the Republican Party.
Yeah, he definitely didn't hold them back. I mean, clearly they went on to dominate the hell out of that era. So his attempted treason and all this other stuff was pretty irrelevant.
His little maneuver was very creative, and of course, eventually forced changes to avoid a similar situation.
So I guess that is a pretty big impact because now we have unified tickets rather than voting for the two offices separately.
So, what do you think for him then?
I'm actually thinking a B. his strategy was pretty damn clever.
I'll go with that. I dig that.
Yeah, I mean, it's creative, and I imagine if I had been one of the founders, and even if I had seen that loophole, I would have probably thought it would take longer for somebody to try something like that, especially against the founding father who's got the profile of Jefferson. That takes some balls.
Yeah, God. That does. Jefferson's the founder of the party, essentially.
And also, really, the first independent governor of Virginia, the writer of the Declaration of Independence. In terms of the hierarchy of founding fathers, Jefferson is a solid 2 notches above Burr.
12 notches above
Yeah,
Burr.
it's not a contest. But yet Burr thought, fuck it, I'll just go to Congress and they'll see my viewpoint for whatever reason, I guess.
They'll dig my egghead, you know?
Yeah, so he beat Adlai Stevenson to being the first egghead to run for president.
Well, the next guy we're going to get to is we're going from a very entertaining, interesting man to debatably one of the most boring men, if not the most boring man to ever run for president.
Yes, and he ran twice, by the way.
He did. Charles Cotesworth Pinckney. Sorry. A few notes. This is for the 1804 and 1808 elections, so he is a Federalist.
Yep, he's a South Carolina planter.
South Carolina planter, comes from a very powerful political family. The Pinckneys were really trying to make South Carolina in particular, but the South in general, a Federalist stronghold. They failed. Pinckney did have a Revolutionary War record, but not a very good one. Almost everybody, including people who were friends with him, agreed he wasn't very smart. Probably his finest hour in the service of America was he was crucial in securing ratification of the Constitution in South Carolina. As far as his viewpoints go, he was anti-democratic, so he's definitely a Federalist who's like, oh my God, make sure the poors never vote, and was considered pro-slavery for the time.
Just saying a lot.
Think about that. Yeah, well, keep in mind something too, the kind of general view amongst slaveholders at that time was the necessary evil idea, like, oh, this is terrible, but what else are we going to do? That was the thinking, right?
Right.
He's definitely a forerunner to the no, this is a good system. We should keep with it. He was considered Alexander Hamilton's cipher, and considered to be easily manipulated. What I say about Pinckney is that essentially Hamilton had his hand in his skull, and if Pinckney was talking, it's Hamilton's hand was making the skull move.
Yeah.
So when Pinckney's running in 1804, 1808, I mean, he's seen as like, Hamilton's dead at the 1804 election, but this is seen as like, this is supposed to be Hamilton's heir. The problem is he's more Hamilton's puppet than anything else. Right. He's absolutely crushed in 1804 against Jefferson. And then 1808, he did a little better, but they couldn't spread the Federalist Party beyond New England. So the party is now truly becoming regional. And this is also crucial because Jefferson's second term was considered to be a disaster. But the problem is that the Federalists had done nothing to broaden their base of support. Pinckney is not a very good candidate. And in addition to that, what people really didn't like about Jefferson's second term was the Embargo Act. But the Embargo Act affected New England more than any other place. So it was already affecting places that weren't going to vote for Jefferson anyway.
Right.
I would make a case that, and Pinckney's not the author of the death of the Federalist Party, but he's one of the authors because he doesn't have the brains or charisma to be Hamilton's heir.
No.
And I think that we could also say that's a problem with Hamilton as well, is that Hamilton did not choose people in the Federalist Party who were particularly smart. He chose people who were ciphers for him, Pinckney being the most blatant example, if you will.
Well, yeah, I mean, Hamilton was more of the puppet master. He was more of the backroom guy. He's not the kind of guy to actually run for office. He's more of the chief of staff or the strategist.
Yes, exactly.
But although Pinckney, I'm seeing here, one of his more interesting contributions is at the Constitutional Convention. He was one of the guys arguing the hardest for the 3/5 clause. So in many ways, it was that which helped to drive all the North-South tension in the early 19th century. So Pinckney made a contribution. Wasn't a positive one, but he made a pretty big one.
No, he made a very negative contribution. I actually forgot the 3/5 clause thing, but now you mention, I'm like, yeah, that's one. He's telling them like that's how you can win the South over. But This is going to lead to a lot of major problems down the road. A bad decision. I mean, 1804, he really got smoked. I mean,
God,
it was a
yeah.
lance.
He also became the first ever major nominee to lose his home state in 1804.
Oh wow, okay.
He
And
lost the
also
electoral college. Do you know the actual count for the electoral college in 1804?
yeah, I've just got I'm going through the Wikipedia stuff, so I have it.
Yes.
162 to Jefferson, 14 to Pinckney.
Yeah, so very close election. Everybody was on pins and needles about that one.
Yeah, look at the popular vote share too. Jefferson got almost 73%, Pinckney 27.
Holy shit! Okay, I didn't know that. That's bad. Oh no,
Yeah,
I do have it here. He did a little better in 1808, but he still got crushed. Even though apparently going into 1808, he thought that the Democratic Federal Republicans were going to be vulnerable, but apparently not so much.
Yeah, joke's on him.
Yeah, Madison beat him with 122 to 47. Pinckney did manage to do well in New England, which would become a trend for the Federalist Whigs and then Republicans for a long time. And
yeah,
Pinckney did pick up 2 votes in North Carolina. Because I guess they used to divide their votes in some way. Maybe 2 electors flipped. But yeah, still got crushed and also won 32.4% of the popular vote.
Yeah, and once again, Jefferson had a bad second term. So I can see where a guy like Pinckney was like, "Oh, Jefferson's vulnerable," but no, he's not. And a lot of that does have to do with him.
Well, apparently a lot of the optimism of the Federalists stemmed from the unpopularity of Jefferson's Embargo Act in 1807 because it hurt people in New England where the Federalists were concentrated, so they assumed the rest of the country felt the same way, and they didn't.
No, they didn't. So yeah, so I give Pinckney like a big time F.
Yeah, I agree. He's an easy F.
He's proof that not everybody in the founding generation was intelligent or capable.
Right. Also, he does have one famous quote from his time during the war. I guess the best part of his war record was being a staunch upholder of the patriot cause as a POW. He supposedly said when he was in prison at Charleston with Benjamin Lincoln, "If I had a vein that did not beat with the love of my country, I myself would open it. If I had a drop of blood that could flow dishonorable, I myself would let it out." So that was his little Patrick Henry moment, and it was good for 27% and then 32% of the popular vote.
It's not nearly as good as Nathan Hale or Johann the Kalb. It just isn't.
Well, he doesn't have the charisma or the pithiness, but, I mean, sentiment was pretty solid, I guess.
I don't know. For me, you can't beat Kolb on the field of Camden when Cornwallis is talking to him, one gentleman to another, and Kolb says, I died the death I always wanted, a man fighting for the rights of humanity. A soldier fighting for the rights of man. That's what he said.
It's pretty good.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Meanwhile, Pinckney wants to talk about cutting himself up because he's suicidal. I don't know, man. Fuck this guy. Let's leave him.
All right. Well, I guess maybe he was ahead of his time when it comes to predicting the Romantic era. Maybe his true calling was to be Edgar Allan Poe, but he got.
It's funny you say the Romantic era. The Romantic era was already going on.
Oh, really? In 1780?
Oh no, I'm sorry, no. By the time he's running for president, it is. Oh. But in 1780, you can already see the antecedents with people like Rousseau.
Yeah.
The shift's already occurring. And in many ways, one of the pushes towards Romanticism is the revolutions that rocked the world, particularly the French one. But of course, the American one had its effect as well. But anyway, you want to go on to somebody a little more interesting?
Yes, the first ever Clinton to run for office, unrelated to the current political family of the Clintons, DeWitt Clinton, the nephew of famous New York Governor George Clinton, who was a fairly major founding father. And then he basically took over the family business, which was politics. And because he had the Clinton name, he became a major figure automatically.
I'd say also about George Clinton real quick, he's a really underestimated founder. He actually wrote some pretty good political, I don't want to say philosophy necessarily, but he wrote some good political pamphlets. And he was a very, very powerful man and very crucial in the revolution. I think the reason he's not quite as famous is because he was a general, but he wasn't like a really great general. And George Clinton's main influence was post-Constitution, really. So I think that kind of like works against them. But anyway, DeWitt Clinton is one of the new men. He is the first person to run for president who does not have service in the American Revolution. And by the way, we're getting to the 1812 election. So tensions with France and Britain are running high. Okay, the War of 1812, I think it had already started, I believe.
I think so,
and
yeah.
Yes, it had already started. And so DeWitt Clinton realizes he can't run as a Federalist. In fact, he himself is not a Federalist. He is a Republican. What he decided to do was he would try to parlay both his family's considerable political power to use to essentially take over the Republican Party. So Uncle George's supporters will support DeWitt Clinton. The Federalists will end up offering no candidate, but they will back him. However, a lot of Federalists did not like the idea of voting for a Republican, even if he's a little closer to them. So they backed Rufus King, even though Rufus King actually wasn't the direct candidate fielded by the Federalists. Just some Federalists said, "Forget you. I'm gonna support Rufus King." DeWitt Clinton did far better than Pinckney did all around, but still not enough. The parties at this point still have a regional flavor. I mean, Clinton carries the northern states, including New York, but the southern and western states are going to go for Madison. However, the popular vote total, very narrow.
Yes.
Madison only wins by 8,000 votes. Now, of course, it's not the biggest electorate known to man, but it's a considerable one. And this is also when the voter participation levels are starting to inch. We're really starting to inch upwards. At this point, I think Wikipedia says 40%, so you can see them inching to the north.
Yeah, and to put, I guess, because of the growth of the electorate over time, to put it in perspective, Madison won 50.4% of the vote, whereas Clinton won 47.6%. So, pretty close in that sense.
Yeah.
So not as close as the 8,000 might imply, because I think today we think of 8,000 as a nail-biter, even at a state level. But this is on the national level, because the population and electorate is vastly smaller.
Yeah. I also think that DeWitt Clinton had problems dealing with the War of 1812, which the Federalists do in general. Even though the Federalist position on it was this is a bad war and a disaster, but the fact that the New England wasn't fielding troops and the Federalists were seen as were not supporting the American cause made them now appear undemocratic and pro-British. So, they're in a hard spot in that regard. The Federalists really do get chewed up by the War of 1812, which is interesting because we do so poorly in the War of 1812. But that wasn't what's important. What was important is rallying behind the president of the country, and it was seen that New England didn't. And of course, the War of 1812 almost causes New England to secede from the Union in the famous Hartford Convention.
Yeah, I think what we do see also is the birth of a trend. Anytime somebody's running against an incumbent during a time of war, they're always in a precarious spot, or at least they perceive themselves to be in one. And so they often run a sort of strained message, which is not terribly consistent on what they would do different about the war.
Yeah.
I think DeWitt Clinton's the first to run into that problem. And to be fair, he did a lot better with it than most of the people would come after him in terms of putting together a coalition. And also, I guess this is also the first sign we get in 1812 that maybe the Federalists are not a viable party. Because they don't really put up a nominee and they just kind of go with a rogue Democratic Republican.
Exactly. And the other one to know about this is that in many ways, DeWitt Clinton, it points towards a kind of Republican Federalist fusion that's going to occur in James Monroe's and John Quincy Adams' presidency. Because a guy like John Quincy Adams is going to be elected as a Republican, although John Quincy Adams was originally a Federalist. I mean, his father was like the only Federalist president that we've had. So in many ways, DeWitt Clinton is pointing towards where the party's leadership is headed for a period of time before the new party alignments take place. And arguably, in many ways, DeWitt Clinton's policies and the Republicanism of DeWitt Clinton and John Quincy Adams is really a precursor to the Whigs. In fact, John Quincy Adams himself will later on become a Whig. So he really is anticipating a party that doesn't exist yet. Should also be said that he has a governor of New York afterwards. He was very successful. Supported the construction of the Erie Canal, helped create public schools. There's an argument that's been made that DeWitt Clinton is one of the founders of New York's later economic dominance.
Huh.
Often considered one of, if not the most successful, even most important governor in the history of New York for that reason.
I know also there's a theory that if you become mayor of New York, that you have zero chance of making it to the presidency. And DeWitt Clinton is the first person to whom this so-called rule applies, because he was once the mayor of New York. I mean, it's a stupid theory. It's just a weird coincidence, but it is true that of all the ambitious people who've been mayor of New York, none of them have gone on to win the presidency. So, he is the person who started that curse as well, if you believe in it.
What do you think for DeWitt? I kind of veer towards B myself.
I was thinking A or a B. Yeah, he ran a pretty decent campaign, and as we discussed, difficult circumstance that people have trouble figuring out how to run against a wartime president. And he used the prestige that he earned from his uncle, inherited, and then he used his post-presidential run prestige pretty well in New York. So yeah, I think a B is pretty fair, maybe even an A. What do you think? I'm
gonna say a B just because he did kind of underperform on the state level, if you will. But I could see an A easily.
Yeah, he's a pretty solid candidate. Not bad at all. But the next guy, not as much. Rufus King.
Is indeed correct. Rufus King.
He was the VP candidate under Pinckney in 1804 and 1808. So he had a lot of experience running by this time. He was also getting pretty old by this point. He was born in 1755. And he did serve in the American Revolution.
He did. He was a staff officer, known for being a great orator. Interesting fact, his father was a loyalist. Rufus King was also one of the first abolitionists in America, a position that actually became for him more extreme over time. Leading member of the Constitutional Convention and the ratification as well. One of Hamilton's most loyal men. In fact, Hamilton probably should have favored him over Pinckney because Rufus King's a bit smarter. The only problem is that Rufus King was not a really good coalition builder. Now, he'll run in 1816 against James Monroe. A vice presidential pick wasn't even settled upon. That's how disorganized they are. And in 1816, he barely did anything because he knew Monroe was going to win. This is all perfunctory. And to be fair, if you were going to create a fusion ticket of like Federalists and like disaffected Republicans, Rufus King is not your choice. He is not going to garner you defections from James Monroe's camp. And of course, the Federalist Party had been portrayed as a bunch of snobby, aristocratic, Anglophile, semi-traitors because of their actions during the War of 1812. So Rufus King is going to get his clock cleaned and suffers one of the worst popular vote margin defeats ever. Not as bad as Pinckney, but we're talking beat by, almost 40% margin.
Yeah, it was 70-30 pretty much.
Yeah.
I think, 30.9% to give the full outcome for Rufus King. Really pretty poor, like you said. Part of the problem was that a lot of the Federalist platform had been co-opted by Monroe. So the National Bank, protective tariffs, those were things that the Federalists were counting on as creating a distinction and possibly appealing to voters, but Monroe just took those up and made them his own.
But of course, what people like Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe would do when they would take Federalist policy is try to give it a Republican flavor. Kind of like West Point's a Federalist idea, but Jefferson's going to make sure that West Point is not going to create a military aristocracy. It's going to create engineers, for instance.
Right.
one of the reasons why West Point doesn't even emphasize military tactics that much in its instruction. So keep in mind, while they are taking Federalist positions, some policy ideas, they are modifying them. And at the same time, that means if you're voting for the Federalists, it's a regional thing, but also an anti-democratic thing. That's to be remembered. The Federalists are seen as the party that is against the expansion of suffrage to landless white males,
It's also,
which they are, again.
would this be comparable to the way that Nixon tried to co-opt the humanities and grants for the humanities and art?
Yeah, somewhat. So I could see that. That's a case to be made. So yeah, King gets smashed, and in 1820, James Monroe will be the last person we know of to run for president unopposed. He doesn't get all the electoral votes, though. One of them goes to John Quincy Adams, for just one, just to make sure Monroe is not unanimously chosen. But that is the degree to which the Federalist Party simply disappeared.
Although apparently Rufus King kept the fire burning for the Federalist, and during his last ever election to the Senate, which I forget what year that was, he registered himself as a Federalist even as the party was dying around him. So he kept the name alive after the party itself was dead.
That's one of the reasons why he's a bad choice for if the Federalists are trying to do a fusion thing. That's one of the reasons why he's a bad choice, is because he is Mr. Federalist. He is one of Hamilton's most devoted followers.
Yeah. Also, I think his greatest moment politically was probably in 1820 when he spoke against the entry of Missouri as a slave state in the Senate. That was probably his most significant act as a politician, at least.
Yes. Although I will confess, I know the outlines of the Compromise of 1820. I don't know. I know more about how the Compromise was undone in the 1850s than I know about its creation, to be fair.
Same.
But I'll confess, of all the periods of American history, the one that I'm the least knowledgeable of is between the War of 1812 and the Mexican-American War. It's just a period that I don't find as intriguing for a variety of reasons. But I know some stuff, so we'll be able to talk a bit about it when we get to the rest of these guys. We're going to be coming up on a...
Let's see.
What's up?
1816. I'm trying to think. Were there any major issues on up for grabs? Let's see. King didn't really run a serious campaign because he thought Monroe had it won, which obviously helped produce that result. Apparently, the most interesting dispute at the time was whether Indiana was a state or a territory at the time of election, so should their votes be counted. And also in Kentucky, there were only 1,864 ballots cast. Monroe won every single one of them.
Wow. That's killer.
Yeah,
that's
devastating.
I think that's also some corruption, man. There's something going on there.
Yeah, because there's always going to be, if you have a crowd of 1,900 people, there's going to be at least one person who's a contrarian, right?
Right. But no. Everybody votes for Monroe, huh? James fucking Monroe. The president nobody really cares about, the forgotten man of the Virginia dynasty, and here he is just wiping the floor with Rufus King.
Yeah, legend in his own time, footnote today.
Yeah. So I kind of rate, I know that I rate King in...
I'm thinking E.
Yeah, I guess an E because of some of his political importance, but God, what a terrible presidential candidate. He doesn't even really make a run of it.
Well, to be fair, the party that he was a part of was pretty much fucked. So, a lot of that was not necessarily his fault, but yeah, he was in a party that was clearly dying. He tried to keep it alive by just putting his name on the ballot without really doing anything. He could have tried some of the innovations we talked about earlier to try to shake things up, and he didn't. So he did a poor job of trying to save his party. He fought hard, but his fight was a futile one.
Yeah.
Out of respect, he's still better than Pinckney, but by that time, the jig was up for the Federalists, and they were pretty much a zombie party.
let's go ahead and answer because we're going to get to a big political shift here. What kind of super chat do we
We
have
only have
right
one
now?
super chat. So actually, we had one on the failed version of the stream that I accidentally released yesterday because of a YouTube era. We
Okay.
got one from Goodman4 yesterday, $5. He just wanted to wish everybody a happy Halloween.
Oh, thank you very much. Happy Halloween to you too.
And also, Goodman4, you won a prize, I think, 3 weeks ago. You still need to email me so I can get your stuff to you.
Well, I guess
be sure to do
I
that.
hope everybody had a happy Halloween. Michael Klein for $2. Thank you, Michael. When did the culture wars appear in politics? I'm going to assume Michael means the contemporary ones we see today. It seems the main case would be made that the 1960s would be when they appeared. Although I would say that the form we have today, which is a culture war informed heavily by postmodern theory, would appear to be the 1990s. But you got any thoughts on that?
I mean, I would take a different tact. We'll get to somebody. I think it was John Quincy Adams or somebody hit his opposition as being a party of cider, and it was supposed to be a class marker. You know, these low class people with their cider, and then so I think it was the Democratic Republicans or one of the parties adopted the log cabins and cider as their symbology, and ran with that. So that was the first time you have these cultural markers being used to try to demarcate a political identity.
Oh no, you've got them in this era too. I mean, here's one for you. The Federalists would actually have women involved in political rallies and speeches. Well, I mean, let's say rallies, not like in the Andrew Jackson sense, right? But I'm talking about somebody would be there to give an oration. They would let women do speeches and have women there. Jefferson and the Republicans had this idea of keep women away from making public speeches and being involved in politics. So, there's one for you. The Federalists were kind of like vaguely, I don't want to say for women's rights necessarily, but probably just a little more open to the idea. Of course, rich women. And the Republicans are not, for instance. So there's an example right there. I mean, there's always going to be a bit of a culture war flavor to any political fight. That's for sure.
Yeah, and also there was one question I'd like to get to before we get to the next super chat, because somebody's asked me this on several occasions about the making an I side with video. I looked at the I side with site. I think that their way of viewing and categorizing politics is deeply flawed. They really trivialize the differences between different candidates and also different campaigns. For instance, they have basically Biden and Hawkins as almost identical. And then they have a massive chasm between any of the, what we think of as the left and right parties, to the point where Democrats are all, say if it's from 0 to 100 and 100 is far right, 0 is far left, all the people on the so-called left are basically 0 to about 15. And then all the people we think of as the American right are all about 85 to 100. So it's just the way that they separate out the wings in this way and trivialize differences between people is insane. Like, I just don't agree with the way that they do American politics, and I don't see any value in doing an I side with video. But anyway, moving on to the next super chat. CS Ventura.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, consider this a bribe. World War I is infinitely more interesting than its sequels. Monarchy's feasibility was in question, as well as armies of Europe at their absolute height pitted against each other. Fair?
Yeah, no, I think very fair. The idea that World War I destroyed monarchy is an under-discussed aspect of the conflict and its aftermath. And yeah, armies at their height. I think that's one of the reasons why World War I is one of the wars where there's so many swings in fortune. Like, think about 1914 when the war starts. The Central Powers don't do well in Serbia. The Schlieffen Plan fails, and the battles in Galicia go for the Russians and not the Austrians. The war could have ended them, but the Germans win Tannenberg, and that gives them this hope that they can win the war. I would argue if somehow the Germans lost at Tannenberg, there's a chance the war might have ended. But there are just so many wild swings of fortune in the conflict. So I can see that, definitely.
Yeah, and I think I've talked about it before, at least with Sean in private, maybe not on the air. but I actually think there's a case to be made that World War II was kind of this great side mission, and that actually the Cold War is the direct sequel to World War One, which ended with the Bolshevik Revolution. So the rise of fascism and then World War II, in many ways, was a deviation from the main trend of the rise of communism, then the clash of communism and democracy, which emerges after the monarchy dies in the First World War. So I mean, that's kind of how I view it, although that's not a period I study extensively, but if I were to write something about that period, that's probably the approach I would have.
I can agree with that. Yeah, World War One, you see the collapse of dynasties that have been around for hundreds of years. Yeah, you see the Russian and German revolutions. America involved. Very should be discussed more. I keep pushing Danny to do a World War One video for Forgotten Battles because he has interest in the conflict, but he just doesn't take the bait. The one I would want to see is the Vardar Offensive, the one in the Balkans, because that actually sets off the chain reaction that ends the war. Like within 5 weeks of the Vardar Offensive, World War I is over. I'm not saying that the Central Powers are going to win; they're definitely going to lose. That's where the chain reaction starts that ends the conflict. Because the Vardar Offensive knocks out Bulgaria, which then that causes Turkey to be knocked out, which then causes Austria to be knocked out, and then Germany's done. But anyway, want to get back to these cool presidents we have?
Yeah, maybe we can do Crawford and then take a break.
Oh, you want to take a break right now, like run to the bathroom or something?
Or if we can do Crawford and then take a break, because Clay will take a while. I mean, Clay is pretty important.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's do Crawford. Although this is the 1824 election.
Yes,
this is crucial. This is one of the most important elections. This is where you see the Republican Party that Jefferson founded is now fracturing into several different groups. You're going to have 4 men run for president: John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, Andrew Jackson, and of course William H. Crawford, who's the forgotten one of those 4 because two of those other guys made president, and of course Henry Clay is this great statesman, and people are like William H. Crawford. I mean, who cares, right?
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, it should be noted that the breakup was along mostly regional lines. So Crawford had support in the South, Adams in the North, and Clay in the West. Jackson actually had the broadest support in the country. Each man, of course, claimed to be a Republican in the true era of Thomas Jefferson. Crawford, though, was really big on Jefferson. And guess what? He was endorsed by Jefferson and Madison. So he really, if anybody could say, like, I'm the heir to Jefferson, apparently it was William H. Crawford. But he had a stroke. He ended up coming in third. By the way, he'd been serving Secretary of the Treasury under James Monroe. Very long time. I think he might be the longest serving Secretary of the Treasury. And John Quincy Adams actually tried to keep Crawford on, which some people thought that maybe meant Crawford was involved, what became known as the Krupp bargain. As far as I've read, Crawford really didn't play a part in John Quincy Adams getting the presidency. It was more Henry Clay. And one other fun note about Crawford is that after that, he backed Jackson, which, of course, really helped Andrew Jackson boost himself as the heir of Thomas Jefferson.
That's interesting. Most of what I find interesting about William H. Crawford came before he got on the national stage, when he was still in the Georgia State Senate. So, Georgia politics, I don't know what the particulars were, but in the early years of the 19th century, apparently it was deeply contentious. Because this guy got into 2 duels in 1802 and 1806 before he even got on the national stage.
Wow.
So I guess he ran out of people to kill in Georgia and then had to go to Washington.
That was his. I tell you that was his slogan. I've run out of people to kill in Georgia.
Maybe.
Send me to Washington.
Also, he was offered the Secretary of War in 1811, turned it down.
Yeah.
He was a hawk for the War of 1812. Then he was minister to France from 1813 to 15. Tried to be nominated in 1816, didn't get it. And then Monroe, I guess, as a consolation prize, gave him the job of Secretary of the Treasury. So he was steadily rising through the ranks, and like you said, that stroke pretty much did him in. And yeah, he's a little bit hard to rate just because the stroke really derailed him so much.
Yeah. The oh, I got another one for you. When you said Crawford, this also been a campaign slogan. Like, do you want to save your son's life? Send Crawford to Washington. Don't keep him in Georgia.
Huh. Is that really a thing or no?
No, I wish it was. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they sent him to France too.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think a guy who just had 2 duels within the last 10 years would be the ambassador you'd send to France, but hey, what the hell do I know?
Oh, hey, dueling in many ways was kind of invented in France. I'm not saying, well, I mean, popularized at least. Yeah, Crawford's a bit hard to rate. He did suffer the stroke, but he comes in third place.
Which is bad.
He's not a major political operative after the election. Of course, the stroke plays a part, but he did support Jackson, which did help boost Jackson's profile. I kind of give Crawford maybe a D or an E. What do you think?
I had C or D, so I think D seems to be the consensus here.
All right. So you take a little break, and then we'll get into Henry Clay, Lewis Cass, and the rest of the gang.
Lewis Cass and the rest of the cast of failed presidential contenders.
What, is this like a wrestling thing, man?
No, it's a reality show.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So
yeah, imagine all these. Hey, everybody in the chat, pick who you want to see in a reality show. Like 6 failed presidential contenders have to live in an apartment together. All right, just choose your 6. If you got anybody in mind, I'd like to see them.
Make sure that they're a good selection too. Make sure that these guys would definitely have drama because that's what makes a reality show work. Interpersonal conflict.
Yeah,
interpersonal conflict. One duel
conflict
must result from your choosing.
Mm.
All right, we'll be back in a few.
Well, while we're waiting on him, I'm back here for the next. So I'm going to wait on Derek to get back in, and then we'll be getting into Henry Clay, not a minor figure. And this will be the early Republic. One thing I would do want to know about the early Republic with y'all real quick is that this period will kind of be going through a little faster than the rest, not just because it's not my expertise, but also because a lot of the failed presidential contenders are called Henry Clay. So you kind of just fit them all right there, you know?
Yeah. All right. I'm back. Apparently you're back too.
Oh, yeah.
So we can now talk about Henry Clay, one of the most famous men in American history, who also happened to be a failed presidential contender 3 different times.
Correct.
1824, 1832, and 1844.
He's the kingmaker of 1824, though. He's the one who makes John Quincy Adams president.
Yeah.
You don't get much more influential than that. He's going to be the founder of the Whig Party. He will take on Andrew Jackson in 1832 and call him King Andrew the First. He fails. Really tried to get Pennsylvania. Apparently he used funding from the National Bank for his campaign, so he was easily depicted as an oligarch. His 1844 run, though, was much closer. What happened, though, is he failed to take a clear stand on the Texas issue because he saw it as fraught with issues of slavery and war with Mexico. That said, fun fact about him, he not only ran for president 3 times, ran for president 3 times under 3 different parties: Republican, National Republican, and Whig. National Republican is what he ran under in 1832.
Damn.
Should be noted, though, by 1844, anti-slavery Whigs had kind of tired of Clay. Clay, of course, was not for abolition. He was for immigration, and he did not support the spread of slavery. But he was not what you would call he's definitely not an abolitionist, and I wouldn't even precisely call him anti-slavery either, because for one thing, he owned slaves. One other fun fact about him: anti-immigrant forces in America generally voted Whig and supported Clay, but Clay would waffle on that. He never took a clear stand for or against immigration. Now, if there's any weakness with Henry Clay, great politician that he was, it's that he didn't. He seemed not to have necessarily. How should I say? He didn't have as many hard and fast positions outside the bank and his support for internal improvements. So a thing like Texas or slavery really did confound a man like Clay. Anyway, you got some thoughts on Mr. Henry Clay?
Not really. I feel like as a presidential contender, that's probably the weakest point in his lengthy resume. He really didn't do that well in this regard. 1844, he came pretty close in the popular vote, only lost 49.5 to 48.1, but the Electoral College wasn't that close. It was 170 to 105. And then Polk basically dominated in both the Midwest and the Deep South. And as a Kentucky guy, Clay should have been fairly competitive in that region, since Kentucky's part of both regions, and didn't get there. Let's see. He's a hard one to assess in many ways.
It's an argument to be made that the Whig Party lives and dies with Henry Clay.
I think that's true. He was the animating force behind that particular party. Although it was never that successful of a party.
Come on, they won the presidency a few times. They controlled Congress. The thing about the Whigs, though, is that they're going to get their backs broken on slavery in particular, but some other issues as well, such as immigration. And I don't know how to put into words, man. The party is debatable. The party may have survived. But another argument that's made is that the Republican Party that arose in the 1850s was simply an extension of the Whigs, which in some ways is true. And a lot of the policies that Abraham Lincoln carried out were very Whiggish. So there's one historian in particular. He actually wrote one of the big one-volume histories of the early Republic era, the Jackson era. I think it was called "What Hath God Wrought?" Yeah, that's the name of it. And this guy loves the Whigs, and he actually wrote an article where he said Abraham Lincoln was the last Whig president, which in many ways is true. He was the last man affiliated with the Whigs who became president, because Grant wasn't or anything. And Lincoln really carried out a lot of the Whiggish platform. And Abraham Lincoln's political hero is Henry Clay. He would tell you that every day of the week. That is his hero, Henry Clay. So I could make a case that the Whigs did win the Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. The Republicans were pretty similar to the Whigs. I don't know, he's a hard one to rate. I mean, obviously his influence was pretty dramatic. Like you said, the Whig Party more or less lived and died with Henry Clay. He founded it, and it petered out after he died. But looking at his presidential runs, he got crushed by Jackson. He then play Kingmaker. And then in 1832, he also failed to get anywhere. And he also lost in a bunch of primaries, too. There were every other time where he wasn't the nominee, he tried to get it.
Yeah, God, think about that. Do you know of anybody who ever tried to run for president as much as this man?
Only crazy people, like the kind of people who are what's that guy's name? Lawrence whatever? LaBouche or whatever?
Oh, yeah?
That guy
Who's that?
He's some crazy guy who's run for president, I want to say 10 or 12 cycles in a row or something insane. He just keeps putting himself on the ballot. Lyndon LaRouche, maybe something like that. But I mean,
I don't know, man.
Sane people don't try this many times.
Yeah. I gotta give him S tier, man.
Really?
He is the kingmaker of 1824. He comes pretty close in 1844. He is the founder of a major political party. And he runs this much. And he still controls that political party for most of the time. And, I mean, when I say such a pivotal figure, I mean, there are still statues of Henry Clay all over America. Things named after him all over the place. It's almost, because of our presidential obsession, it's rare to know of a politician in America who doesn't make president and yet is still spoken about as much as this man.
Yeah, actually, because I was weighting this very heavily when I was doing my reading on it, based on their performance as a candidate, I actually had him as a D. Interesting.
I think one problem with Clay, though, is that by him and Jackson hating each other so much, anytime he ran, you were guaranteed to get I don't know. I feel like the people who really hated Henry Clay. He made his share of enemies. Whereas a guy like Harrison, I mean, I'm not saying they were friends with him, but Harrison hadn't made a ton of enemies, right? So Clay had been around too long in that regard. But yeah, I guess if you're weighting it more towards presidential runs, maybe a B. But I don't know. That just feels unfair and unseemly. I mean, this is one of the giants of American politics right now.
Yeah, although he does seem to not really have gotten his way on most issues in his lifetime, right? I mean, he usually ended up on the losing side, not just as a candidate.
Yes, but the thing to keep in mind, though, is that you're thinking maybe more nationally, and on a local level, the Whigs were quite successful in implementing various parts of their policies, like, say, internal improvements, right? That's a big one. So on a national level, sure thing, the Democrats are ascendant at this time, but the Whigs are able to win crucial local policy fights, and also, really, it is true. Lincoln's policies, I'm like, yeah, it's just Henry Clay. Henry Clay triumphant in 1860 to 65, if you think about it.
I hadn't thought of it like that.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason we still think of Henry Clay. And I do like you point out that, though, because Henry Clay does have his share of political mistakes. I think one of his biggest ones had to do with Tyler, where he assumed, well, I'll dictate what you're going to do in the White House. And Tyler just tells him to fuck off. And maybe that was destined to happen because they had very different ideas. Tyler ultimately did not agree with Henry Clay's governing philosophy. Tyler was simply there because he was an anti-Jackson man. But whatever hopes there were for these two men ever getting along in any way are sunk in large part by Henry Clay thinking that he can dictate to John Tyler what John Tyler is going to do. I do consider that a major political fuck up for Henry Clay. So yeah, not a man without flaws or anything, of course, or mistakes.
Yeah, I guess too we have to figure out how to wait if somebody takes up a person's ideas years after the fact and makes them come true. Because I don't know how much credit to give if the person himself was not responsible for implementing stuff.
I give him some credit. Like I'm going to give William James Bryan a lot of credit for really anticipating the Franklin Roosevelt coalition, the New Deal coalition.
Yeah, I mean, because he tried and failed a lot to get that going.
Yeah. To be fair, though, FDR didn't really make a lot of callbacks to William Jennings Bryan, whereas Lincoln sure as hell makes a lot of callbacks to Henry Clay.
I mean,
You know,
I could see a B for Clay. The thing that's a stumbling block for an A or an S for me is just that he ran and lost 3 different times.
yeah. To me, that's the impressive thing. He gets to run 3 times, and he almost gets it in 1844, and he decides as a president in 1824. You want to say B? I say S. We'll just put him in A then and compromise. And why not? It's Henry Clay. It's the great compromiser, right?
I can go with an A for Clay. Yeah.
Although I got to say, Henry Clay is still. I mean, I'm not saying it's like a household name, but remember, remember the Drew Carey show?
Yeah, I remember it vaguely. I didn't really watch it much, but I know what it is.
Yeah, it came on. I watched it a bit in the late '90s. They had a Henry Clay joke on the show one time. I was like, oh wow, getting esoteric, huh?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, another thing for me when it comes to Henry Clay is that I tend not to be terribly impressed by compromisers, but
I think that really, yeah, that's interesting. I think it does depend. I don't know. I think that he's somebody who's compromising, though, who definitely has a vision of where the country should be and should go. And in many ways, he is vindicated in the 1860s with the Lincoln presidency. But not entirely, of course. There are some differences. You know, Clay, for instance, not being an abolitionist. But I could also make the case, which is an unpopular one right now, that maybe one of the reasons the Civil War does happen is because you don't have men of the political skill and vision of Henry Clay anymore. I've really become highly, highly critical of the political generation that followed Clay and Webster and Calhoun. You know, and of course Calhoun's a controversial figure. People really don't like him nowadays. I can understand that, but Calhoun is a considerable political thinker, I think. And of course, Webster, if you ask me, was more equivocating than Clay was. But that said, the men that followed them were not the equals to them politically. So, but I say we compromise. I say we compromise then and go with A. How about that? In the spirit of Henry Clay.
Sure. All right. Well, after Henry Clay, the next guy, who I guess it really came between Henry Clay runs in some ways, Lewis Cass. No, wait, no, he did come decisively after Polk. Excuse me. Lewis Cass lost the 1844 primary to Polk, and then ran with William Orlando Butler in 1848. So
against Zachary Taylor.
Yep, and of course,
all rough and ready.
As you might have gathered from his presence on this list, it means that Cass was not successful. He was an advocate of popular sovereignty, the idea being that territories should vote on whether or not they have slavery. And was he the first major advocate of this view, or had there been others who had really promoted it before?
It's really going to be mostly associated with Stephen Douglas. I can't really think right now if it was Douglas or Cass first. But at any rate, a few notes on Mr. Lewis Cass. His support for popular sovereignty meant the Free Soil Democrats left. Lewis Cass is oftentimes considered the first doughface. Now, a doughface was a northerner with southern principles, if you will. The idea of the doughface was that any southern politician could put their hands in them like dough and model them into what they wanted them to be. Lewis Cass's run was fairly close against Zachary Taylor. Some that's because Taylor was not fully trusted. And also, Polk was incredibly popular and had done quite well. So it's one of the closest races of this time. It's something to keep in mind of this period. This is maybe one of the only times in American history where the parties are not super regional. Whigs and Democrats could win in just about any state you can think of. And they flipped all the time. So the parties really are hyper competitive at this time, and they're competing in almost every state as well. That said, the choice of Butler was to mollify the Free Soilers. That didn't quite work. And it was kind of an issue-free, dull campaign, in the opinion of many people at the time. So there was a significant drop in voter participation. It's sank 6%. That's a considerable dip, especially for back then. Of course, Martin Van Buren ran as a Free Soiler. There's an entire debate if Van Buren, when he ran as a Free Soiler, if he was committed or if he was simply trying to fuck with Lewis Cass. I actually saw Mark Summers and Ron Formisano, the two historians. And Formisano's specialty, of course, was the period we're talking about now, and Summers was Gilded Age, and we'll get to his work in a minute. I actually saw them argue in class for a few minutes on whether or not Martin Van Buren ran as a Free Soiler because he wanted to backstab the Democrats, or was he doing it because out of principle? Summers said it was out of principle. Formisano thought it was in a way to fuck with Cass. I let you, the viewer, decide. I'm not a Martin Van Buren expert. I mean, you're not either, are you?
No, I don't know that much about Martin Van Buren.
Except for that impressive chops, right? I mean, look at that facial hair. I will say, I do think Lewis Cass is one of the ugliest men to ever run for president. He doesn't look so great at the time, and I saw the photograph of him as a really old man. That is an ugly old man.
Well, in this photo, to me, he kind of looks like a guy who has a bad hangover.
Yeah, exactly. He does. He does look like he looks like he's been drinking. Look at those bags under his eyes,
I guess looking at the bags, the more I think about it, the more it's likely he suffered from allergies in a period where there wasn't really much you could do about it.
True. Zachary Taylor, one little thing about him and his run. One of his campaign slogans was, of course, a little more grape, Captain Bragg. That's a reference to the Battle of Buena Vista, a battle where the Mexican army significantly outnumbered the American army, and the American army was mostly made up of volunteers, many of whom hadn't seen combat. But the Mexican army itself was very poorly trained. Anyway, at one point, Zachary Taylor rolled up to Captain Braxton Bragg, later Confederate general, and what he actually told him was, double charge your cannons and give them hell, Bragg. But of course, you can't say that in the campaign trail. Hell back then being considered like a very, very very much a swear word, right?
Right.
Even when I was a kid, I remembered hell was still considered a bit of a swear word in some circles. But anyway, so they had to modify it and they changed it to a little more grape, Captain Bragg.
Somebody in chat pointed out that Cass looks like a bulldog. I wonder if you took his hair away, would he look a little like Churchill?
Nah, his face is... Churchill had kind of a round face, and Churchill's eyes were always very lively. Like, almost always photographs. Cass to me always looks like he's about to die.
Yeah. Which is why I assume there's probably allergies if he lived to be an old man, so...
Yeah.
Nothing too life-threatening.
What do you think, then, for Lewis Cass? The lion of the Democratic Party.
Well, let's see. If you look at the vote total he got, he lost to Taylor 47.3 to 42.5, with a fair amount going to Van Buren. I guess you could make the case that Van Buren was the reason he lost, but there was a genuine divide within Cass's party, the Democrats, on the issue of slavery, and he apparently did nothing to keep the Free Soilers happy. So that's really on him. I would say a D or an E. It's kind of hard to rate him, though. Also, he tried again in 1852, but lost the primary to Pierce.
I'll go with an E myself. I like that one.
Okay.
And now we're getting into more of my wheelhouse.
Winfield Scott, who famously was attacked with an ad that featured a skull pyramid, something we've talked about a fair amount on here.
The idea behind that ad was that all the Whigs could do was put up generals like William Henry Harrison, Zachary Taylor, and now Winfield Scott. So the idea is the Whigs only get the presidency when they put up somebody who's killed others, right? So a few notes on Winfield Scott, Virginia man, in my opinion, and the opinion of a number of people too. Not just, I mean, I wouldn't call it a majority opinion, but not unheard of opinion. The greatest soldier in American history.
I think that's probably accurate.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying everybody agrees with that, but if I tell people that, I'm not considered a nutter, okay? I do believe his campaign to take Mexico City is one of the most brilliant military campaigns of all time. Of course, he did very well in the War of 1812 and will be head of the U.S. Army during the Civil War, where he, of course, shows his chops as a strategist, if you will. So a few things to note about Winfield Scott. He had been angling for this, of course, but Winfield Scott was not a very good natural politician. This is really going to hurt him on the when the campaign happens. Whigs are not in good shape. Taylor is dead. So they lost this popular military hero. Clay is dead. Webster was ailing and then ran in the Union Party. He dies, but many vote for him in protest against Winfield Scott. So, yeah, a lot of people voted for Webster even though he was dead.
Shit.
The 1850 Compromise did not do enough to make the South happy. In fact, I argue the 1850 Compromise favored the North because it broke the balance of the Senate with California. So the 1850 Compromise has left people in both parties very unhappy. An anti-party feeling starts to arise, and there starts to be a feeling that the Whigs are agreeing with the Democrats on too many issues. And that leads to a lot of anti-party feelings and more splinter parties occurring. The argument the Democrats had, of course, was that Scott was running on nothing more than his war record. When Scott did talk, he spoke too much, which annoyed people. When I say spoke too much, I mean newspapers would quote his opinions. And there's a general view that Scott probably would have been better served by shutting up more often. Voter turnout for this one is going to be quite low for this period. Yeah, it's dipping below 70%. So very, very low voter turnout. He's running against Franklin Pierce, which, by the way, you mentioned about candidates whose military courage was attacked when they ran, right?
Yeah.
Franklin Pierce's courage was also attacked. Oh. They said that Pierce was an alcoholic who didn't do much in the Mexican War. And some of that's, I mean, he's an alcoholic, true. He didn't do that great in the Mexican War, but he was there. I don't think he was like a military incompetent, if you will. But yeah, they definitely attacked him as being like, why don't you vote for Scott, this great military commander, or you can vote for Pierce.
Was Pierce a general under Scott, like a brigadier?
He was. Franklin Pierce, for a little fun aside, he really got the admiration of PGT Beauregard because at the gates of Chapultepec, when they were arguing about the gates of Mexico City, they're arguing about how to attack. Beauregard, like Scott, apparently turned and said to Beauregard, "You young man, what do you think?" And Beauregard said, "They'll never expect it. Let's attack Chapultepec and storm the fortress." And nobody else agreed with Beauregard. And then Pierce said, "I think he's got a good idea." And then Scott said, "You know what? We'll go with Beauregard's ideas." So that's actually one of the ways that Beauregard becomes a major hero of the Mexican-American War, is by suggesting the attack that wins the battle that ends the conflict. And for that reason, of course, Beauregard was a big, big fan of Pierce. And Beauregard's only success in the political realm was his public support for Pierce in 1852, which you've got to think is pretty ballsy because Scott's head of the army, so who's deciding promotions here, right?
Exactly. I mean, I guess a lot of it was who you knew in Congress.
A decent amount of it, but I mean, it also is really going to help if you're on Scott's good side. Which, I'll be fair, even Scott apparently did not hold that against Beauregard because Scott really valued him as a military commander. I mean, Scott considered Beauregard one of the top 10 or 20 officers in the Army for good reason. So anyway, just fun little thing there.
Also,
so anyway, Franklin...
Because you know how one of Scott's nicknames was Old Fuss and Feathers? Wasn't that trying to imply that he was foppish? So it was sort of shadow attack on his masculinity?
I don't know about that. I think it was called Old Fuss and Feathers because a bit foppish, but really what it had to do with was him being a stickler for military decorum and appearance. And keeping in mind, a feather is very much still associated with you're in the army, you're going to have a feather in your hat kind of thing, right? The emphasis was more on the fuss than the feathers, I would say. That's just what I've noted on that one. But yeah, Scott, brilliant military commander. I would say one of the greatest of all time. Not a great politician. No. Although I love the Democrats' slogan for 1852. We polked in 44, we'll pierce in 52.
All right. It's not
there
bad.
We go.
I mean, it's a little forced, but...
Look, we polked in 44. I mean, it sounds like a sex thing, okay?
And now we're piercing. Yeah. It definitely sounds sexual. I'd imagine that was the idea.
In fact, that could have been like a porno. Just throwing that out there. But anyway, so 1852 election, Scott did very poorly. The Whigs, I mean, they're still going to run people afterwards, which we'll get to in 56, but the Whigs in many ways die with this election. And could they have carried on is debatable, but they don't have Clay, they don't have Taylor, and Scott is not the man who can lead this party. He doesn't have the political chops.
Yeah, he didn't do that well. He lost the popular vote 50.8 to 43.4 for an electoral college loss of 254 to 42.
Pretty. That's a rout, man. That's a landslide.
The states that he did carry were Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Kentucky, and Tennessee. So a pretty strange assortment.
Well, remember, the parties are still are very much national at this period. They don't become regional until the next election.
Yeah, although you still see that Whig strength in New England, although they don't win the whole thing. But yeah, that's odd election. I guess it looks like the Free Soil Party may have cost him a lot of electoral votes, but probably not enough to win the election.
It most certainly did. Much like the Know-Nothings are going to cost the Republicans a lot of votes. And the Democrats some too, but mostly Republicans when you get to 1856. I got to rate Scott an F, really. He's actually one of the worst presidential candidates ever.
Yeah, I mean, because I guess we're not counting any of his military stuff because it's not strictly political.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, once again, if we're doing military, I'd be like S tier all the way.
Yeah, Scott was a great general. Unfortunately for him, military skill and political skill often do not go together.
We always think like if you're like a great general, of course you'll get elected. But Winfield Scott tells you, nope. In fact, you may get your ass kicked.
And he's absolutely a better general than any of the generals who have been elected.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Although, I mean, Taylor, Grant, and Eisenhower were all very good, of course.
And also even Washington, if we're talking about military skill, Winfield Scott clearly better than Washington on the battlefield.
Yes, definitely. Now, wait, do you think Winfield Scott's better than Garfield, Hayes, and Harrison, and Johnson? Because Andrew Johnson was a general as well.
I mean, maybe by a hair. I don't really know anything about the Gilded Age generals in terms of the presidents who became president. I mean, the generals who became president in the Gilded Age in terms of their military careers. But from what I understand, they were fairly junior.
Yes, Harrison technically never made general, but he did command a brigade and was a brevet general. Actually, probably, Hayes and Harrison both did very well as brigade commanders in the Civil War. In fact, I want to say Hooker praised Harrison's attack at Peachtree Creek as one of the finest he had ever seen in the conflict. Huh. That said, Garfield had a very good record too, but just not quite as impressive on the battlefield as Hayes and Harrison. So, no, I as far as guys who took to the battlefield, no jokers got elected president from the Civil War that I know of.
Well, even though we're not quite at the Civil War yet, in 1856, a guy who would go on to become a Civil War general ran for president and didn't quite make it. John C. Fremont.
Yeah, and he commanded troops in the Mexican War as well, and he invaded California, although there wasn't much fighting for him to do.
Yeah, this
So
guy's
John
had
C.
a
Fremont,
very bizarre career, but fascinating.
he does, a charismatic hero. Uh, when he takes over, the Democrats are already coming undone as they had taken heavy losses in the House in 1854. And a lot of that has to do with the a lot of that has to do with the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which Stephen Douglas had shepherded through, and that ends the Missouri Compromise. Now states will have popular sovereignty. They will vote whether or not to be free or slave. Douglas's idea is let the people vote, that'll decide things. Douglas also behind closed doors was like, I know the majority of people don't want slavery, so this is a way to get rid of slavery. He kind of saw it as a crafty mechanism, if you will. That said, of course, it fails miserably, and it's going to wreck the Democratic Party in the North. The regional lines develop at this time. Now, of course, you have Millard Fillmore running for the Know Nothings, which is interesting because the Know Nothings, or more appropriately, I think a better thing to call them is the Nativist Party or the American Party. They're mostly known today as an anti-immigrant party. They're also a pro-worker party. Fillmore himself was not a nativist. But he was chosen anyway. But the Nativist Party splits over slavery in particular, but also anti-Catholic sentiment. So, for instance, the Nativist Party in Massachusetts was heavily anti-Catholic. The one in New Orleans downplayed it. And fun fact, the Nativists controlled New Orleans into the Civil War. So even though the party nationally was dead, it still had a lot of local power in various cities. One thing that did hurt Fremont in the race was that he was an abolitionist, although not as hardcore as somebody like Sumner, but he was. And what's the other thing too? Oh, he was painted and was seen to be friendly to feminism and temperance and socialism. He was also accused of being the free love candidate and the candidate of Catholicism. You know, I mean, how you like that for smears, huh? If you elect Fremont, he's going to ban booze, women can vote, workers will get some money, everybody can have sex, Catholics are all right, and slavery will be over.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound that bad as far as attack ads go.
Yeah, but, I mean, I kind of thought about that for a second. I'm like, okay, so, somebody in the reactionary right might look at that and be like, oh, look at all these progressive values. And they'll be like, they'll think that, like the advocacy for these was inevitably going to happen today. But look at them. Do we have temperance today? No.
We did socialism? At one point later.
No. I mean, Catholicism practically dead anyway. I'm just saying, that's why people talk about the right side of history. I'm like, yeah, the temperance people thought they were on the right side of history. And
they were wrong.
They were wrong. But remember what he said when alcohol was prohibited. The guy he declared alcohol is as dead as slavery because when slavery was over, the abolitionists, a lot of them moved to banning alcohol, which we'll get to with the Gilded Age. That's very important for understanding Gilded Age politics is the temperance issue. Anyway, Fremont is the head of a new party, and he does very well. He comes respectably close to winning. It would probably make a good argument, probably so, that he only lost because the Nativist Party gained 21% of the votes. The only reason we're not talking about their candidate is that was Millard Fillmore. He was already president, so we just don't want to bog ourselves down,
Yeah.
Anyway, what'd you think of Fremont?
Fremont's a fascinating guy. I think you're right that Fillmore cost him the election. And also, by the way, the fact that this vote got divided between these two candidates then left the door open for James Buchanan, who we concluded in our president's video was the worst president in American history. And I still stand by that, actually. I think he absolutely was the absolute worst. The drizzling shits, as it were.
Yes.
So, yeah, I don't know. Fremont was running in a tough situation. I don't know if he would have been able to prevent the Civil War, just because he clearly had a strong partisan position on most of the issues of the day. That being said, I think he'd have had a better shot than James Buchanan, who not only was incompetent and weak, but also seemed to not really care that things were falling apart.
Also, whenever Buchanan did get a spine, it was always in the service of the slave power, if you will. I mean, James Buchanan's a true doughface. Franklin Pierce was a doughface as well, but Franklin Pierce did have some of his own original ideas. Buchanan's just a tool.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if I was too kind to Fremont just because I found him really interesting. He also founds the Republican Party effectively. I put him at a B.
Interesting. I put him at an A because his strong showing, coming so close, really makes it that the Republican Party and not the Nativist Party will take the place of the Whigs. And that could have happened. I mean, the Nativists are very strong. They very easily could have been that party, not the Republicans.
That would be an interesting alternative history scenario.
Yeah, the case, of course, made is that the nativists tried to compromise on slavery, and the Republicans decided not to, and that's how the Republicans took over. And that definitely plays a part. But it also doesn't help the nativists put up Fillmore, who is not, doesn't actually, he's not as strong a candidate as they could have put up.
Right. Apparently, the official merger between the Know Nothings / Nativist and the Republicans was after Dred Scott in 1857. So if Dred Scott had occurred a couple years earlier and the party had been unified and Fremont was at the helm, then in that case he probably would have been president.
Yeah. But of course, what this also means is the Republican Party from here on out will become an anti-immigrant party. And while they won't go in... Yeah, they won't go into for the ferocity of the Nativist Party, but that anti-immigrant flavor is going to stay with the Republican Party from here on out. Hello?
I'm here. I'm good. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. You actually garbled for a minute there. But anyway, yeah, so that would be Fremont. So do you like my choice of A, or would you go lower?
I'm cool with A just because of how close he came. He basically founded a new party, which has lasted to this day. I think
I wouldn't say fair. Founded.
Well, first major figure to emerge.
Yeah,
on a ballot.
Oh, remember his slogan: "Free soil, free men, Fremont."
Pretty good one. Yeah,
it's easy.
I like Fremont. I wonder, what do you think would have happened if he had sought the nomination in 1860, or did he?
To my knowledge, he didn't. 1860, in some ways, became a quest for somebody who was more moderate. The idea they thought is that Fremont may have scared people away with his more overt support of abolition. Hence why you get a guy like Lincoln in there. But not just Lincoln. You also had Bates and Seward. Seward had given a few inflammatory speeches, but William Seward was like friends with Jefferson Davis, and he was generally seen as, on the slavery issue, Seward was more abolitionist than Lincoln, but he wasn't as abolitionist as Fremont, for instance. Seward is actually probably right in the middle of the party. Lincoln and Bates, Bates, who was out of Missouri, those really were the two picks for the people who said, yes, we oppose slavery. We just don't want an abolitionist on the ticket. If you were an abolitionist, of course, you backed Solomon P. Chase in 1860, who would later go on to be Lincoln's Secretary of Treasury, and tried to replace Lincoln on the ticket in 1864 in a very bungled affair.
Right. Well, next up is yet another Civil War general. He was the vice president under James Buchanan, and then he ran for president in 1860. I'm talking, of course, about John C. Breckinridge.
You want to go to the Breck? I was going to do Douglas, but yeah, we can do Breck, man.
Well, I just have him listed as Breck, Bell, Douglas.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna make sure I got that adjusted accordingly here. So 1860, the parties are now, of course, collapsing. One has to understand why we're going to have two Democrats running. Here's the short version. The Democratic Party will splinter at a convention in Charleston. The man who leads the charge on that is William Yancey. Yancey, I believe, is one of the underappreciated figures of American history. Could make the case that Yancey really is the author of Southern secession and Civil War. Yancey's idea was that if they could split the Democratic Party, that would create a political crisis that could then lead to secession, with Yancey believing that secession had to start in South Carolina because South Carolina is the most extreme state. But also Yancey believed that if you got a bunch of Southerners to meet together to decide whether or not to secede, like from all the Southern states, it would fail. But if you get one state to leave, that'll lead to a chain reaction. The only reason we don't talk about Yancey so much is that once the Confederacy is founded, Yancey has almost no role in the government because Jefferson Davis doesn't like him, thinks he's nuts. But actually causing the Confederacy to happen, causing secession to happen, Yancey's one of the pivotal figures of the era. Anyway, Yancey stages a walkout. John C. Breckinridge of Kentucky is going to be put up. Now, Breckinridge was Buchanan's vice president. Breckinridge didn't want to be VP, by the way. He actually campaigned for Lynn Boyd of Kentucky to be the VP pick, not Breckinridge. And Breckinridge didn't even want to be president in 1860. He gets convinced by people like Jefferson Davis to stay on because what they were hoping is that if Breckinridge stayed, it would cause Douglas to drop out and they could have a new convention and pick somebody else. So I can make a case out of all the major party candidates, Breckinridge is easily one of the 3 or 4 least willing we've ever seen. Although we're going to get to the least willing in a few years. He's coming up. He actually weeps when he gets nominated. But anyway, Breckinridge in this case doesn't really want the nomination. This ploy completely fails. Breckinridge's campaign in that sense makes no sense. I mean, if the whole point of him is to make Douglas leave, he doesn't make Douglas leave, so all he does is split Democrats. As far as when the Civil War starts, Breckinridge is in an odd position. He doesn't endorse secession, and he openly said the Confederacy was going to lose. But he very, very much opposes Lincoln's measures. And Breckinridge did not go south to become a Confederate general until he was warned that he was about to be arrested, which he was. They were going to arrest him. Over nothing, essentially. Breckinridge flees, becomes a Confederate general, fights in a variety of battles like Shiloh, Stones River, Chattanooga, New Market. Pretty successful Confederate general, and then Confederate Secretary of War at the end of the conflict. Very successful in that as well. I don't know. Breckinridge is one of the most, to me, one of the most likable men of the era. He was smart, charismatic, great speaker, very brave, hard drinker. His men loved him partially because he wasn't an asshole to them. I think he was known for saying that his soldiers were not mere dregs, but they were gentlemen and should be treated as such. Very, very popular with the men. And it isn't like Breckinridge. Breckinridge is not like a fire eater who's like, I can't wait for the Southern Confederacy to happen. This is one of those men is actually in many ways forced into it just because they're going to arrest him. And I think it's pretty fucked up. I mean, it was a sign of paranoia at the time too. Anyway, what do you think of Breckinridge?
Breckinridge, interesting campaign. I did not realize that he came a lot closer to winning the White House than Douglas. Because the electoral vote, he was the real threat to Lincoln, not Douglas. Douglas got a lot more of the popular vote at around 29% to Breckinridge's 18%, but Douglas only carried one state. Breckinridge pretty much won what would later become the Confederacy, which I guess considering he didn't really run much of a campaign is pretty impressive.
Yeah, he really didn't run much of a campaign. That is true.
So I guess a lot of the people who were voting for him assumed that he was pro-secession when in reality he was not so hot on the topic.
Right. It's kind of funny because, Breckinridge's position as a Confederate general and running as like a Southern Democrat would make anybody with a cursory glance think that, oh, we're dealing with like an extreme pro-slavery, pro-secession guy, which he's not. But I think to Breckinridge's discredit, he allowed himself to be a pawn of other political operatives in the Democratic Party.
So you think that maybe his political IQ wasn't necessarily that high, even if he was good at the retail politics?
He was good at he was very good at retail politics, very good at winning people over. And I mean, when I say good at retail politics, here's a fun story from the Civil War in 1865 when he's with Johnston, when Joseph E. Johnston is trying to surrender to Sherman. And Sherman gave Johnston generous surrender terms. One of the reasons they think that is because Breckinridge was there and gave him some whiskey, some bourbon. And that Sherman got progressively more tipsy as the negotiations went on. This also led them to leave after the thing. Johnston was impressed with Sherman and said, "Oh, Sherman wasn't too bad to us." Breckinridge said, "That's true, but that man's no gentleman. He's a hog. Look how much whiskey he drank. He didn't even share it with us." Because it's true. When he gave him the whiskey, Sherman didn't hand it back. He kept drinking from it.
Jesus.
So it's weird. I don't see Breckinridge as some great political strategist by any means, but he does seem to have been very effective at retail politics. And I mentioned a little anecdote because, he looked at Sherman and said, this guy could use a drink, and maybe that'll get us better terms, right? Or at least, it can't hurt us, right?
Well, yeah, not a bad thought, really.
Yeah. So no, I would I do, however, think his presidential candidacy. I mean, if you've got somebody running who really doesn't want to be running and it's all a ploy that doesn't work anyway, that just stinks of F to me.
Yeah, he's hard to rate. I mean, if you're talking about results to effort ratio, he might be the greatest of all time because he did nothing and came pretty close. So he ran the campaign that Biden's often accused of running.
To be fair, though, this is the era, especially post Winfield Scott, there became much less active campaigning by candidates.
Yeah.
So
and I guess that's where intentionality comes into play too, because it doesn't look like he wanted to be there, and he was used as a pawn in a game for secession, a game that he really didn't want to play, but ended up playing anyway, and rather successfully. And I would argue Stephen A. Douglas played into the hands of Breckinridge's handlers by saying a vote for Breckinridge is a vote for secession. Apparently the entire South saw Breckinridge on the ticket and said, "Yes, please," to secession.
Quite a few did for sure. It was somebody said that, even Lincoln really isn't running his own campaign, right?
Right.
But I go with an F for Breckinridge. I mean, the entire scheme fails miserably.
Yeah, he's hard to rate. There are a couple of these guys I find hard to rate because I'm not sure what they were trying to accomplish. The other one we'll get to eventually is George Wallace. I'll go with you on this one. I mean, you know this period a lot better than I do. I was basing it primarily on the results that he got, so I was actually thinking a C or a D, but considering that he actually didn't even want to run, yeah, I think F's fine for that.
Yeah.
All right.
Did he take... Wait, tell me real quick. Did he take Delaware?
Yes, 9 Confederate states and also Maryland and Delaware.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, keep it in mind, Delaware was a slave state, although there were very few slaves there. Delaware even had a secession convention meet up and did send troops to the Confederacy, although they never formed a Delaware unit. They just formed companies in various Maryland and Virginia units. So just a little thing worth pointing out there with Delaware.
Delaware is now the corporate state, so it kind of still is a slave state in many ways. Next up is John Bell, another guy who's kind of hard to figure out a little bit.
Yeah, leader of the Tennessee Whigs. He joined the Nativist Party, but was not on the anti-Catholic thing, really. Very much a unionist, perfectly fine with slavery, but certainly no fire eater. He just did not support secession. One could John Bell's definitely the last gasp of the Southern Whig. He didn't take a stand on the slavery issue, which drew a lot of mockery. And he was seen in the South as the old man's candidate. And that's an important thing to keep in mind, too. Your people who are in the South who are backing secession tend to be younger. Your older political types were not as sold on secession. And he was kind of seen as like, in the South, he was seen as like, hey, if you're one of these, like, if you're like a coward who wants to be like, kick the can down the road, vote for Bell. But his idea was his candidacy would force the election to the House of Representatives, where Bell hoped that his position as a compromise man would allow him to become president, as well as his old Whig connections. And Bell was making moves behind closed doors to set himself up for a House victory. So he's definitely got a strategy he's implementing. And of course, in the border states, he's quite successful, taking Tennessee, Kentucky, and Virginia, which should be noted are all three states that are going to send a lot of troops to both the North and the South during the conflict.
Yeah, I think when we were talking earlier, I proposed the possibility that maybe had the Civil War been kicked down the road, that John Bell might have pointed the way to sort of a third political party, which was a regional party for the Upper South.
Maybe. It's telling, though, that when the war comes, John Bell, who had opposed secession, will end up backing the Confederacy, but for him purely as a defensive measure. But this is actually quite bad for him because his old Whig political allies, especially the ones in East Tennessee, reject him completely. But his new friends, if you will, in the Confederacy don't trust him because he was seen as such a pro-Union candidate.
So I guess back then, state identity trumped ideology pretty much every time.
Yeah. It should also be noted that he was very much a hated man in the Democratic Party because he had originally allied with Jackson, then rejected him. Battled various Democrats, including Polk in particular. So, and he was the leader of the Tennessee Whigs for a long time. So not a minor political figure at all. So that is also telling that when he's backing the Confederacy, and the Confederacy was definitely more popular with Democrats in the South than it was with Whigs. He really was. I mean, they were not going to like or trust him. They could not forget those old political battles for sure. I don't know if he really had the capacity to create his own party. I'm not even sure what kind of party infrastructure he had, but it's one of the oddest political runs of any major candidate. I mean, this is a man who's specifically running with the strategy of, we're going to shoot this thing to the House. The issue that's tearing the country up, I'm not going to talk about it. Right? We're just going to keep the Union going. It's a very vague candidacy. He was mocked severely, people North and South, by the way. But I would say maybe even turned in a better performance than they expected. And, of course, he won 3 states.
Yeah. So he technically did better than Stephen A. Douglas in terms of electorally.
Yes, very true. Very true.
He's an interesting candidate, that's for sure. I would probably rate him as an E, but again, it's kind of difficult because I don't know exactly what he's hoping to accomplish here.
Well, of course, he was hoping to become president of the House of Representatives. That's what he's trying to accomplish. He wants to throw the election to the House.
Oh. I mean, I guess they came relatively close-ish to doing that.
I think he did. I give him a D, honestly. It was a pretty good effort, considering.
Yeah, I mean, not quite as clever as what Burr tried to do. I can go with a D for him. And finally, the more famous of the 3 unsuccessful candidates of 1860, Stephen A. Douglas.
Right, Mr. Popular Sovereignty himself. We could say the split of the Democratic Party began before Yancey staged the walkout in Charleston, with the fact that Douglas and Buchanan hated each other, and Buchanan backed the fraudulent Lecompton Constitution, and Douglas did not. And they got into an actual full-blown shouting match in the White House, where I think, if I'm not mistaken, Buchanan told Douglas, like, I am the head of the Democratic Party, and as Andrew Jackson showed, if you oppose the head of the party, you'll be ousted. And Douglas apparently just yelled, Jackson is dead.
Which is a good point.
It is a good point.
That's why I always hate when people try to invoke dead figures as proof of the rightness of their position, why you can't argue back with them. Like, well, maybe that was true when that person was alive, but they're not here now, are they?
Look, all I know is that if you invoke to me the greatest politicians of all time, that being Caligula and King Charles II of England, I'll agree with you on those. Those are men I look up to, okay?
And Elagabalus.
But anyway, yeah, Elagabalus. Yes, Elagabalus. There we go. Those three. Caligula, Elagabalus, and Charles II of England. Well, so in many ways, the split is baked in the cake. The Charleston Convention chooses them. There's a walkout. You could argue that Douglas at this point probably, if he wanted the Democrats to win, should have thrown the towel in. But like you said, he said a vote for Breckinridge is a vote for secession. He realized very quickly he could not win. And he said, I cannot win this race, so I will go south. And he's the first one of these presidential candidates to actually do a major public speaking tour as part of his candidacy. But his candidacy isn't vote for Douglas. I mean, it is part, but a lot of it is vote for me to save the Union, to keep the Union together. He faces hostile crowds, death threats. Interestingly enough, the man at his side is Alexander Hamilton Stevens, the future vice president of the Confederacy. By the way, was also friends with Lincoln.
Huh.
Now, I mentioned Stevens for this reason, too. When people talk about the Confederacy, they love quoting Stevens' cornerstone speech about slavery. That's not entirely unwarranted, of course, but it should be kept in mind one of the reasons Stevens gave that speech was a cold political calculation. Stevens, by backing Douglas, keep in mind, Stevens was a Southern Whig, but he backed Douglas in 1860. And Stevens, by being opposed to secession almost the last minute, made a speech like that simply to shore up his support in the Confederacy. Anyway, this is an epic speaking tour. It is a failure, but it's a very heroic moment, and I think speaks highly to Douglas in that regard because, I mean, he's one of the only people, one of the only major figures who says, secession and civil war are probably going to come if we can't stop it. And his effort, while futile, is, I don't know, it's respected. It's been called by some people like the finest moment in his career, including Alan Nevins, the great Civil War historian, who absolutely hated Stephen Douglas in his writings. But even he says this is Douglas's finest hour, is him going around the South, facing hostile crowds and saying, do not leave the Union. So trying to keep things together. As far as Douglas goes, of course, Douglas was one of these men who wanted to divorce morality from politics, and so believed you could almost like compromise your way through anything or, maneuver your way through anything. And of course, he was wrong. For a lot of people, and especially at certain times, morality cannot be taken out of politics. Anyway, Civil War comes. Douglas backs Lincoln and then dies soon after because of his bad health. So there you go. That's Stephen Douglas in a nutshell. And his candidacy is interesting because he's not spending it running for president. He's spending it trying to prevent a civil war, which happens anyway. What do you think?
I think it's interesting, the dynamic of the race where Breckinridge has a lot of states that he ends up winning, but he's not campaigning. Douglas is campaigning in those states trying to undermine Breckinridge. So Breckinridge doesn't want to be president. Stephen Douglas is actually helping him in that regard by campaigning against him. And also, the one thing I do find perplexing about Douglas' strategy is that I think Breckinridge and Bell proposed that all three of them lay down their candidacies, reconvene, and nominate someone entirely different to run against Lincoln, and Douglas shot down that proposal. Would you say that's because he figured whoever they put up would be pro-slavery, or what's the reason exactly?
That's hard to tell. On the one hand, is it because Stephen Douglas is like, fuck you guys, I want to be president? That's part of it, right? It's got to be pride.
Yeah.
He may have also believed that, hey, is this thing going to be rigged in favor of a Southerner? The thing with Douglas is that Douglas was sometimes the North accused of being a doughface. He was not. That's really what's proved by the Lecompton Constitution. Because if he was a true doughface like James Buchanan, he would have accepted the Lecompton Constitution, but he didn't. because he knew it was fraudulent. And he essentially goes to Buchanan and says, you can't support this Constitution. This is a mockery of popular sovereignty, which the Democratic Party has staked its future on. So, you know, I mean, it's a dilemma. There is some of that has to, of course, be personal pride. But I also think that Douglas thinks whoever they put up would have been, I think would have been a disaster, probably. And especially after Yancey had done the whole pullout thing. And keep in mind, there were people who tried to stop Yancey. There were Southerners who tried to stop Yancey. Fun fact, Davis was almost put up as a compromise candidate. Actually, probably would have been Jefferson Davis put up. Put up by guess who? Benjamin Butler.
Huh.
Yeah,
oh, yeah
Benjamin Butler
is a Democrat, and a pretty major one, too.
Yeah, don't worry, he'll become a Democrat after the Civil War at one point as well. You know, Butler loved switching parties. But yeah, Butler was like Jeff Davis fanboy number one in 1860, 61. However, by the end of the Civil War, Butler's saying, we got to hang Jeff Davis.
Damn, I didn't know Butler was that changeable.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, I mean, Butler definitely had certain standards and beliefs, but yeah, he could switch parties quite a bit. Same thing with Nathaniel Banks, the Union general, who also was the first Republican Speaker of the House.
Huh.
Anyway, he switched over to be a Democrat at one point. So, I don't know. The Douglas candidacy to me is the hardest one to rate in some ways. He's kind of dooming himself by staying in, but I get why he's staying in. He's doing something that's hopeless but heroic. And more than any of these four people, he to me really sees that the Civil War is on the horizon. Lincoln, of all these four, probably Lincoln was the one who least understood that. Lincoln straight up said, the South's just bluffing, fuck them. And Douglas apparently was trying to make a personal plea to Lincoln, being like, hey, I know we used to be enemies, but let me explain something to you. The South is dead serious about what's going on here. So I don't know. He's a hard one. What do you think, man?
Yeah, I guess this is where intentionality comes into play. If we're talking about just running a successful campaign, Stephen A. Douglas would have to be an F, because his strategy was designed to fail, and he succeeded at failing. God, I don't know. I mean, what he did was noble, but ultimately it did fail. It did not prevent the Civil War. Actually, I think he probably would have been better off accepting the proposal that all three anti-Lincoln candidates lay down their candidacies and nominate a new person. I think that would have probably been the better path, but then again, at this point, I don't think the secessionists were willing to be appeased. I mean, Yancey was hell-bent on causing a crisis.
Right, and you know, I guess I'm just following Summers' lead on this, but you know, had the whole discussion about when's the Civil War inevitable. I mean, I know one guy who says the Constitution makes it inevitable, but Summers said Lecompton Constitution. I agree with him. I believe that's when the war is inevitable.
So, 1856, 57?
1857.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lecompton. I mean, of course, the Yancey walkout and John Brown's raid are crucial in making sure it happens in 1860, but by 1857, I think it's inevitable.
Yeah, he has a hard one to rate. Extraordinarily important, but I don't know if his political calculation was necessarily the best.
I don't think it was either. And I don't necessarily want to call him a tragic figure because, you know, he was a political operative and opportunist. And I'd say judgment of history, if you will, is quite varied. He, of course, would score particularly low points right now because of his use of race baiting tactics against Lincoln, which Lincoln went for essentially. Like, you know, Lincoln straight up was making speeches in the senatorial race about, like, look, black people are inferior, trust me. You know, I remember David Blight, historian, who they put his lectures up on YouTube, or not YouTube, some video thing one time. He said one of the most disheartening things ever is he had a history professor who said, okay, kids, I know y'all love Lincoln. Go find me racist Lincoln quotes. And he said, I found them. Because there's plenty of them. Yeah, some of that had to do with fighting Douglas, but of course, Lincoln was not abolitionist.
Well, he's
He was
also a man of
anti-slave,
his era. He grew up in
man of his era. But I'm just
period
saying
where that was just the standard view that people held.
a lot of things. But what I mean with that is that when I say Lincoln's not an abolitionist, he is anti-slavery. However, I have trouble figuring out if Stephen Douglas is truly anti-slavery. If he is, it's by the narrowest of margins. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
I think it's clear he didn't want the Democratic Party to become a single-issue party centered around slavery, but I don't know if that necessarily makes him an abolitionist.
I think he just really screws up a popular sovereignty, but he was thinking that Jacksonian thing was like, let the people decide, right? It's like, well, you're forgetting the moral dimension to this. And when I say the moral dimension, I don't necessarily mean in a right and wrong sense. I just mean that people have moral feelings about politics. But also, popular sovereignty means you get the fraudulent Lecompton Constitution. You get a guy like Yancey saying that all states need to be slave states if we're going to survive, right?
Right.
I mean, anyway, I have a very hard time rating Douglas in general. He's, to me, one of the enigmas of American history and definitely of the Civil War era. So I guess maybe I'd split the difference. Maybe go like a C or a D?
I'm feeling a C for him. I
Okay.
like C.
All right, I'm down.
Yeah, and of all the ones we've done so far, this is the one I feel by far the least confident in.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's a weird race. He's not running to win.
Yeah.
At all. But he's actively running.
Right. I mean, he's more actively running than anybody else in the race.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he is clearly trying to undermine his own candidacy while running. Pretty unique, actually. I can't think of any other situation like that in American history.
Well, don't everybody, we're now in the Civil War.
Yep, guns are a-blazing.
Guns are a-blazing. I don't want to ruin it for you, but the North's going to win this one, all right?
I mean, are you sure? I mean, it's only 1864. I don't think it's over yet, man. I know the South's on the ropes, but they still have that defensive advantage.
Hey, you ever saw that movie, Near Dark, the vampire movie?
No.
I think maybe I mentioned that to you, but Near Dark has one of the greatest lines ever in a vampire movie where the guy's asking Lance Henriksen, who's like the old vampire, he's like, how old are you? And Lance Henriksen just says, well, I fought for the South. We lost. That's all he said.
That last video.
Oh, I did? I'm sorry, I did. Anyway, great line. Anyway, so now we're at George Brenton McClellan, the young Napoleon, Little Mac.
Yeah, I like Little Mac better.
You like Little Mac better? It does remind me of what? What's the game? A Punch Out. Remember with Mike Tyson?
Yeah. Also, Little Mac has been put into all the Smash Brothers games that are out now for Wii U and Switch and the newer Nintendo consoles.
Great, love Little Mac. Okay, so McClellan was a young officer. He's an officer in the Mexican-American War. He served in Scott's staff, did well. He didn't do as well as Lee or Beauregard, but he did very well. He famously went to the Crimean War and saw the siege of Sevastopol, which really affected his military thinking. He was a Democrat, a war Democrat, though. Made commander of all the armies, gifted strategist and organizer, not the best tactician in the world, to put it mildly. His Peninsula campaign is the right way to take Richmond, but of course it fails. There's all these arguments. I mean, the arguments have kind of come back, really, because if I think about it, 30, 40 years ago, people were almost unanimous in their dislike of McClellan. Now there's like a whole like McClellan revival of sorts going on, or at least a reassessment. But somebody earlier told me that in these Civil War chats, people get accused of being McClellanites if you defend McClellan.
Huh.
Yeah, no. But my view is that McClellan was a general of very considerable gifts and considerable weaknesses, but it must always be kept in mind that a lot of the weaknesses have to do with politics. He's a war Democrat who is vehemently opposed to abolition. So, of course, the Republicans, and especially the radical Republicans, do not like this guy. Now, 1864, McClellan maneuvers himself to run for president. He first starts off with a speech he gives at West Point, which is apparently very well received. The Democratic Convention in Chicago is deadlocked between the War Democrats and the Peace Democrats. The problem, of course, is that even if the War Democrats nominate somebody and they win the presidency, they can only win if the war is going poorly. The War Democrat argument was that, of course, we want the war to be won. We just don't like Lincoln's suspension of habeas corpus, and we don't like abolition of slavery. We want to preserve the Union and remake the Union as it was, not something new. However, at the same time, your peace Democrats are like, this war is bullshit. A lot of them are dough faces, of course. Some of them are just straight up honest God peace advocates. Other ones are like, well, racist. To have a racist bend to them is pretty common as well. Well, they got to do a compromise at Chicago. So what happens is the War Democrats get their choice of George McClellan. The Peace Democrats, though, get to write the platform. And party platforms, really important back then. Well, McClellan becomes the first man ever to renounce his party's own platform. He says, I'm here to win the war, not find peace. Read numerous Confederate accounts, so they said when they read that, they knew it was over. They were hoping to be a Peace Democrat nominated, not a War Democrat. Now, of course, a variety of people will still say, McClellan was a peace candidate. People who only have surface knowledge of the Civil War. I have been told that some people were like, well, he would have signed a peace anyway. No, he wouldn't. McClellan is stubborn. And also, McClellan wants to be seen as a great hero in the mold of George Washington, a great general and a great statesman. And a great statesman does not oversee the dismemberment of the country. So this idea that McClellan's a secret peace candidate, total hogwash. McClellan is there to win the war. And I would honestly say that with his nomination, the Confederacy's goose is cooked. But of course, he was also nominated around the time Atlanta fell. Anyway, the popular vote total wasn't too far off, but in the Electoral College, McClellan was pretty much smashed to pieces. By the way, they figured out very quickly he was going to be smashed to pieces too. There wasn't like, I'm going to say there weren't a bunch of people sitting around being like, oh no, man, this could be a close race, you know?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair to McClellan, most of the states that would have voted for him in a normal year were currently in rebellion or in, I guess, pre-Reconstruction, so none of them were voting.
Right.
So there were no safe states for McClellan. He still won 45% of the popular vote, though. Well, I guess he won Kentucky.
He won 3 safe states.
Kansas,
Kentucky was
Nevada,
going to go for McClellan.
West Virginia. No, wait, never mind.
Kentucky went hard for McClellan.
Although very low turnout.
Oh yeah, very low turnout. But yeah, no, Kentucky went hard for McClellan, of course. And McClellan's from New Jersey, so he was able to secure that one. And also, Delaware was one of your more conservative states. That was not a big surprise there. That being said, there were some close margins in several places.
Yeah, it's actually, the more I think about it, the more I think it's actually impressive he came as close as he did, given that many people in the North thought that his party had caused the war, and then most of the states that backed that party were not voting.
Right.
And also, I think Lincoln made a huge mistake sidelining McClellan in New Jersey for 2 years after he relieved him. He should have sent him out some random outpost in the West and then given him some vague responsibilities that would keep him busy if he wanted him to not run for office.
Or just some other military command, but...
Put him in the Trans-Mississippi. No one will hear from him again, and he'll be busy. The hatred of McClellan, though, was so intense. And also, you say Trans-Mississippi, no way Lincoln does that. Because the Louisiana was seen as a test bed for Reconstruction. There's a reason Nathaniel Banks gets sent to Louisiana, because Lincoln thinks he's an able politician who can handle a thorny political situation. So Banks is very much a political general in Louisiana, right? I guess you could send him to Missouri, but your problem then is, oh my God, this is Missouri. They're fighting a civil war all their own. Well, I guess one good thing about McClellan is because you have to cover some fairly vast distances in places like Missouri and Arkansas, and the logistics was difficult. One thing he was good at was logistics. And so in that theater, he might actually excel. He did well in the West Virginia campaign he launched, which was also fairly difficult logistically. So you'd actually play to his strengths. He'd be useful, but also the triumphs he'd win probably wouldn't get reported all that much because it's not a very highly populated area. So it's a win-win for Lincoln.
I guess Lincoln could have neutralized McClellan by maybe sending him to take Charleston.
Or that.
Right? I mean, the Charleston campaign is sometimes depicted as a backwater, and to be fair, it wasn't like a lot of soldiers were there compared to other armies, but I don't think it was a backwater campaign. They got a lot of ships involved. It's a major effort to take Charleston. But I don't know. I'll be honest. I read a bit about what McClellan was up to in 1863, and I kind of forgot. But understand, McClellan by that time was so thoroughly despised. And McClellan was offered military command in 1864, but it was vague. It was like, hey, are you willing to serve? And he essentially just resigned, as did Don Carlos Buell.
Well, apparently Grant was interested in re-employing McClellan, but then the War Department shot it down. Halleck and Lincoln weren't interested in McClellan, but Grant apparently was.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Grant thought, because Grant held McClellan and Buell, I don't want to say like in super high regard, but he was annoyed that Buell tried to claim total credit for Shiloh, but Grant always had this thing where he admired Halleck, Buell, and McClellan, who were kind of like the grand organizer strategist types of 1861. There was something about that type of general that Grant held in esteem. So yeah, he wanted to employ Buell and McClellan, but the War Department was not interested. That's how thoroughly they despise McClellan. They don't even want him to have a victory to his name.
Also, it's interesting, Grant apparently saw no merit in Rosecrans or Thomas, but he thought that Halleck, McClellan, and Buell were geniuses.
Oh, I'll be fair, though. I would not say he saw no merit in Thomas. All right? He would praise Thomas in public and in private. He just thought that Thomas was a slow and not offensive-minded, which was actually bullshit, but it was based on it was based more on personal feelings and experiences than an actual analysis of Thomas as a commander. So just being fair on that one. But yeah, Rosecrans, yeah. I mean, Grant thinks the best thing Rosecrans could do is shoot himself and just get it over with.
Yeah.
Now, anyway, 1864 is a little hard. McClellan's goose is cooked, but the moment he's nominated, Lincoln's already won.
Yeah,
essentially,
and
there's nothing
there's dissension within the party over the platform issue we were talking about earlier. The Peace Democrats versus the Copper, or I guess Peace Democrats were the Copperheads, and then the War Democrats. I don't know how the hell he got to 45%.
I think a lot of it is because the Democrats ran at that point not against the war, but against Lincoln's handling of the war, especially things like suspension of habeas corpus, shutting down newspapers that printed things unfavorable to the administration, which honestly people did not like, and so they were able to keep a variety of war Democrats in the fold. I would also say that our exalted view of Lincoln comes from the fact that he dies when he dies. But if you really look at Lincoln before his death, that is a thoroughly, people think he's a country bumpkin. The radicals think that he's soft on slavery and black rights. Other people think he's actually like an abolitionist in sheep's clothing. A lot of Lincoln's best base of support was not from party elites. And the number of intrigues to replace Lincoln in 1864, there are actually several people who tried to remove Lincoln from the candidacy in 1864. Butler makes a last-minute effort. His own Secretary of the Treasury, Chase, tries to do it. Fremont tried to threaten him as well. Anyway, you get my drift.
Right, I mean, he was vulnerable, and apparently Fremont was going to run as a radical Democrat, but then he dropped out after he learned that McClellan wanted to preserve the Union but with slavery. So he said, all
Yeah.
right, fuck that, let's just let Lincoln have another term.
But Fremont did something very intelligent, though, too. His price for pulling out of the race was that Lincoln would remove Montgomery Blair as postmaster general. Montgomery Blair came from a very powerful political family. Blair was like when Lincoln chose Blair, it was actually for postmaster. At the time, it was more like the Blairs were showing they supported Lincoln. And Blair was kind of Lincoln's unofficial advisor. He's actually one of the few men Lincoln would dine with one-on-one. Blair, by the way, was a big McClellan supporter. Anyway, the reason they want Blair there is that Blair was contentious. The radicals didn't like him because he definitely was not an abolitionist. That said, Blair was actually an early supporter of the Emancipation Proclamation but strictly as a war measure. So anyway, just Montgomery Blair, I think, is the most interesting man in Lincoln's cabinet. But yeah, Fremont's price was Blair's thrown under the bus.
That's a pretty low price.
Yeah, I mean, you get rid of a person in the cabinet who is opposed to the radical Republicans, and somebody who dines with Lincoln one-on-one. I mean, you could say a low price, maybe it was, but it definitely, I see the thinking behind it. And to be fair, Lincoln's cabinet by the time 1865 rolls around is the radicals have had some success, is what I'm saying. Whereas his 1861 cabinet, I can see why radical Republicans are wary of Lincoln. He had surrounded himself with moderates and conservatives mostly.
Right.
At least within the party factions, that is.
Well, so I guess for McClellan, the key problems were he's a wartime candidate. He kind of more or less agrees with Lincoln on the grand strategy of the war by this point, and based on the way that Grant has disposed his armies, there's not really much that McClellan can change because the die has been cast. So it's not as if you can turn to this military strategist and he can really change things in a meaningful way at this point.
Hell, Grant's doing what McClellan did,
Yeah.
inching around Richmond.
It's a similar strategy. These are all permutations of Scott's Anaconda Plan. They all believe in it, more or less. Politically, he also agrees with Lincoln that it has to result in a victory for the Union. So, yeah, it's hard to make a compelling case. I was a failed general. You should trust a war to me because I still know more about military affairs than Lincoln. That's not really much of a campaign.
I'm down with an F. What do you think?
I was thinking of being a little more generous just because of... I don't know how he got to 45%. I mean, other than the fact that the war was unpopular, he doesn't... None of his states are available. He's running without a territory. I mean, he's running... he's with a party in exile, effectively. I don't know how the hell he got as high as he did. So
make him an E and call it a day.
Yeah, I'd say an E. And I think you were right, though. Sherman won the 1864 election. For all practical intents and purposes.
Yeah, no, definitely Sherman.
He was the kingmaker.
All right, do we have any super chats or not really right now?
We don't right now. Yeah, let's see. There were a few people asking about a couple people who won't be showing up, including Pat Buchanan, who did not make the 10% threshold.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's go. If we don't have anything, let's go to 1868.
Okay, Horatio Seymour.
Yes, the real power of New York, if you will. A war Democrat, but of course did not support emancipation or civil rights for blacks. In fact, made it his duty to ensure blacks did not get the right to vote in New York until it was forced on them by I want to say, is the 14th or 15th Amendment that does that. I forget the one, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, the 13th Amendment in slavery, of course. But anyway.
I didn't know that about Seymour.
Yeah, no. Seymour was... When the Civil War starts, only 5 states in the North allow black men to vote. And Seymour is very much one of those guys who's like, that will never happen on my watch. Well, it does because of the amendment. Seymour was seen as a Democratic Party leader very early on. He had avoided being picked in 1856, 1860, and 1864. One little weird fact about 1868, by the way. Solomon P. Chase was one of the candidates to be nominated by the Democrats, which is a weird choice because he's a Republican. But he was a Republican who did not agree with how Reconstruction was being carried out, constitutionally and about corruption issues as well. And that's going to play a part in the nomination in the Horace Greeley campaign that we'll get to eventually. Anyway, the story of Seymour getting the nomination in 1868 is one of the greatest ever. He doesn't want it. He repeatedly tells the Democrats at the convention, I don't want it. It is literally forced on him. When that happens, he breaks down and cries. So there we have it. This is the least willing presidential candidate for a major party in all of American history. This man cried in front of everybody when they said, you will be running for president.
Oh, my God.
And when I say he turned down the nomination, I want to say he turned it down 3 times before they essentially... They're not physically doing it, but they're rhetorically grabbing by the collar and being like, look, motherfucker, you're running.
Yeah, he didn't want to run. His excuse for not wanting to run is that he was the party chair and he thought it would be inappropriate. So it'd be as if the Democrats had met and then they put Tom Perez on the ticket after literally forcing him to take it.
Tom Perez cries in front of everybody.
I don't know if he would do that. I mean, if Cory Booker were the DNC chair, he would cry. But he cries a lot anyway.
What's Booker up to lately anyhow?
I don't know. Being a senator from New Jersey and... I don't know.
Probably trying to suck his own dick. Anyway, so...
Intense yoga for that, obviously.
Yeah, definitely, man. So anyway, the 1868 race is infamous for the amount of racism deployed. It's been considered the most overtly and aggressive racist campaign of all time. But that was mostly Seymour's running mate, Blair. Not Montgomery Blair, but Francis Blair. Fun thing about Blair, he was a Union general, and Grant and Sherman liked him. He was one of the... Blair was very important in forming war Democrats who were loyal to Lincoln, if you will, very early on in Missouri. So that's what he owes his position to the fact that he came from a politically connected family, one of the most powerful families in America. He played a key role in keeping Missouri in the Union. And it actually happens to be that he's one of the most successful of the political generals. Sherman, in particular, had a high opinion of Blair. Well, they choose Blair as a running mate because, on the one hand, this successful general, and on the other hand, he is vehemently opposed to the way Reconstruction is being carried out. So Blair is making a lot of racist speeches. A lot of his history books say these speeches didn't go over well and hurt Blair. I'm going to get to that. Hurt the Democrats. I'll get to that in a sec, though. But so much so that Seymour becomes one of the first presidential candidates to actually tour the nation and campaign, although lightly compared to people in the future. He did this because allowing Blair to do the campaigning had apparently backfired. Remember, that was a common tactic back then. You would sit in the back, your VP would do the active stump speeches. That said, it's debatable if the Blair thing actually failed because 1868 election was surprisingly close. I'm going to say surprisingly close. I know that in the Electoral College, Grant did well, but the Democrats way overperformed. And to be fair, it's a very fraudulent election. Both parties use a lot of tricks and violence, especially in the South. And there was a federal investigation because Seymour won New York, which seems kind of goofy because you're like, wait a second, that's like his home state. He's the most powerful Democrat in the state, right?
Right.
But what it really was the Grant administration it wasn't so much a case of like, oh my God, you tried to do fraudulent elections, but it's more of like, let's use this as a way to smear the Democrats even further. This is the first election, by the way, where Irish immigrants were important, and they do turn out for Seymour in large numbers. Yeah, 1868. Some people consider it one of the worst presidential elections of all time, just because you have the racism deployed by Blair, and then you have the fact that there is so much fraud being committed by both sides. This is really when you're getting into like Gilded Age politics as we think of it, which is rather negative. And to be fair, American politics already had some pretty fucked up stuff before. I mean, hiring gangs to threaten your opponents was a pretty common tactic in the cities like New York City, New Orleans. New Orleans in 1858 almost had a civil war in the streets between the two political parties.
Yeah, apparently the race issue revolved around the idea of testing voters for their, quote, fitness to vote. And you can imagine the kinds of things which were said in support of different arguments around that. But just to give you a taste of what Blair actually said, I have an exact quote. He was attacking Grant.
Wait. Are you gonna be fine doing this on YouTube, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I mean this one won't. This one doesn't say anything, use any words which will get anything banned or whatever.
Gotcha.
Grant passed an order during the Civil War, General Order 11, that many people consider anti-Semitic. So Blair went on the stump talking about that, and also raising the specter of, quote, a semi-barbarous race of blacks who are worshippers of fetishes and polygamists. I don't know where he got the idea that black people were doing polygamy in the 1860s from, but...
Well, he got it from Africa with the African kings and chieftains who have, like, multiple wives. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, I mean, white people were Christians, and a lot of the kings in the Bible had more than one wife. There's not really much of an argument, is it?
Sir, how dare you try to include nuance and historical backgrounds here and bring up somebody like King Solomon? How dare you, sir? Okay.
I think Solomon should always be on the ballot.
Hey, man, you also had that idea back then that blacks are oversexed kind of thing. I mean, the word miscegenation was invented in the 1864 campaign, and one of the pieces of literature used in the 1864 campaign was like a black man kissing a white woman. And in the case of Lincoln, they called him like King Africanus and stuff, right? So, yeah. So there we go. This race shocked people that not the Democrats lost. Everybody knew that was going to happen, but that they did so well comparatively.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're running against a war hero. The Republicans had effectively won the war. Most of the Democrat states were offline. And after this, I wonder how much fuel escaped to the idea of a radical reconstruction, the idea that people like Seymour and Blair needed to be reformed. Either that or they came a little closer than they thought they would.
Yeah, I think also radical reconstruction, I mean, there's many impetuses for it, but definitely one of them is the idea of that we can make this country a one-party nation. Like gaining political advantage, of course, is a big part of this too. Which was the argument people like Seymour would say is like black people voting, they'll just be bought off and stuff. Yeah. So anyway, but we'll get into that a little bit in the 1880s with some of the issues brought up there. But yeah, it's. Yeah, so there we go, everybody. This is one of the low points of American history, of American presidential history, 1868.
How would you rank Crying Horatio here?
It's a little tough. I mean, we have a guy who doesn't want to run. We have somebody who, for posterity, looks pretty bad from today's perspective. At the same time, though, he way overperforms.
Yeah.
I guess a D?
I was thinking, C or a D.
I mean, he's doing pretty good for a guy who wept when he was nominated.
Yeah, you would think he would have gotten completely wiped off the map if he was weeping because his party forced him to take up the nomination, but he put up a fairly respectable showing, despite all that.
Something else should be kept in mind, too. There was a belief amongst the Republicans that the Democratic Party was going to die, finally. And, Seymour showed that it had a pulse. So as far as a presidential run goes, it's not one of the worst ones in terms of keeping your party alive.
True. Now, he showed that there was still space for a second party. So I guess maybe the Republicans thought they were going to become the new Democratic Republican Party and have a generation-long run, and that didn't quite pan out for them.
There were actually many who were predicting just that at the time.
All right. Well, next up, we have another guy with an H name, Horace Greeley.
By the way, one thing I want to mention, one of the reasons why is because the Republicans figured every black person in the South will vote for us, right?
Right.
And once you take out the South, what do the Democrats have? But if there's one problem the Republicans have, it's that they maybe misunderstood the Democrats' ability to win immigrant voters over. And I mention that for a reason, because whenever somebody goes in 1868, the Republicans of today were Democrats, and Democrats, I'm like, no, they're not. The Democrats back then are definitely not a pro-black party. This party did not support abolition of slavery, right? But they're also a pro-immigrant party. The Republicans are not. The Republicans, if you're a nativist, you vote Republican. So, right? It's not as clear cut as what they're saying.
Right, no, that's true. Although, what I gather in later campaigns, both parties said that they were ostensibly against Chinese immigration.
Yes, although Republicans were the ones who really came out hard for that. The Republicans were... both parties did it, but the Republicans were definitely the ones who dabbled more in anti-Chinese rhetoric. As a way to keep California. That's what it was.
Ah.
Anyways, let's move on to one of the worst presidential runs of all time. 1872... Horace Greeley takes on Ulysses S. Grant.
Also interesting about 1872, the same year there was a minor candidate who was the first woman to ever run for president, Victoria Woodhull. So I think she might have taken away, 0.1% of the vote from Greeley, thus upsetting everything.
So Mr. Horace Greeley was, during the war, staunchly pro-union, favored emancipation. He was I want to say, was he the editor or the owner of the New York Tribune? I believe he was the owner.
Yes.
He coined the phrase, "Go West, young man."
He did.
Anyway, yes, he did. He is not a Democrat. He is a liberal Republican. The liberal Republicans were a faction of the Republican Party that was appalled by the corruption of the Grant administration. But your liberal Republicans, while appalled by the corruption of the Grant administration, do favor black equal rights. In fact, it could be argued in some ways, at least on their upper leadership, favored even more than Grant. So the Democrats, this is their last time the Democrats did not field a candidate. It's the last time. They will decide to back Greeley's run. I think this is one of the dumbest maneuvers in presidential political history, because Horace Greeley had spent decades as somebody who insulted Democrats. The New York Tribune, the most popular newspaper in America, arguably, definitely one of them, was a Republican newspaper. This literally is like if the Democrats right now decide the best way to beat Trump was to nominate Ted Cruz.
Or if they nominated Michael Bloomberg, which there were Democrats who voted for him.
This is true, but, I mean, try to think about nominating somebody. Okay, no, actually, I'm sorry. Ted Cruz isn't the right idea. No, Rupert Murdoch. They nominated Rupert Murdoch. That's what it's like.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh.
Let's get the head of Fox. Rush Limbaugh, even better. We're going to nominate Rush Limbaugh to take on Donald Trump. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, Greeley seems like a fairly ridiculous candidate to me. Reading about his background, I have no idea what the fuck they were thinking, whether we're talking about the liberal Republicans or the Democrats. I don't see what they thought they were going to accomplish with him at the helm.
It's an absolute disaster, man. It gets very confusing at the local level. People are like, am I voting Democrat? Am I voting liberal or Republican? They never quite figured that out because they never formed a true fusion. You've got guys like Beauregard who fucking hates Republicans and he endorses Greeley. And you're just, it's a cold political tactic for a guy like that. Greeley's takes the stump. He's quite bad at it. He gets labeled with a thing, what the Republicans say, like free love and free farms and all that. Also, Grant way out fundraises Greeley, and this is important. The Grant administration is really when corporations are coming into their own. Grant fully embraces the wealthy of America, like Stephen Jay Gould and the rest. They're dining with him all the time. So Grant is really your first corporate president, and I would actually argue 1872 is where the Republican Party becomes a rich man's party in many ways. Anyway. Yeah, it ends in a landslide. Grant fucking buries Greeley. A lot of Democrats don't even vote for Greeley because they're like, wait, you want me to vote for that guy who spent his whole career mocking us?
Yeah, and ironically, despite being a newspaper man who had written quite a few negative articles in his time, Greeley got absolutely annihilated by the Grant propaganda machine. The Republican machine accused Greeley of everything from treason to being a Klansman. And then the cartoonist Thomas Nast became a Grant supporter and caricatured Greeley into the dust.
Oh, God, Thomas Nast.
Yeah, there was a cartoon where Greeley is shaking hands with John Wilkes Booth over Lincoln's grave. And there's another one where Greeley shows up to the jail and pays the bail for Jeff Davis. So basically, they're bringing up the Civil War and saying that Greeley was, basically a doughface or a copperhead.
Which he's not, although the Jeff Davis one should be mentioned because Greeley was one of the men who supported don't prosecute him for treason, let him out of jail. It's a reconciliation measure. Okay? Now, I don't want to get into the intricacies of that. There's some debate that they didn't want to take Jeff Davis to court because they thought they'd make a martyr out of him. Keep that in mind, too. Jeff Davis was upset he didn't go to court. He wanted to go to court. He believed that in the court of law, he could make his case and kick ass. He was looking for it. So, funny enough, Jeff Davis was happy to be out of jail, but also a bit disappointed when they let him out. So,
yeah,
Greeley was...
like all these other assholes, Jeff Davis was a lawyer, so he thought that he was the best legal mind of all time.
Exactly. And, I mean, but the thing with Greeley, like shaking hands with John Wilkes Booth, absolute bullshit. I mean, that is such a slander against Greeley. I mean, Greeley was, like I said, for the end of slavery, pro-union the whole time. But, you get a guy like Beauregard supporting you, and you're like, oh, Beauregard, the man who fired the first shots of the Civil War, this guy Greeley is a fucking traitor. But, of course, never doubt the capacity for negative campaign ads, especially in the Gilded Age and the Reconstruction.
Yeah,
it's where you get some truly ridiculous shit.
Doesn't it start this whole trend of rehashing the Civil War every election for a while?
Yeah, they're going to do it for a few years. By the time you get to the mid-1880s, it's losing its luster, if you will. But yeah, it waved the bloody shirt, if you will, which is popular North and South.
Well, then with Greeley here, he also runs into some personal problems as the campaign wears on, which probably impacted him negatively. He had to break off the campaign trail on October 12th because his wife was ill, and she dies October 30th. He's in deep despair. Then he gets the election results, and it's also looking really bad for him. In September and October, there's some early elections. All of them go to Grant, or Grant's party, the Republicans. And then Grant crushes him on Election Day. We'll circle back to that. Then Greeley dies before the Electoral College meets, and then we have a really weird-ass Electoral College scenario where the voters for Greeley have to go somewhere, and they just disperse to the 7 wins.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, his campaign's actually interesting at the end, but only because he dies randomly before the Electoral College meets in late November.
Huh.
Yeah, but his ending's pretty sad. His wife dies, he loses an election pretty handily, then he dies a few days later. So it's kind of a worst case scenario.
Damn.
But to put
Yeah, I remember hearing
the defeat in
I remember hearing
perspective,
about him dying, but I never looked into the electoral college thing. That's pretty messed up.
yeah, so he only won 3 electoral college votes because most of the ones he would have won went to random candidates as a protest. He lost the popular vote 55.6 to 43.8, which, if you think about the context of Grant being as corrupt as he was, is pretty bad.
Although to be fair, the Grant corruption stuff really comes into its own in the second term.
Doesn't Grant get a little deeper into the bottle in the second term?
I can't speak to that part actually. So no, I no opinion on that one. All right.
All right. So let's see. Where does Greeley win? He lost. He lost Arkansas and Louisiana to Grant, although those results were thrown out for irregularities. But then Mississippi and Texas counted, and then Greeley won Georgia, but it was thrown out because of other irregularities.
What a great campaign.
Yeah, no, this was a shit show. A lot of these Gilded Age campaigns, when I read about them, my God, this was chaos. We might be heading into a new Gilded Age politically in that sense, because there's all kinds of speculation now about absentee ballots being counted or not. And that seems very 1870s, 1880s to me.
Oh, no, I think we're very much in the Gilded Age as far as presidencies go. Although I looked at some of these guys who got other electors. You have David Davis. You've looked at this guy's photo. He's got to be the fattest man ever to get an elector.
I haven't seen him. Let's pull up David Davis real fast.
He looks like a monster, dude.
Is he like Baron Harkonnen levels of fat, or what are we talking about here?
Yes, actually, you're right. No, he looks like the Baron Harkonnen.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He does, kind of. Actually, he kind of looks like... Oh, here's a better one. Yeah, he kind of looks like Roseanne's husband a little bit. What was his name?
John Goodman?
Yeah, he looks like a fatter John Goodman.
Yeah, much fatter. I mean, this guy, I'm going to quote the George Carlin line. Like, when you look at him, you go like... You're like, how's this guy fuck? You know?
Oh, wait, here's
like, how does he do it? Anatomically, how does he do it? Just asking.
Cowgirl, obviously.
Dude, Greeley is a fucking F, though.
Yeah.
I mean, poor guy. I feel bad for him, especially the smear campaign against him. But yeah, he's an F.
Yeah, for sure. He was not very impressive. He's also... I don't know what the fuck they were thinking putting him on the ticket. I don't get the impression he was all that well going into the whole thing either. I just don't understand the rationale. Terrible decision. And then the Democrats backing him too. Talk about putting all your money on the wrong horse. All right. Well, now we can go to somebody who, suffice to say, must have run a decent enough campaign because he basically won the election. Samuel J. Tilden.
That is correct. Samuel J. Tilden should have been your president, and it was fucking stolen. One fun fact with who 1876 is the election with the highest percentage of voter turnout at nearly 82%.
Right. Yes. Damn.
So
a few things about people showed up to only get fucked.
Yes. Oh. This 1876. We're gonna make some 2020 references here too. Now, a few things about Tilden. He was anti-slavery before it was cool, but he dropped it early in his political career. So he's a free soiler, but then by the 1850s, he didn't care anymore. Supported Lincoln, war Democrat, but not like a Seymour war Democrat where he's like highly critical. No, he's a very solid war Democrat, successful corporate lawyer. In New York, seen as a reformer because he took on Tammany Hall. He was allied to Seymour, by the way. He is considered by some one of the first real modern candidates in many ways. He had a coherent publicity agency that was called a literary bureau, used newspapers very effectively, great organizer. He especially was also good at compiling numbers. His team was very good at predicting how close elections would be and by what margins. By the way, he is sometimes considered the man who popularized the phrase "see you later."
Really?
Yeah, because he said it a lot. Because it was his way of evading a direct answer or ridding himself of a pesky caller. So he would often tell people, "see you later."
Huh.
And that's really Tilden's. If Tilden had any problem, Tilden was a rather indirect man. Considered indecisive, very secretive. He was hard for the Republicans to attack because of his fight against political corruption, if you will, and because during the war he had not done anything. He had not really done much that would have painted him as like a secret Confederate or something. But I did find one really good quote in the Mark Summers book, Rum, Romanids, and Rebellion. A newspaper editor called Samuel J. Tilden the most utter old spinster that was ever bent on a presidential masturbation.
Wow.
Yeah, the most utter old spinster that was ever bent on presidential masturbation. All right. There you go.
To be fair, though,
anyway,
they did not live to see the neoliberal era, so...
The Democratic Party was divided on issues of reform. You had Democrats who were very much for reform, others who were against. The hard versus soft money, if you will, was a very real debate the Democrats had throughout the late 1800s within their own party ranks. When the election goes the way that it does, it can be argued that Tilden failed to take advantage. One of Tilden's advisors actually said, while he was as inanimate as a gorged anaconda, the prize slipped from his grasp. The idea is that he did not actively try to secure the presidency when the compromise of 1876 is going on. He also did not want to endorse violence. When I say endorse violence, you had crowds in America gathering, yelling, "Tilden or blood." And so there was a very real fear, and keep this in mind, throughout Reconstruction, there was a very real fear the Civil War was going to start again. Understandably so, it just ended, huh?
Right.
Well, 1876 is when that fear pegs its highest. They believe there are mobs running around, there is violence in the streets, and Tilden will not endorse the violence. And not just that, on March 3rd, the House of Representatives, because the House went Democrat, convened and voted, as the House did, that Tilden was president. That's what they voted. It was somewhat of a last-ditch effort to maybe try to bring Tilden back out, maybe refute the compromise. Tilden refused even that. So it could be argued that Tilden's lack of killer instinct, his being secretive and indecisive, prevented him from becoming president when he'd essentially won the presidency. It also should be kept in mind the way the South acted at this time. The southern states that were still under Reconstruction went out from Reconstruction, so they backed Hayes to get out. At the same time, Republicans believed they could make inroads with those Democrats, with the Southerners who had backed Hayes. One of which was Randall Gibson. I just finished a biography of him. He was a Confederate general and then a Louisiana politician. And I mentioned Randall Gibson because Randall Gibson played a part in the 1876 compromise. Grant really liked him, and Hayes offered him a position in his cabinet. But Gibson turned him down. And that really should have been the indication that, hey, the southern states who backed Hayes did it so they could end Reconstruction. They're not going to be going Democrat. They're not going to be going Republican, Anyway, another fun fact about Tilden was quite wealthy, but he didn't use his money during the campaign, and also, unlike Grant, he was very bad at raising money. So Tilden's campaign, while very well run, was also perennially underfunded. So, you got any thoughts on Tilden?
He's a difficult one to assess. My favorite Tilden story is that in 1880 he wanted to win the nomination again, but he went about it in a very passive-aggressive manner. So he said that he would take it if offered unanimously, and then also said that maybe his health wasn't the best. So he thought this meant that it was a clear hint that he wants it. But people took it as, oh, he's not interested. And then they moved on, and that's how you get the Winfield Scott Hancock.
Yeah.
And apparently he was kind of pissed off that they didn't take his hint correctly. But your passive aggression does not work. Bottom line, it doesn't work. And that's proof positive. Tilden could have had the nomination in 1880, didn't get it because he couldn't just say, I would like to be nominated. Had he said, I would like to be nominated, he probably would have gotten it. Because a lot of people were waiting with bated breath to see what he would do. And when he decided not to run, then this guy who had proven that he could win stepped aside, and they had to go with somebody else, and they did.
Yeah.
Let's see, is there anything else interesting about Tilden's campaign? So apparently the major issues in 1876 were trying to make it easier for naturalized citizens to travel abroad, so I guess getting them documentation and letting them visit their home countries. So again, the Democrats were already pro-immigrant. He wanted to restrict Asian immigration, so that's the one where the Democrats and Republicans agreed. He was in favor of tariff reform, and he was opposed to land grants for railroads. Those were his major issues. And in both parties were about civil service reform and ending Reconstruction. Interestingly enough, both he and Hayes were known as reforming governors who were anti-corruption. The problem for Hayes, of course, is that the outgoing Republican president, Grant, was known for corruption above all else. So Hayes had less standing on the issue than Tilden did because Tilden was from the party out of power. And it's hard to assess him. I mean, clearly he did enough to win.
But then he loses anyway, so he has problems politically.
Right.
But on the one hand, his thing about campaigning with like the publicity, with the literary bureau, if you will, and the number crunching, he is a candidate who starts to look more like what we see in political campaigns today.
Right.
I know. My thought is a B. You agree with that?
Yes, I have B written down here too. I can't go higher than that because he, unlike Aaron Burr, he did not have the lawyerly approach to trying to litigate his way to the office after he'd already won it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is a fairly interesting guy. He didn't really do that much interesting after his run, but he did make a pretty strong bid.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, even though Tilden lost, he really did become this rallying cry for Democrats, if you will.
Yeah, I think between this and 1868, I think Tilden especially shows that Democrats were still viable, and that gave them confidence for the rest of the Gilded Age.
Yeah, it should also be noted that Tilden, for that reason, has a lot of stuff named after him in America. Just like random towns, counties, lots of streets, for a failed presidential candidate, it's a ton of shit,
True. Tilden is still fairly well remembered, but I guess being a governor in New York will do that because it's such a powerful state. Al Smith, another guy who will be on here, he's got a dinner named after him that everybody in Washington is forced to attend, so...
Really? Okay, we'll get to that later.
Yeah. Let's
get to 1880, man. Let's get to Winfield Scott Hancock. He's one of my more favorite people to run.
Yeah.
And lose.
He, of course, named after Winfield Scott, and then served in the Civil War, so he got to meet his hero. I can only hope that Winfield Scott lived up to his expectations. Famously, of course, Winfield Scott Hancock was the Corps commander on Cemetery Ridge. So, ironically, when he ran as a Democrat, he was representing the soldiers he had helped to gun down about 17 years earlier, and mostly getting voted against by his own men. So, interesting turn of affairs there. Barely won the nomination in 1880. It was pretty drawn out, and he had been interested in it for a while. He was almost nominated in 1868, which would have been an interesting election, Hancock versus Grant.
Even more interesting because Grant in his memoirs calls Hancock the finest Corps commander of the Civil War.
Do you think it would have been a very respectful civil campaign if they had run against each other?
I don't know about that, but
it looks like it's reconnected now. But yeah, sorry about that, everybody. We had a disconnect. I think the only things that we missed were we were just talking about Hancock's political background.
I was talking about his weight.
It's never done this before. Okay, it's back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I have absolutely no fucking idea why it keeps doing this. This makes no sense. It's never done this before. Hopefully it will stay on. Anyway, okay. It's back, I guess. I don't know what DDoS means. Anyway, hopefully it will stay up this time. So, Hancock is running. It's 1880, and Hancock used to be handsome back in the day, but he got fat, and that's as far as we've gotten so far.
His Gettysburg wound, yeah.
Yeah. So still fat, just like before the 8 times. Okay, we're back.
Look.
Officially,
we're back. Let's not talk about anything important just yet. Let's wait to see what happens with it. Okay.
Okay. Speaking of things that aren't important, I recently saw the 2 Invasion of the Body Snatchers movies last night. I watched them back to back.
What'd you think, man?
Both are really good. I was impressed by both of them, the 56 one and the 78. The 56, I thought really pushed that idea of conformity pretty hard. And the one from 1978 definitely had a nice slice of life flavor to it, and it definitely got the heart of that 70s psychology of I'm all right, you're all right.
Yeah,
I think Spock did a great job of conveying that, or Nimoy, not Spock, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, those are both excellent films, man. I was very impressed with both of those. Yeah. I don't know which I think I prefer the 70s one a bit more, but I just like 70s movies in general. Are we still on right now?
Yes, we're still going. This is the longest stretch we've had in several takes. I don't know.
Well, maybe if we talk about Hancock. Wait, that's the word. We say Hancock, and then the thing cuts out. Is that it, man?
Let's call him WS or Winnie, or I don't know.
We'll call him Winnie. That was his nickname, Winnie. Okay. Right. So anyway, Winnie. Yeah, it was his nickname, was Winnie.
All right. So anyway, Winnie did not do any winning in 1880, except at the convention, which was a long fight.
But something to say, though, the 1880 election, this one's a little interesting because it's very, very close. The Democrats really come close. And the thing is, the Republican path to victory is more narrow because the South has gone firmly Democrat. So the hopes of even converting southern states, which, by the way, you know what the term was for that and trying to win in the South? It was called taking the war to Africa.
Really?
That's what the Republicans called it, taking the war to Africa. However, Republicans are gaining in the West. So Western territories that favored Republicans were getting accepted into the Union. That especially happened during Benjamin Harrison's presidency. And that was mitigating some of the losses of electoral votes, but it definitely was helping out with the loss of senators. So what you have in the Gilded Age is a situation where the Democrats usually hold the House, the Republicans hold the Senate, and usually the presidency. And that's why the Gilded Age, people know what the Gilded Age is like, oh, nothing happened. I'm like, well, of course it didn't. They're in a deadlock. They can't figure a way out of it. Now, as far as Hancock goes, he's a great choice in many ways. Anti-corruption. He's widely respected. It's really hard to attack him. They kind of attacked him as like politically naive, but they couldn't go after his war record. Really, I mean, all right. To be fair, they did have some people came forward and said he wasn't that great of a general, but that shit wasn't sticking, man. Like it just the attacks on Hancock's war record were it was. I mean. I don't know, man. It's not impressive. It doesn't work. One problem that he made, though, was with the tariff issue. He made it more public. The Republicans at this time supported protectionary tariffs. They believed that protected industries and small businesses. The Democrats supported free trade because they believed cheap goods would be better for poor people. Like poor people wanted to have cheaper goods available. Kind of like when we talk about selling pharmaceutical medications from other countries because it would be cheaper, right?
Right.
Yeah. Should be noted on the tariff issue. The one thing noted about the tariff issue is that Republicans portrayed free trade as a pro-British thing. So that's when they deploy Anglophobia on you. You'd be like, oh, free trade just means cheap British goods. Isn't that what we fought a revolution against?
Right.
At this point, Republicans are kind of seen as the anti-Catholic party. Democrats are seen as the anti-prohibition party. There's a little more nuance to it than that, but it's generally true. This is around the time the Republican image of the average Democratic voter was a drunken, racist, wife-beating Irishman. You mentioned Thomas Nast earlier. Thomas Nast hated the Irish and drew all very derogatory comics of them. He typically drew the Irish like they were apes. You ever seen those Thomas Nast Irish cartoons?
No.
Yeah, they're like really negative. Like Irishmen are depicted as apes or apish in appearance, and they wear outdated clothing. You know, like they'll be in outfits that were from the 1840s and 50s, not the 1870s and 80s.
Huh.
Anyway, the Democrats' morale was also hurt during 1880 because a month before the election, Indiana narrowly elected a Republican governor. Anyway, one of the people who orchestrated the victory was Republican Party operative Stephen W. Dorsey, who gave a big banquet dinner at Delmonico's, the famous New York restaurant. There, get this, I'm quoting that for you, Vice President-elect Chester A. Arthur said, Indiana was really, I suppose, a democratic state. It had been put down the books always as a state that might be carried by close and perfect organization and a great deal of, and then someone in the audience yelled, soap. And soap back then was the term for vote buying. And so it became a scandal at the time that everybody was convinced that Indiana had been won through fraudulent means. This will be very important for the 1884 election. At any rate, Hancock, despite all of that, barely lost. This is also the first election with true universal male suffrage, because some states like what's the name, like Rhode Island, still had property qualifications. But those are effectively gone by this time, so you do have universal male suffrage. And I say male suffrage because this, of all the elections post-Reconstruction until you get to the 1960s, this is one of the elections where black people in the South can and do vote. Okay? The greenback issue is big at this time, and Democrats became very, very bitter after this election because they're like, okay, we were close to it and we lost. Anyway, fun fact about Hancock. Very much liked after he lost, backed Garfield openly, stayed in the Army, and was a president of the National Rifle Association. Hancock's kind of in that weird category of somebody where the opposition party, I mean, they're glad they beat him, right? But they didn't quite revel in it. And I think for the Democrats, he was about the best deal they were going to get. True, he was a political novice, but his war record made it to where the attempts to portray the Democrats as, you know, a bunch of like Confederate traitors just wasn't going to work with Hancock on the ticket as well, you know. And so he's a rare case of somebody who the opposition party beat, but they weren't as gleeful about beating him as they would be other people.
Right, and apparently in this election there were 3 states that both sides identified as being crucial swing states: New York, Ohio, Indiana, and Garfield took all 3.
Yeah.
But the October surprise actually went against Garfield. On October 20th, there was a letter produced supposedly from Garfield, which was written to business people saying that his intention was to keep wages low by making sure that immigration from China actually remained at the same rate. And this was almost entirely considered to be a fraud by most people, but it was put out and reported by the papers. So this would have been something that, in theory, could have put Hancock over the top and didn't. But it may have actually helped him in the West, in Oregon and California.
Okay.
Electoral vote ended up as 214 to 155, and I don't have the popular vote numbers.
I think this is the only presidential election where it was Union General versus Union General.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's safe to say that Hancock was a little bit more important than Garfield to the war effort.
Very, very safe to say. Very close.
Corps commanders of the Army of the Potomac versus a guy I don't even know what he did in the war. Maybe a division commander somewhere.
No. Garfield commanded a brigade. He was present at Shiloh, but saw no serious action because he arrived when the battle was almost over. He actually won one of the first skirmishes of the war in Kentucky. Afterwards, he served as Rosecrans' chief of staff. He had a weird relationship with Rosecrans. He admired him and said so for many years afterwards. But, on the other hand, Garfield did feel that Rosecrans wasn't pro-abolition enough and definitely wasn't aggressive enough for the Confederacy. So some people accused him of backstabbing Rosecrans. That being said, Garfield prevented Grant from getting the nomination. And some people say that Garfield did it through political machinations. However, it was called by some people at the convention Rosecrans' revenge on Grant. By the way, a conspiracy theory of the Gilded Age was that Grant had Garfield assassinated.
Oh, I had no idea.
Because Charles Guiteau was a man associated more with the Grant faction of the Republican Party, and that's the man who killed Garfield. So anyway, yeah, I'm not I'm not going to be like, oh, that's for real. I don't think so, of course. But it's kind of funny to talk about a Gilded Age conspiracy theory, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was when Garfield won the nomination. It was called Rosecrans' revenge by a few people.
Oh shit! This was really close in the popular vote. This was 48.3 to 48.2. And keep that in the context of a candidate ran to Hancock's left, General Weaver. I forget what his party was called, but they were probably drawing a little bit more from the Democrats.
Weaver should be a populist, man.
A populist.
Weaver's a populist, I believe.
Greenbacks. And that was about 4% of the vote. So, in theory, I imagine more of those votes would have gone to Hancock than Garfield, and that might have been enough to make the difference.
Yeah.
So that's actually maybe a solid case where you actually could see a third-party candidate swing the election. It's pretty rare, at least once you get past the 19th century. All right. What are we thinking for rating Hancock? I have him as a C, but I don't know what you were thinking.
I'd go with a B. I mean, he was a great candidate for the most part. He comes really close to winning. He really shows that the Democratic Party is definitely going to survive, and it was just hard to attack him.
Yeah. For
Republican. And I mean, the narrow victory of 1880, by the way, will make them very nervous about the next one, 1884.
Right.
Where we get into James G. Blaine versus Grover Cleveland. So I read the entire book on this one, Romanism and Rebellion by Mark Summers, so I got a lot to say about James G. Blaine. Powerful man, charismatic, great speaker. He was Secretary of State twice, by the way. His fans were called Blainiacs, and boy, did he have fans.
I want to be a James Blainiac.
Have fun with my family and friends. Yeah, I get you, dude. So Blaine was used as the inspiration for a corrupt politician in the novel Democracy by Henry Adams. That's important for understanding that. As popular as Blaine was, and Blaine was great at winning people over, like I said, amazing public speaker, but Blaine had a reputation as a very corrupt politician and was also known for his shifting opinions. He could be anti-Catholic when he wanted to be, but he could throw it off. He was for Chinese exclusion. He could change his opinions almost at will. Now, by this time, the Democrats were more of a true local party, so very different from state to state. The Republicans were also fairly localized too, but a little more national. But the Republicans were also defined by factions based on personalities. So, for instance, while Blaine is one of, not the most popular Republican, it doesn't mean that every faction of the Republican Party is pro-Blaine, which is one of the reasons why he's going to lose. Anyway, there was a bit of a legitimacy question with elections arising, because you'd had things like you're talking about electors being thrown out in 1872. You had the 1876 with the compromise. And so there was starting to be a legitimacy crisis in American democracy. It doesn't go as deep as what we're experiencing right now, but you start to see one. And then you also have the mugwumps. These were liberal reformers, Republicans. They really wanted to reform the civil service. They were conservative on economics. One of their lead guys, by the way, is Mr. Thomas Nast, who we mentioned earlier. Anyway, quoting Summers on the Republicans, by 1880, Republicanism was friendly to banks, businesses, and landlords. It protected the just rights of labor without interpreting those rights more broadly. It was the party of order, of law, and of middle-class values. Instead of being the vanguard of human rights, it described itself as the preserver of the Union. Democrats were portrayed as subversives, both morally and politically. Keep that in mind. There's an entire moral dimension to this race as well. Now, Blaine went with John Logan of Illinois. This was actually not a great choice in many ways. Logan was considered to be an anti-reform guy. He was from Illinois, but Illinois was solidly Republican by this time, so it's kind of like it's like you're not really choosing a swing state here, you know? Logan, though, was a good public speaker, and Blaine did not serve in the Civil War, but Logan was one of the Union's most successful corps commanders, and definitely one of the most successful political generals in the conflict. Anyway, the 1884 election was very bitter. There was a lot of evidence of street violence during this one. Interesting enough, both sides had sex scandals. Cleveland's was the much bigger of the two, but Blaine was also accused of being gay by an Indiana newspaper. How do you like that?
Damn.
Yeah, Anglophobia was used on Democrats and mugwumps. The Republicans this time were very much into the Anglophobia thing. And both sides were trying to scalp some voters off the other one. Blaine had this idea that he could get the Irish. One reason is that Cleveland was not super popular with the Irish because the Irish were obsessed with class issues. I mean, a lot of labor activism and labor unions that we think of this time really come from Ireland. And Cleveland was a conservative Democrat, a bourbon, if you will. So the Irish were not big on Cleveland. So Blaine decides to try to grab the Irish. He does this by using aggressive Anglophobia. That's how they attacked free trade. They said it's for the British. And winning over certain elite Irish. And they do actually get some of the emerging middle-class Irish. But Blaine actually didn't get many Irishmen, so get this. Fake clubs were formed. Phantom Blaine Irish American clubs. And you had people report that their names were listed in the club manifest, and they're like, I've never heard of that club in my life. And they were listing them in the newspapers.
Damn.
Now, one of the reasons the Irish are not defecting en masse, and keep this in mind, the Irish, in their support, the Irish could vote for Cleveland, but they couldn't vote for Blaine. So if you didn't like Cleveland as an Irishman, you simply just wouldn't vote for Blaine. Get what I mean? Kind of like, okay, if you look at black Democratic voters today, if they don't like a Democratic candidate, they don't vote Republican, they just don't vote. Similar sort of thing.
Right.
Anyway, fun little... I love this quote I found. The Detroit Free Press said that Blaine could only get the supporters of the quote, professional savers of Ireland, whose only converts are those Irishmen who believe that Irish independence can be gained by living in New York and advocating wholesale murder in London.
Damn.
Yeah, so chiefs, but not many followers. Karl Schurz, who was the great German reformer and a Union general as well, defected from Blaine to support Cleveland. That's a mugwump, if you will. There was an attempt to carry the war into Africa, as I mentioned earlier. One way to do that was to try to get blacks who were voting for conservative Democrats. A little aside here with that. You did have black people voting Democrat this time, especially in Louisiana, but some other southern states. Funnily enough, they tended to usually vote for Confederate generals. But Confederate generals who entered politics this time tended to be, how I want to say, progressive on racial issues, but they weren't for like disenfranchisement and that kind of stuff. And these would include generals such as Randall Gibson, Francis T. Nichols, Wade Hampton, William Mahone, and J.R. Chalmers. So these guys were winning races by gaining enough black votes, and partially they gained black votes by saying, I am against disenfranchisement and political violence. That's how they would gain their votes. The Republicans kind of hoped to get some of those. Oh, by the way, and fun fact, in Louisiana, dead slaves voted for Democrats. So just letting you know how that was working out, all right? The effort to get votes in the South was completely bungled and a waste of money. That's a big part of this, too. The Blaine campaign was not very well run. Blaine, though, is one of the first ones to actually do an active vote stumping, and he did that in Ohio, which was very successful. It's one of the reasons they hold Ohio. And after he does that in Ohio, he goes to New York. This is where things get interesting. The Presbyterian, Samuel D. Bouchard, spoke at a pro-Blaine rally. Now, Bouchard was interesting. He was anti-saloon, so he's a prohibition guy, pro-union, and he is making an off-the-cuff speech. And he admitted later on that he loved alliteration. This is what he said. We are Republicans, and don't propose to leave our party and identify ourselves with the party of those antecedents have been rum, Romanism, and rebellion. We are loyal to our flag. We are loyal to you. And by you, he means Blaine. Well, the problem with this is, remember, Blaine was trying to get Catholic votes, right?
Right.
Catholic Irish. They already suspect that Blaine is secretly anti-Catholic. And that showed that, try as Blaine might, all that was needed was for one thing to convince these people that he was really an anti-Catholic bigot. At the same time, the more, how should we say, cultivated opinion of the Republican Party, people like mugwumps were like, oh my God, you allowed this man to speak who's using this essentially racist rhetoric, if you will. So, this plays a crucial role in his defeat. But two other things happened as well. Remember that sex scandal I mentioned with Cleveland earlier?
Right.
That had to do with a woman named Halpin, and she had a child, and they accused Cleveland of having this child out of wedlock with this woman. And there were all these things about, this is what, if we put this, we're going to put this philanderer in the office. And it's true, Cleveland slept with this woman, but he probably didn't have her kid, or maybe did, probably didn't. But when they finally got her in the newspapers to talk, she said, I have no quarrel with Mr. Cleveland. He is a good, plain, honest-hearted man who has always been friendly to me and used me kindly. And he did. He provided her with money. In fact, that's the thing about the sex scandal with Cleveland, is that what people found out was that whether or not Cleveland had a bastard child, he provided the mother and the child with money and made sure they were taken care of. Well, then, to make it worse for Blaine, after that horrible speech about rum, Romanism, and rebellion, he had a dinner at Delmonico's, the same place where earlier Arthur had admitted to helping to steal an election. And he had this dinner with a lot of rich people, and this was actually dubbed Belteshazzar's Feast. So this helped portray him as this wealthy, out of touch man. It also didn't help that in New York, the two most powerful Republicans were Roscoe Conkling and Chester A. Arthur, and neither person backed Blaine. The mugwumps defected. New York goes for Cleveland. Blaine loses. Funny enough, though, the Republicans did gain House seats in 1884. So, weird election. They lose the presidency, but they gain stuff in the House. And the last thing I want to mention, that minister, Bruchard, the one who did the Romanism Rebellion speech, well, he was mocked after that, for decades after that. Like, he was like if fucking like Stephen Colbert was in 1890, he'd be making Bruchard jokes, okay?
Especially because
like
Colbert himself is Catholic, so he'd be bringing that up.
Right. Bruchard was actually forced out of the Presbyterian ministry, and a lot of his congregation stopped showing up, so people just openly hated him. His form of revenge was in 1888, he endorsed Cleveland.
Wow.
The guy was like, Romanism and rebellion. All right, I'm going to back the other guy. Anyway, last thing to know about Blaine. Last few notes on Blaine. His fans tried to nominate him in 1888. He turned it down. In 1892, while he was dying, they tried to nominate him again. And a few little campaign slogans I've got for you. The Democrats would yell, Blaine, Blaine, James G. Blaine, the continental liar from the state of Maine. Republicans would yell back to the Democrats, Ma, Ma, where's my pa? Gone to the White House, ha, ha, ha.
Wow.
Anyway, great election, man.
This one is an airtight election, too. Electoral vote was 219 to 218. Popular vote was 48.6 to 48.3. So, yeah, I mean, I actually buy the idea that Bruchard saying Romanism and rebellion was enough to tip the scales, given how tight things were.
And really, to be honest, though, the Irish turnout was a bit lower in this election because they weren't jazzed about Cleveland. But funny enough, it turns out that the Irish in Connecticut were more pissed off about the speech. So it tipped Connecticut in Cleveland's favor. And like you said, every election...
He also lost in Indiana and New Jersey by a hair.
Oh, yes. New Jersey was also very much affected as well. It's an interesting race. These are two of the giants of the Gilded Age. And, Cleveland, of course, is definitely a giant. He's the second fattest man ever to be president. Blaine is... He tried to be president several times. He's obviously one of the great politicians of the era and absolutely beloved. I mean, like, once again, the fans are called Blainiacs. It wasn't a super well-run campaign, though. But Blaine is one of the giants of the era, and it is a close race. I kind of give Blaine a B. What do you think?
I was thinking around a C for Blaine.
Yeah.
Another thing that's interesting about this cycle, there were a number of third-party candidates who were interesting. Ben Butler ran on the Greenback anti-monopoly ticket. There was a prohibition candidate named John St. John who made a pretty power move in New York, which might have been part of why Blaine lost New York because, it was airtight. And because John St. John thought that Blaine was weak on the issue and also just didn't like him, he deliberately stayed in the race and focused on New York just to send Blaine a middle finger, which I kind of respect. Yes. I think that's a power move. I mean, as a third-party candidate, that's kind of what you need to do to show that you're serious. And to be fair to John St. John, who for some reason, when I think of him, I think of Austin St. John, the Red Ranger. I don't know. I guess the prohibitionists to get their way for about a decade, several decades after this. But I don't know. I feel like Blaine ran an okay campaign. You can't really control your surrogates. You can choose them, but you can't control them once they're on the stump. And there were a lot of small issues that weren't being addressed by either party at the time, which I think you have to pin on the parties and the major candidates. There's also a half-breed faction going around of basically liberal Republicans. Led
by Schurz, of course.
Yeah, so there are a lot of little splinter groups going around at the time.
There are. One thing the Republicans did a good job of doing was navigating the prohibition issue, because if they went too heavy into it, they would lose German votes. And that was particularly a problem in Ohio. But Blaine was pretty good at playing down prohibition, but not enough to scare off all the prohibitionists, if you will.
Although John St. John was not pleased and not satisfied with
John
the
St.
degree
John
of
St. John was not.
Blaine's prohibitionism.
Benjamin Butler, by the way, was partially funded by the Republican Party in this race. How do you like that, huh?
Seriously?
Well, they thought it would actually like peel votes off of Cleveland, but they didn't understand that Butler actually had cross-party appeal, so it kind of essentially backfired. Yeah, I think you're right. Let's go with Blaine. I think Blaine's a C, really.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay. I don't think he's anything more than okay, though.
Yeah, to be fair, though, the Summers book, Summers, even his like lectures in the Gilded Age class I took with him, he really liked James G. Blaine. That comes across in the book, if you will. But he is fair to his failings, of course. You know?
The next guy is someone who will take a while to get through because he was the nominee on 3 different occasions. So, do you want to take another break before we do Brian?
I think that's a perfect idea. I was thinking the exact same thing. Also, I mean, this is William Jennings Bryan, one of the giants of American political history.
Yeah, actually, I guess he and Clay might be tied for the number of failed bids for the presidency as a major nominee.
Yeah.
So this is another guy who is one of the major players in American history who simply didn't achieve the presidency. So we got a lot to say about him, and we'll do it in a few minutes.
All right, guys. See y'all in just a sec, okay? Ah, yes. William Jennings Bryan coming up. Yeah. Ben, you think I should get more drunk? I mean, I'm just taking my time, man. Drinking, Sazerac. So you have returned. You're like Douglas MacArthur. You have returned. All right.
Yeah, exactly like Douglas MacArthur.
The great Douglas MacArthur. At this rate, we're going to be up here for another 3 or 4 hours because we can't half-ass this shit. We got to do every person, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm more consuming caffeine than anything else.
Yeah, tomorrow we're doing my last film showing at the theater is going to be Temple of Doom.
Sweet.
Yeah. The only Indiana Jones movie I haven't seen in theaters, and by only Indiana Jones movie I mean the trilogy. I never saw that Crystal Skull crap, and it's not really a movie, is it? It's more like a bad dream, right?
I think you need to watch Crystal Skull, Sean.
Oh yes, but Sean Connery is dead, unfortunately.
He is, yes, that's true.
To quote Indiana Jones' Last Crusade, I remember my Charlemagne. May my armies be the rocks and the trees and the birds in the sky. Great film.
Sean Connery will never die.
What about Sean Connery in fucking Hunt for October? I'm a Russian submarine commander.
Maybe that was maybe Hunt for October is the unacknowledged bastard child of the Bond series, where 007 becomes so disillusioned with the West that he defects and then joins the Navy because he wants to be on the front lines of the nuclear holocaust.
Captain Marco Ramius. Yeah, well, hey, but before we continue, I
sound Scottish.
Exactly. Yeah, what's your favorite Sean Connery movie then?
I'm a big fan of his work as Bond. My favorite performance of his Bond films is either the last one he did that was unofficial, Never Say Never Again, or Dr. No. Not Dr. No, the one after it, From Russia with Love.
Okay.
What about you?
There's a number. Now, I wasn't a giant fan of Sean Connery. He has a great minor role in The Longest Day, for instance. He's very good in The Untouchables, which he won the Best Supporting Actor Academy Award for. But I guess for me, it's either Hunt for Red October or Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. One of those two. Kind of lean towards Last Crusade, though. He just fucking nails it, and he's funny too.
I love that one scene where it came out that the lady had slept with both Indy and his father, and then Sean Connery's expression was pretty priceless. He was just like, "Well, what'd you expect?" Of course.
I mean, I'm as human as the next man. He looked at it. He looked at her. He said, "Like, I'm as human as the next man," and then Indy's like, "I was the next man."
Yeah. Oh God, that was pretty good. That was well done in terms of.
Talking
about
I think
pretty uncomfortable.
I think the best part was when Ilsa, it's Ilsa's her name, she's kissing Indy and going like I had such a great time, and then you see the camera goes to Sean Connery. He's like, "Well, I did too." You're like, and then he realizes, oh, he's actually like, she's talking about my son. And I say that because one of the jokes in Last Crusade is the idea that Sean Connery's, that Indiana Jones's father has kind of power over him in a way and outdoes him, right? Like he can defeat an airplane by using his umbrella to throw birds in the sky, that kind of shit, right?
Right.
But it's like, no, on this one, Indy's got you, though. Indy's got you on that one. But no, I thought he was fucking great in Last Crusade. Anyway, anybody in the chat wants to mention their favorite Sean Connery movies, I mean, now is the good, appropriate time. I wouldn't necessarily call him like a great actor in the sense of range, but he had presence. And while he was in a variety of very crappy movies, because Sean Connery was the kind of guy who was like, you pay him enough, he'll be in anything, like Michael Caine, Nicolas Cage. But that doesn't mean that they're bad actors. It means that they're working actors.
It means they like money.
They like money and they want to be acting. It's a mix of the two. Like they want to be working.
Right.
So unlike John Travolta, who just usually had horrible judgment on what to be in a film, You know,
Yeah.
John Travolta was a good actor, but he was mostly in a lot of horse shit. You know. Okay.
All right.
All right. There is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get into
William Jennings
our next
Bryan.
gentleman. Oh, God. William Jennings Bryan, one of the lions of American history, if you will.
And this is a guy.
So, a few things to know about him.
Yeah. Also.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
So in his first run in 1896, he's only 36 years old. And that means that this guy will be around for a long time in American politics.
He will. Great debater, superb speaker, lawyer from the plains. He's going to run on free silver, trust busting, reducing the tariff, and creating an income tax. A reformed Democrat who appeals to the farmers. So in other words, opposed to Grover Cleveland's idea of what the Democrats should be. Interesting thing is that he won an election in Nebraska, which until then was considered a Republican stronghold. So he's showing the cracks back there. What's really interesting is Bryan's, in 1892, backed Weaver, who was a populist. He did not back Cleveland for president. So 1896, the Democrats decide to woo over the populists. Bryan is considered the fusion candidate, a man who's a Democrat, can combine Democrats and populists. Of course, he gives the famous Cross of Gold speech, the line, to quote here, "Having behind us the producing masses of this nation and the world, supported by the commercial interests, the laboring interests, and the toilers everywhere, we will answer their demand for a gold standard by saying to them, you shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." And by the way, when I first heard that speech, it was fucking Summers gave it, and he did it the way Bryan did it, which is he extended his arms out like Jesus. Debatably, though, when he runs in 1896 against William McKinley, his cause is hopeless. What was going on at that time was what was then known as the Great Depression. So, of course, the Democrats are held to account for that. Bryan was portrayed as a fanatic and a racist. Cleveland backed McKinley, but from behind the scenes, because that would be a little too unseemly, but behind the scenes, Cleveland was throwing his support to McKinley. And the immigrant support of the Democrats were put off by Bryan's Protestantism, his support for a kind of light prohibition, if you will. So the immigrant base of the Democratic Party was not turning out for Bryan in large numbers. But Bryan was winning over people who previously were not voting Democrat. So anyway, the party manages to pick up the West, but they're absolutely crushed in the North, because in the North, people back McKinley for a variety of reasons, and also, remember, the Democrats in the North rely on the immigrant vote. They're not getting it right now. So anyway, that's what he was doing. Oh, by the way, he is the first candidate to do the full whistle-stop stump tour thing. I mean, we've talked about Douglas going around the South. We've talked about Greeley did some of that. And, of course, Blaine did some of that in Ohio and New York. But Bryan's the first one. And the reason he does this in part is because he's being seriously outspent by the Republicans. So Bryan figured, my strong suit is giving speeches. I'll just go across America and give as many fucking speeches as I can. So he loses 1896, but is creating a working class coalition that later will come to fruition. You got any thoughts on Bryan in 1896?
Well, from everything I can gather, his failure all three times was because while he had rhetoric directed at workers and farmers, it appealed much more to farmers than workers. So it was a while before a candidate was able to win both demographics. And the first person to actually pull that off, I believe, was La Follette. But before that, all these other guys, you could either win one or the other, but not both. Which actually now it makes more sense back when we played Class Struggle, now that I know that about the Bryan campaign, because I always wondered why workers and farmers were portrayed as enemies in that game. But now it makes sense.
Yeah. Great game, by the way, everybody. Class Struggle. Check it out.
Monopoly with a Marxist overtone, and if you're the capitalist player, you almost certainly will win, and if you don't, but you're close, you have the option of nuking the world to prevent yourself from losing.
There's also, remember the sperm dice?
Yeah, sperm dice determine what faction you are.
It's a great fucking game. Anyway, yeah, but to be fair, especially considering how much he's outspent, Brian does make a good run of it, honestly.
Yeah. And I guess at this time you have the populist Democrats or progressives under Bryan, and his foes are known as the Gold Democrats because they are proponents of the gold standard, so basically the Cleveland wing of the party.
Exactly.
And this will remain a major theme all the way up through about, 1908 or so? I think it's only in 1912 when Wilson kind of closes the gap and wins over the party to the progressive wing permanently. Or at least for a while.
Yes, in some ways, definitely. But the issue, the bimetallism issue, if you will, it kind of faded away by that time. Now, of course, in 1900, Bryan runs again. This time, McKinley, though, has the victory of the Spanish-American War and a strong economy to bolster. So you can make a case that Bryan's goose is really fucking cooked here. Bryan really emphasized anti-imperialism and antitrust measures. They especially were talking about the fact that the war in the Philippines was dragging on, but once again, Bryan is significantly outraised in money. And anti-imperialism, it sounds cool and all, but it doesn't resonate with voters. And the platform the Democrats adopted was considered a bit eclectic. So he honestly does even worse. By the way, the 1900 election is the last time over 70% of the electorate voted in a presidential race. This is the last time. There's a lot of debate on why that is, but my essential theory is that progressive reforms of campaigns took away the fun of voting, which is, go to the voting booth, get a beer, here's some entertainment. You know what I mean? Once that's taken out of the equation, I think it's hard to get people to want to show up. I mean, I don't know about you, man. I think I'd go to the polls every time there was free dinner involved, right? I mean, If they gave me a box of Popeye's fried chicken just for showing up to the polls, I'd be voting every single fucking time, man. No matter what. But anyway, so that is the 1900 election. Any opinions on that one, Thersites?
No, I feel like that one was one that was his weakest showing, and like you said, while a lot of us feel that foreign policy and being anti-war is important, because it's important to us, it does not resonate with most average people much, because it doesn't put food on the table.
And especially anti-war, you could do it during Vietnam because of the draft, but something like the Spanish-American War, and in this case the Philippine insurrection, it's in many ways so far removed from people's experience.
Yes. Pretty distant,
Yeah,
and then the troops in the Philippines voted fairly heavily for McKinley.
Yes, they did.
And also, I think it was in this election where the silver issue was a turnoff for German Catholics, and then Irish Catholics were not into Bryan's revivalist speaking style, so he lost some of his key demo that way. They probably just set it out. The leaders, however, remained loyal to the Democrats because a lot of the big business people who had been with the Democrats left because Bryan was a turnoff. And McKinley raised a lot of money by going to business leaders and fear-mongering about what a Bryan administration would be like.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, by driving the business people out, however, Bryan does do quite a bit to pave the way for an eventual progressive takeover of the party. And that he lays a lot of that groundwork in 1900, when it becomes clear that the party base will keep electing this guy over and over.
Even though he's fucking losing, but they're like, no, he's William James Bryan. He's got charisma come out the asshole,
Also, in that election, he lost urban workers 59-41. And a lot of it is because I think he was talking a lot about farms, even when he was in the cities. And because of his silver policies, union leaders were telling their members that this would cause inflation and hurt their bottom line.
Whereas the farmers won inflation because they believe it'll help their debts.
Yes.
1908, he returns after the Parker fiasco. We'll get to Parker after Bryan, of course. So that will be a little bit out of sync, if you will. But anyway, by now the Republicans are doing a bit of the pro-worker stuff. You get Theodore Roosevelt in there. He's handing off to Taft. So there's definitely a progressive wing of the Republican Party that's quite powerful. Anyway, I love the slogan for this election from the Republicans. Vote for Taft now. You can vote for Bryan anytime.
And Bryan could have run again if he wanted to. He didn't.
He could have. One thing that hurt Bryan in 1908 is that while he was still a great public speaker, he just wasn't as fresh or daring as he was during the Great Cross of Gold speech. And while he's going to do better than Parker, he doesn't do particularly well. But it should be noted that Bryan's support was very spread out across America. That should be kept in mind. You can see an emerging national Democratic Party at this time. And I believe 1908 is really when you do see the coalition that will eventually be the New Deal coalition of Franklin Roosevelt. Some of it is taking shape in 1908 in particular, I would say. Bryan, I guess is what happens if you run for president 3 times, but Bryan to me really is the Henry Clay of his age in some ways, at least in terms of playing like this very important politician who we still talk about to this day, even though he never makes president.
Right.
Right?
Also, speaking of how good of a speaker he was, the Cross of Gold speech, after giving it, apparently he crowd surfed around the convention. Literally crowd surfed. Yes. So you can imagine all the other people who wanted to be nominees that year, they probably were thinking to themselves, well, there goes that pipe dream. This is over.
Yeah, stick a fork in it.
Bryan, I guess, was one of those guys who kind of anticipated the next era and laid a lot of the groundwork and then didn't get a lot of credit. If anything, because of the rise of populism in today's politics, I've seen a number of people treat Bryan very unfairly and more or less say that he was the Trump of his era.
Yes,
I recently read a book by David Runciman, who wrote a new afterword after the election of Trump. And he said that Bryan was the Trump of the day because he was deeply anti-Semitic. And his evidence is that Cross of Gold is supposed to be an anti-Jewish attack. The whole symbology of the cross and then it being about gold. And also that all of Bryan's populist rhetoric was inherently anti-Semitic because it was talking about bankers, which is just absurd.
Yes, in many ways. One of the guys who led the charge on that, one of the guys who really hates Bryan is, who was the guy who helped get Bush elected? That fucktard, what's his name?
Karl Rove.
Yeah, Karl Rove hates William Jennings Bryan. Like when he talks about I heard him talk about William Jennings Bryan one time on a radio program, and I could have swore he was about to say every time he wanted to say his name, I thought he was going to spit, in disgust or something. He really hates William Jennings Bryan. I think it shows that the fact that the Democratic Party now is not a workers' party, it is a party of professionals, and Bryan is not a man of the professionals. Bryan was a man of the people, populist to the bone. I know people will also make comments about him with the Scopes monkey trial. Yeah, sure, it's not his greatest moment, but I'm actually going to be kind to Bryan on this one. One of the reasons Bryan did not want Darwinism taught in schools was he thought it would popularize social Darwinism, which he was opposed to, and I am as well. And furthermore, the guy who really made fun of Bryan during that was H.L. Mencken, which, H.L. Mencken, give him credit. Great writer, very witty. But keep in mind, H.L. Mencken is a hardcore libertarian. To him, a guy like Bryan is like the absolute most dangerous person in the world. Like a person who wants to talk about economic populism, right? Not going to be good for him. Not somebody who's going to be heroic to H.L. Mencken, if you will. So I don't know. I love William Jennings Bryan. I think he was a great guy, and the fact that you have people on the left or Democrats right now denigrating him is one of the reasons why I think the Democratic Party has gone straight down the shitter lately.
Yeah, I don't understand the idea of trying to smear Bryan or creating a false portrait of Bryan as a way to smear Trump. The two of them have nothing in common. It's absurd.
They don't have much. They don't have much, man. They don't have much. I think Thomas Frank, though, as a guy from Kansas who likes to talk about that prairie populism, which Bryan epitomized, right?
Yeah.
Understands Bryan better than your average Democrat would today. Although to be fair, Bryan was. There's also historians who were hard on Bryan because he wasn't a true populist. Like fans of the Populist Party were like, well, Bryan was a kind of a half-breed, so he couldn't totally be trusted. And I guess that's where you get into a purity spiral thing. Like, right, they should put a Weaver up, huh?
Yeah,
but no.
Just a gatekeeping.
Bryan was
just a gatekeeping war.
Yeah, exactly.
The no true Scotsman territory. Yeah.
No true Scotsman. No, the only true Scot. Well, anyway, I say that we give Bryan an S tier. Fuck it. We're Bryan fans.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
I mean, and not just that. I mean, every election he was in, he put everything he could into it. And God, the number of speeches that man gave. I don't think anybody ever ran for president harder than William Jennings Bryan.
You're probably right, and he did basically pave the way for the New Deal coalition. He also, I think you could argue, made things a lot easier for the progressive presidents, TR and Wilson especially, and also he worked with Wilson. Unlike a lot of people, say Al Smith, we'll get to later, once his protege FDR became successful, he became pretty bitter. But Jennings Bryan didn't do anything like that to Wilson, and in fact served in his cabinet.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Secretary of State.
Yeah, I mean, this was a guy who was an actual movement politician rather than someone who was driven by pure ego. Because you might think the guy ran for president 3 times, he's got an ego. I'm sure he did. But there was more to him than just that.
Yeah, definitely.
He was also outraised 5-1 in one of his elections and still came reasonably close-ish. Yeah, I'm impressed by Bryan. I don't know. I mean, I guess if I was rating him simply as a candidate without reference... What would you rate him if you were rating him just as a candidate without reference to his impact, just based on how he ran his campaigns?
A or a B. I mean, he's significantly outraised. He makes... And you gotta understand something. 1896 and 1900, I know that he loses, but I don't think anybody could have beaten McKinley in the situation that they were in. If anything, I think Bryan made it closer than it should have been.
Yeah, and he definitely he kept winning the primary over and over. He could have run in 1904 if he wanted to, but I think he wanted to let the gold Democrats get their asses kicked, so that way when he ran again, he'd look better. And that's basically what happened. I mean, it was a good strategy. Risks like that rarely pay off, but it did for Bryan.
Let's do Alton B. Parker real quick then, the 1904 candidate.
Yep, one of the most boring people we're going to talk about. So if any of you have to take a dump and you won't be able to listen in, this would be the time to do it.
Yes, very dull, and not even interesting in his dullness. He has sometimes been... I've heard him mentioned a few times as the biggest non-entity ever to be nominated for president by a major party. Democratic operative, very much a Grover Cleveland man, serves as a judge. I'm pro-labor for the time, but not as much as Bryan. He gets in because he had very few firm positions, and he rejected the free silver movement, so he's a gold Democrat, so the wealthy praise him. One thing that's interesting about him is his vice presidential pick was Henry Gassaway Davis, who is 80 years old. He was chosen simply because of the money he could contribute to the campaign.
And he didn't bounce the
Anyway,
ticket at all because he was super conservative too.
exactly. Parker's campaign is a total shit show. He's an awful speaker, little outreach. Henry Adams called it the most absurd political campaign of our time. In desperation, Parker attacked Theodore Roosevelt over corporate donations, didn't really go anywhere. And I would also say that Parker did set back the Bryan coalition in a few ways, but one of the problems too with that campaign in 1904 is there's not as much daylight between the two candidates. I mean, they're both for the gold standard. They both give fairly pro-worker speeches, and both Theodore Roosevelt and Alton B. Parker took a lot of money from the wealthy. But yeah, he gets nowhere and gets his ass kicked, and nobody remembers his fucking name. I say he's an F. What do you say?
Yeah, also, his platform sounds like he was basically forced into running on stuff where he had no credibility. Because we know that Parker was fairly conservative and his running mate was even more so, but his platform is against monopolies and imperialism. He wanted to do a corruption sweep of the government, but that's usually not something that someone without stances wants to do. He wanted an independent Philippines, which I guess at this time the Philippines was seen as a success story and that it had been won with American blood, so that was probably not a great position politically. He opposed the tariff.
Independent Philippines is very popular this time because having independent Philippines means we don't have an empire.
That's right.
No. There's still this ascent. There's like Summers talked about this in class with the Spanish-American War. Americans, on one hand, were happy that they won the war and got territories, but they were also like, wait, we have territories now? Is it like colonies? Are we like now becoming what we rebelled against? So the Philippines in particular, supporting independent Philippines was a fairly popular position at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the problem with Parker was that he was up against Teddy Roosevelt. He's got other problems too, don't get me wrong, but that was the real problem. He's not able to appeal. With Roosevelt's running on most of the things that are getting would get votes for Parker. TR is much more charismatic, much better known, and probably has more credibility on the issues. He wants to enforce civil service reforms. TR's already been doing that. He wants to cut military spending. TR's doing the opposite, and it was pretty popular because the Great White Fleet and all that kind of stuff was fairly popular. His criticism of TR is that he's too dramatic and arbitrary. I mean, that sounds like a pretty weak criticism. There's not really much to that. It's sort of like if you made a campaign against Trump on you don't like his hand gestures when he talks, the little accordion thing. And that's the basis of your campaign. Okay, you don't have anything, do you? He basically just wanted to be president. He wanted to curb the presidency's powers. Pretty low energy election. The two of them had a similar outlook, as we've said. Both of them got a lot of corporate money, so they couldn't really hit each other for that. Parker only carried... You want to guess how many counties he carried outside of the South? Just right offhand?
Oh, God, I don't know, 50, 100?
84, so you're pretty close. So, yes, and that's about as low as a Democrat could get in this period with the Solid South, where you win most of the old Confederacy and then put nothing else on the map. And that's exactly what Parker did. I think you might be right with the F. I put down E on my sheet just because I was thinking of the context of trying to run against TR. When TR did sort of the unexpected and took up the platform that was part of your party. So now you basically don't have a leg to stand on. But E or an F for sure. Which one do you think?
F.
All right, well.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think Bryan could have made it interesting. You know? If you're going to go against Theodore Roosevelt, you don't run Alton Parker.
Yeah, I mean, Parker, pretty poor choice. Bryan literally set him up for failure. I wonder if was there any personal animosity, because I know Bryan despised him because of the gold thing, but was there a deeper hatred there? Or?
I don't know. Progressive era America, I'm knowledgeable of, but this is also one of my weaker points in American history. Like we start getting to the 30s, I'm a bit 20s and 30s, I'm a bit more in my wheelhouse, you know. But I do know that the fact that Parker does as badly as he does is going to strengthen that Bryan wing. But now we got to get into the Woodrow Wilson years.
Yep. And now we're looking at the Republican nominee of 1916, Charles Evans Hughes.
I do want to mention the 1912 election real quick, though, was fascinating. You had 4 people running. You had Theodore Roosevelt with the Bull Moose Party, William Howard Taft, Republican, Woodrow Wilson, Democrat, and then, of course, Eugene V. Debs for the Socialists. That election's probably worth an entire discussion all on its own. It's one of the most fascinating American elections for sure.
I agree.
But three of those 4 men made presidents, and we're not talking about them. And Debs never made 10% of the popular vote. Hey,
although
interesting guy.
But he hadn't been jailed.
It could have helped. But, so we're skipping right away to 1916 with Charles Evans Hughes, who is going to take on Woodrow Wilson. So what do you have for Mr. Hughes?
Well, this guy, of all the people on here, might have the most impressive overall resume. He was the 1916 Republican nominee, and unlike a lot of the Republicans who would come after him in the 20s and 30s, he was fairly progressive. He sort of came from that same tradition as Taft and Roosevelt, and also was a big wig in New York politics. So he became governor. Became governor in New York in 1906. Then in 1907, he helped to organize the Northern Baptist Convention. Taft asked him to be his running mate, but Hughes turned him down. He was governor again in 1908. He passed a bunch of regulations on telephone and telegraph companies. He won the passage of the first workers' comp bill ever to be passed. He was on the Supreme Court in 1910, and he had a pro-worker record. He was an ally of Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., and he was chosen in 1916 because the Republicans didn't want a split between Taft and Roosevelt again. So he left the Supreme Court and runs for president. So already at this point, I think it's safe to say he's got to be way up there as one of the more qualified people to ever run. And the reason I bring that up is because in 2016, Hillary Clinton, who we'll get to eventually, claimed to be the most qualified person to ever run for president. And I think that we've seen a number of people who are easily more qualified than her, and we'll continue to see several more who also are more qualified. But Charles Evans Hughes, I think, is one of them, certainly. Anyway, so he runs for president in 1916, and it's bad for his faction in the party, because after this, the progressive faction and the Republicans really falls out of favor. The conservatives come in, and then, in the 20s, everything goes conservative. And most of the remaining progressives in the Republican Party go into hiding or become Democrats over the course of the 20s into the 30s. So 1916 campaign, I couldn't find all that much on it. It looks like he was another wartime candidate who couldn't really find a way to differentiate himself. I mean, technically America wasn't at war yet.
He did find a way to differentiate himself, because he really said that Wilson wasn't preparing for war, and he himself courted the pro-war factions in America. So he's saying that Wilson wasn't preparing the military to go to war, and that Wilson was ignoring, in other words, if anything, Hughes could be called an interventionist. I will say this about Hughes as a progressive, though. He's seen as a compromise between progressive and conservative factions, because while he is progressive, he's a light progressive. So, for instance, he opposed the income tax, and during his campaign, he was less progressive or pro-labor. He shot more for the middle, if you will. So keep that in mind. While Hughes is, debatably a progressive, I would actually say he's less progressive than Taft and Theodore in many ways.
I mean, definitely less than Theodore. I don't know about Taft.
Taft is more progressive than people give him credit for. I'm just saying. But Hughes, though, is I think of Hughes like progressive light, diet progressive.
Okay. Well, so yeah, he's also an internationalist, and despite attacking Wilson over war prep, he basically agreed with them on most things, especially after Wilson wins re-election. He spends a lot more time working with Wilson than he does working to advance his own party.
Yeah. Oh, he did serve as Secretary of State under Warren G. Harding, and actually very effectively. He helped negotiate the Washington Naval Treaty,
Yes, he
which is one
did.
of your first arms regulation treaties, if you will.
I actually think if he
No.
had won the nomination in 1920, because there was talk of possibly putting him up again, I think he might have actually lost in 1920, just because internationalism was not popular, and that's part of what put Harding over the top. Whereas this
Mm.
guy would have been on the same side as Cox, and then Cox would have had more credibility on the issue because he was Wilson's chosen successor, or at least in theory, based on the party system. But he did
It's
not
funny
run.
you say that. It's funny you say that. I think Hughes could have won in 1920 for sure, but that's just my opinion on
Well, I mean,
that
he's a
one.
more dynamic candidate than Harding or Cox, so he almost he would have had a shot, but he would have been on the unpopular side of a major issue at the time. So he wouldn't have been able to capture
Okay.
that return to normalcy energy. In 1920, he didn't run because,
Return.
well, also because he knows words, so he'd know it would be normality. But whatever. His daughter died of TB in 1920, so he didn't feel like running. So that's why he didn't run that year. Then he became Harding's sec state. As you said, Washington Naval Conference. He was offered the Chief Justice job, but declined, and then Taft got it. He wanted to finish his work as sec state. So, yeah, he's already been on the court, got offered to come back as Supreme Court, as the Chief Justice, declined, went into corporate law in the 20s, and then Hoover put him on the Supreme Court again because Hoover thought, well, he's gone corporate now, so he'll be a reliable conservative and he will fuck with any Democrats who come along the way later.
Mm.
And he sort of does, but he's more of a swing vote on the court. So he shoots down some New Deal legislation but upholds other pieces. But then after
Yeah.
1936, he upholds the New Deal pretty consistently. And then retires in 1941. And I emphasize that last point as a sign of greatness. He didn't die on the bench. He didn't wait till he was too old to do his job. He left and let other people come to the court. Which is
Are you
a
making
crazy concept, by the way. But
Are you making a veiled criticism of Ruth Bader Ginsburg? I mean, I saw people with Halloween costumes as Ruth
well, I'm
Bader
making a
Ginsburg.
criticism of Ginsburg, Scalia, and all of the other people who chose to die on the bench because they thought it was their right or it was their personal
Rehnquist.
destiny or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, if you die suddenly of an unexpected condition, fair enough. But if you are terminally ill or you have chronic bad health, what are you doing? Go home. Anyway,
Yeah, anyway, yes.
so yeah, he also helped to pass the Davies Plan as Secretary of State, another great accomplishment. Dawes Plan, excuse me, which helped to ease German war debt in the early 20s. So this is basically the system where the U.S. gave Germany money that it could then give to Britain and France to pay the reparations.
Oh, yeah, yes.
So
Oh, I didn't know he set that up. That makes
yeah,
sense, though.
Hughes is massively significant. He wasn't that strong of a candidate in 1916, but once you look past that, I mean, this guy's got a hell of a resume.
What do you think, then? A C or a B?
I was thinking more like an A.
A? Well, let's go with B, then.
Okay.
I can't go A for Hughes. But I get what you're saying. Very impressive, and honestly, I kind of read about when I was reading up on him. I kind of felt bad that I hadn't known more about him to begin with. Like, and this is
Yeah.
obviously a major figure,
Also, he
right?
doesn't tend to be talked about much when I read accounts of FDR's New Deal and the struggle with the Supreme Court. Although, as one of the swing voters on the court, this was one of the guys they needed to be talking to. But I think mostly FDR was meeting with Brandeis trying to get advice for how to win over other justices by finding legal loopholes or legal arguments in favor of different New Deal legislation.
I see. Well, now we get to the 1920s.
Yep, and we get to 1920 proper with James M. Cox, who I don't
Yeah.
know what the record is, but I think at one time it's possible that he might have been the longest lived person after their failed presidential bid because he lived
Oh yeah.
until the late 50s, and he was running in 1920. And he's somewhat
Yeah.
comparable to Greeley in that he was a newspaper man, but then he had already become Ohio governor, and then after this failed run, he basically just quit politics and went back into media and worked on expanding his business empire, which was fairly extensive by the time he died.
Oh yeah, supported FDR as well when in the 30s. But getting to him though, he was considered progressive, Wilson Democrat. He wanted to cut taxes, support the unions, and he also supported prohibition. And that's one of the things that really fucks him up because supporting prohibition, is not really popular with the Irish support that has the Democratic Party's back. But even worse, though, of course, is Wilson. Wilson had pissed off the Germans, who the Democrats had been courting. He'd pissed them off with the anti-German rhetoric and actions during the First World War. At the same time, the fact that Wilson didn't push hard for Irish independence meant that the Irish vote for the Democrats doesn't turn out. At the same time, Wilson was a late supporter of women's suffrage, so when women did get the right to vote, they voted for Harding. By the way, can't confirm it. One of the old stories I always heard was that women voted for Harding because they thought he was handsome.
I've heard that too.
Yeah, I've heard it. I don't want to say anything about it. Maybe it's got some truth to it. People do vote for people for dumb reasons. But it should be kept in mind that Wilson had dragged his feet on female and women's suffrage, so that probably did. He didn't help the Democrats, really. But more importantly, the economy was just in a bad shape. And Harding very smartly ignored Cox and actually ran against Wilson the whole time. And this was very smart because Cox was people liked Cox, but Wilson at this time is highly unpopular. So very shrewd move by Harding. Also, Cox, of course, nominated the young Franklin D. Roosevelt, who before then was the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, as his running mate. Franklin Roosevelt actually outshone Cox on the campaign trail. Charismatic, great public speaker that he was. At any rate, Cox was crushed. Harding even won one of the old Confederate states. Which one was that?
No, Cox
Tennessee.
won Tennessee, Maryland, and Delaware. And usually
But
Maryland and
Maryland,
Delaware were kind of winnable for the Democrats.
True, no, very true. But I'm talking about a Confederate state. He won Tennessee.
It's amazing he put as much ink on the board as he did, though, because he lost the popular vote 60.3 to 34.1. Crushing.
It's all the solid South. It's all the solid South, man. But yeah, Cox. I got a pretty low opinion of his campaign. I mean, to be fair, he really goes into an impossible situation in many ways. But what you don't want for a Democrat is a prohibitionist.
Right, because they depend heavily on the Catholic vote.
Now, that being said, being a prohibitionist helps in the South. The rural South supports prohibition. But Democrats, you're also a party of immigrants, and this just isn't working. That being said, Cox is one of the first people to use the radio a lot and gave lots of speeches that way.
So you think his running mate might have gotten some ideas then?
Yeah, maybe. One fun fact about this election: this is not the first one. Some of the ones in the early Republic, back in the Burr, James Monroe days, had less than 50% voter participation. But this one does have less than 50%, even though the electorate has become much larger with female suffrage. So the number of people voting in raw count increased, but the actual percentage decreased rather significantly. It dropped. Voter participation dropped by over 10%.
That is interesting. I didn't realize it was quite that steep.
Yeah, pretty steep for 1920. But, normalcy campaigns don't tend to turn out the voters in such high numbers, do they?
Yeah, which makes me wonder what the turnout will be this year. Because that's kind of what we're looking at here.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm nervous. But anyway.
Yeah, so I guess you could argue Cox had a long-term impact because even though he got his ass handed to him on a platter, he did back FDR later, and not only he gave him his sort of a first national exposure in this campaign, then backed him fairly consistently with his papers, which helped FDR get his word out. And then he lived for a while, and his empire included local papers from Ohio to Florida, so he reached a lot of local communities and influenced the politics of those states. However, this is the worst margin in the popular vote ever.
No, it's not the worst ever, is it?
I think it is. I think this was the worst. And yes, FDR was very young at the time. Somebody pointed out he was only 38 when he ran in 1920.
No, this is not the worst ever. It's bad, but it ain't the worst ever. You got to go back
the worst up to this point. I forget which one, but it's
you got to go back to Pinckney, man, to get something worse.
Yeah, Pinckney.
Yeah.
Although I don't know, do we even consider the Federalists a major party, or I don't know?
Yeah, well, they are. They had a president. They elected John Adams. They're a major party.
All right. Anyway, for Cox, I guess it depends. How much credit do we give him for FDR's success? Because obviously he had none on his own.
I'd go with an E. I give Cox some credit for jumping on the radio and bolstering Franklin Roosevelt, but anything higher than an E sounds like an overstatement to me.
Oh, somebody in chat made a good point. He said that because of the Spanish flu, voters were afraid of voting in large numbers. That could be a
thing. Though, okay, that makes sense. Although I was thinking that when I thought about the Spanish flu, I was thinking about it as, it mostly affected people from 1918 to 1919. But yeah, okay, the Spanish flu probably did do that. That's right. Thanks for pointing that out, man. Thanks.
Yeah, very good point. And I guess that would explain the large drop-off. Imagine a lot of women were excited to get the right to vote, but afraid to use it because they didn't want to bring the flu home to their families.
Well, to be fair, it's going to get lower with the next election.
Yeah, I mean, nothing was on the ballot in 1924.
God, 1924. Sometimes called the most boring election ever. Let's go and barrel through this.
It has also been called by at least one author the high tide of American conservatism.
Yes, and I also heard it called a libertarian's wet dream.
And in many ways it is. You got John W. Davis versus Calvin Coolidge. And,
yes, Coolidge. Keep cool with Coolidge. Just mentioning that.
What's weird about the Davis nomination is that in 1922, in the midterms, the Democrats had done fairly well, so they had some hope. And they were looking for a leader who could bring their coalition back together and win the White House. One of the people they had running, who was the early leader for the nomination, was William Gibbs McAdoo of California, who was Wilson's son-in-law. Although they're about the same age, which is weird, but let's not focus on that too long. And McAdoo wanted to run on labor corruption of Harding, but then it turned out that the Democrats were also on the take in the Harding administration, so couldn't really do that too well. And then there was another scandal involving McAdoo, and then he had to drop out. But McAdoo should have dropped out, but didn't. And he also said that he was willing to accept KKK support because he was more or less openly racist. Wilson was also pretty racist, but he was smart enough to keep it on the DL. McAdoo, not as much. So the party knew that would not go well, and McAdoo also had been an advocate of going to war with Mexico. So McAdoo was spelled trouble, even though he had name recognition and that Wilson connection, which might have been useful. So they had to turn to somebody else. And a lot of his allies who agree with him ideologically, so a lot of his fellow progressives looked at him and saw a demagogue. So then they decided to go with just somebody else. And at this time, William Jennings Bryan was not running, but he was trying to keep peace on the convention floor, not very successfully. And eventually, after 103 ballots, they came up with John W. Davis by means unknown, and his running mate was Bryan's brother, the governor of Nebraska, Charles W. Bryan, who was pretty progressive. But Davis himself was a corporate lawyer, then being paired with basically a prairie socialist. So pretty odd ticket. It'd be like if you had a Buttigieg Sanders ticket or something like that. Just something that makes no sense at all. And many thought that Davis was more conservative than he actually was, which helped to drive down turnout for Democrats. Davis was pretty conservative, but he wasn't as right-wing as some people in his party thought. And he also pissed off prohibitionists because prohibitionists thought that his vocabulary was too wet, quote-unquote, because he used terms such as personal liberty and illegal search and seizure, which they called wet dog whistles, basically, which I would have never thought of those as being that, but I
Of
guess,
course they are, man,
yeah.
because your personal look, illegal search and seizure is when you run to somebody's house, go seize alcohol, and personally, you should not have the right to tell me I can't drink, sir. Okay?
Yeah.
So yeah.
It makes sense, but it's something I'd never thought of until I read about this campaign. So yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, this was a bloodletting.
Oh yeah. They lost numerous safe Democratic counties. In fact, Davis. There are 20 states where Davis won not a single county at all.
Yeah, and you know what his percentage of the popular vote was?
Low.
28.8. Almost as bad as Pinckney.
Woo,
so
man.
Way down there.
Yeah,
and he still got 136 electoral votes because of the Solid South, though.
One thing that hurt him, though, with at least the popular vote percentage, is that the fact that Davis didn't like the Ku Klux Klan, he had helped shoot down the grandfather clause, meant that Davis was, how should we say, like, he wasn't as popular in the South as some other Democrats had been. His defeat has a big effect on things with Prohibition because he was seen as anti-prohibition, he got his ass kicked. That's one of the reasons why prohibition keeps going on at this time. Seen as a major defeat for those who enjoy the good things in life.
Yes.
Anyway, in old age, violent segregation, all for the 1950s Red Scare, hated the New Deal, and one of the founders of the Liberty League.
Which is the pro-business Democrats, right?
Yeah, just pro-business in general. Liberty League. We're against what FDR is doing with the New Deal. So that's John W. Davis for you.
Interestingly enough, another failed Democrat also joins that, and we'll talk about him and a couple people, Al Smith.
Yeah, although Al Smith's way more interesting than Davis. I mean,
Davis for sure. Davis is bland and boring. Davis, literally, the Democrats were looking for any asshole they could put on the ticket, and this guy fits the bill of just being any random asshole. Horrible choice. And it took 103 ballots to reach the compromise position of let's go with Davis and Bryan's brother. This is an easy F. I don't even know what more I can say about this one. But the only interesting thing about Davis's campaign is that it sucked so bad that it left a huge opening in the electorate for a major third-party run by Senator Robert M. La Follette of Wisconsin.
Yeah, another one of these
on the progressive ticket.
Another one of these great, powerful politicians who did not make the presidency. But yes.
And also, interestingly enough, I have heard some figures claim that La Follette was their political inspiration. I want to say Elizabeth Warren claims to be a La Follette follower. Or at least she has in the past.
Warren and Sanders. So a few things to know about La Follette and his run. It's kind of a combination of socialists, independent radicals, and members of organized labor and farm groups. So very, very pro-labor, anti-war, and also for civil liberties. La Follette is very important for progressivism in many ways because he represents a shift in the left from moral reform to purely economic. Because keep it in mind, there was that whole progressive moral reform component, which is not going to be a feature of the New Deal coalition. And La Follette, in many ways, points towards that not being part of the paradigm, if you will. Anyway, showed the power of the labor vote. And a lot of the people who newly voted in this election, it's a low turn election, a lot of new voters did go for La Follette. However, La Follette was very old, in bad health. In fact, he died like the next year.
Yes, he did. Yes.
Also, it is a coalition of people who don't. It's a coalition of people who are for workers' rights. They're not big on the rich, but they have other problems too. La Follette did drive away some of his support when he renounced communism. And he does this when it's not, when renouncing communism is definitely uncool. But he did it because he actually visited the USSR, which I want to read more about. I want to read about La Follette in the Soviet Union and what he thought of it. But apparently he visited the Soviet Union, took one look, and said, this is a bad idea. And of course, he doesn't have much financial backing, since it's a heavily pro-labor party, if you will.
Yeah, he also had a great quote, or his running mate did. He found a Democrat from Montana named Burton K. Wheeler, who said that he was going with La Follette on this third-party ticket because when his party went to Wall Street, he wasn't going with it.
That's good, man.
Yeah, I like that. And
so in many ways, La Follette is kind of like if Brian is a prologue to the New Deal coalition, La Follette is when you really start to see it forming in some ways. Even though he's not as successful, but you see like the labor farm and socialist or socialist adjacent, if you will, voting bloc, right?
Yeah, and he kind of pulled off the Bryan dream of uniting farmers and workers because he won both farming organizations and some unions, something that Bryan had tried to do before. Which I wonder how Bryan felt about this election, because I feel like both he and his brother Charles probably secretly went and voted for La Follette.
Oh, come on. Charles had to vote for Davis, man. I mean, he's on the ticket.
I mean, I think it was pretty clear, though, that Davis wasn't going to be president, so I imagine he had the liberty to vote for La Follette. And, you're right. He also was sick. He missed the entire spring in terms of being able to campaign due to illness. So I guess he got some summer and fall campaigning in. And then the next year, in 1925, he died without any further activities. He did have some interesting stuff on his platform, though. He wanted to cut the military budget in order to pay World War I bonuses. So if it had been up to him, that would have happened and there would have been no bonus army incident in 1932. He wanted to... The backbone of his campaign, though, was crushing monopolies. But this also appealed to people who weren't socialists because they thought of it as TR-style trust busting, which they were right. That's what it was. He was for government ownership of water power and the gradual nationalization of the railroads. He also wanted to nationalize cigarette factories and other large industries. And he was strongly supportive of increased taxes on the wealthy and the right of collective bargaining for factory workers. And all of this was good to give him 16.6% of the popular vote, and he carried his home state of Wisconsin.
Yeah. And we got to consider the rest of the stuff at La Follette. I give him a B. What do you say?
Yeah, that's what I have circled here is a B.
Yeah.
Pretty solid. If his health had been better, then maybe he could have carried a couple extra states. But yeah, he definitely points the way forward, although his health did not allow him to be the guy to carry the torch.
All right, you want to take a quick break and we'll get to Al Smith?
Sure.
All right, pretty quick. Be right back.
All right. I think I'll take a short break too then. Get some refreshments.
Oh, yeah. Back for more. Done Robert La Follette. I'm getting into Al Smith in just a sec here. New Deal coalition coming around, which means we get to stop talking about Democrats who lose, and now we get to talk about Republicans who lose a bunch. Anyway. Ready?
Right. I'm back.
Ready for Al Smith, sir?
Yep, I'm ready for the Al Smith annual dinner, or whatever the hell it's called, that is held in Al Smith's honor.
Before we get to that, before we get to Al Smith himself, what the fuck is this dinner?
It's a thing that people have to attend every year or so. It's for a lot of the bigwigs in Washington. Pretty much anybody who's a president or nominee has to attend. Maybe it's only every 4 years. But I don't know exactly how he got it named in his honor. I think it was some Catholic organization that wanted to honor him because he was the first ever Catholic nominee. And he had a pretty interesting career. but obviously he failed, and at this point he's more or less known as the guy who lost to Hoover and then led the Democrats who didn't like FDR. But up to that point, I think he thought that he was going to be the shining star in the Democratic Party. He also thought that he was much more talented than FDR. So
yes, he did.
Yeah, and up to 1932 or so, he might have had a point, or at least a lot of people would have agreed with him on that. But not so much. And obviously, we remember one and not the other, and there's a reason. His nickname is interesting. He is called the Happy Warrior.
Oh, really? Huh?
Yeah, that's his nickname. He was a New York governor. So like many governors in New York during this period, early 20th century, he had to run for president. As mentioned, he was the first Catholic. And most Democrats in 28 wanted to sit it out. Al Smith had been eyeing the White House since about 1920. So he thought this was his chance. He thought he would shock the world. So he is actually a lot like Hoover, just on the opposite side. So both of them are well-regarded leaders. Both of them are bigwigs in their party. Both of them have been ambitious for high office for a long time. Both of them are experienced and qualified. And pretty much advocates of what you might call good or efficient government. So in many ways, they are managerial presidents, or they would be. Smith, as I mentioned, as a Catholic, attracted a lot of prejudice in this campaign, and it was actually pretty shameful, some of the attacks that were used against him. The idea that he would be the Pope's minion and all that kind of stuff came out. And somebody summarized the 3 P's of defeats: prohibition, prejudice, and prosperity.
Yeah, it should also be mentioned that the fact that Al Smith was a wet and a Catholic hurt him in the rural South.
Yes.
Which is one of the reasons why Hoover starts to win states. It should be kept in mind, though, that Herbert Hoover really is the first Republican president to really make a push for, like, let's start winning the South. Let's do a Southern strategy, if you will.
Yeah.
It probably also didn't help that Smith was a political machine man of Tammany Hall. Yet what's interesting about Smith is that he ran close in Republican strongholds. And that also probably helped that Herbert Hoover was not a super popular person within the Republican Party. Remember, we were talking about how the Republicans had shifted to becoming they turned their backs on their progressive wing. Hoover was seen as one of the last of the progressive Republicans. And so, therefore, while he did secure the nomination, I wouldn't call him broadly popular within the party. You know?
Oh.
There is an entire argument that's made that while Al Smith lost, the trends that were positive for him were accelerated in the Great Depression and under Franklin Roosevelt. So some people have made a case the Al Smith run was a kind of prologue to realignment, if you will. Don't know about that, but I will note it. I will note. You were talking about how him and FDR didn't get along. Very, very true. FDR got the nomination in 1932. And the reasons that Al Smith didn't like Roosevelt were for both ideological and personal reasons, although apparently they reconciled towards the Al Smith's death, if you will. So they apparently did reconcile eventually.
Yeah, FDR sent a note to him, wishing him well, and apparently Al Smith was really moved by it, and he hadn't expected it.
Oh, nice. That makes him very different from Edmund Burke. You know about this with Edmund Burke?
No.
Edmund Burke was a Whig in Parliament, and he really came out against the French Revolution. And then while he was dying, Charles James Fox, who was the head of the Whigs in the British Parliament, wanted to call on him and essentially said, like, let's forget our political differences. And remember, we used to be friends. I want to see you before you die. And Burke sent a note that just said, I can't see you because of our political differences.
Damn.
What an asshole. But I really fucking hate Burke. But anyway, so there you go, man. That's FDR for you, though. He wants everybody to be his friend, doesn't he?
Yeah, that was his goal. he was pretty easygoing in that way. Sort of a natural-born politician in many ways.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, fun fact about Al Smith: one of only a handful of people who has been a governor of a state 4 times.
Hmm.
Yeah, governor of New York on 4 occasions, which I mentioned because the Louisiana's distinction of we made Edwin Edwards governor 4 times here, and he ended up in jail. Just saying, okay.
Well, also it's interesting with Al Smith, he sort of set a trend that became prominent in America the last 10 years or so of New York politicians going national and then talking about New York. Because his campaign theme was called Streets of New York when he was running for president. So he's touring places that aren't New York, talking about New York.
What about Streets of Rage, though?
Well, I mean, if he had done that, people would have been like, damn, this is some kick-ass techno. This Al Smith guy, he knows how to jam.
He does, man. That would have been awesome. But no, we got the Streets of New York thing. I didn't know he did that. Yeah, you're right, man. This is the time New York politicians are like, hey, let me tell you about New York. It's like, all right, great.
Yeah. It's just like, in the 2020 cycle, every New Yorker has to talk about New York ad nauseum or have the Statue of Liberty on a green screen behind them or whatever it might be. I mean, fucking Chuck Schumer actually went outside with the wind blowing into his mic to show how close he is to the Statue of Liberty. But it's like, okay, it's the New York Olympics and I'm going to win this. But anyway, Al Smith kind of anticipated that. Let's see. One thing he did do that people give him credit for sometimes, and I don't really know the demographics of this period well enough to verify or challenge it, but he was the first Democrat to win all 12 major cities in America, or the 12 biggest, and win all ethnic minorities. And then this is something that was key to FDR from 1932 forward, was being the guy who wins all the minorities. Because before this, Republicans won some of them too, but at this point, Smith secures all the minority votes for Democrats.
Yes, and getting into the minority thing, you have to consider quite a few other things as well. There's a whole argument about how the New Deal coalition formulates. One argument being that because immigration had slowed down, these groups had more of a chance to kind of coalesce into a political identity, if you will. But at any rate, I'd give Smith a D. What do you think of that?
I think that's fair. I don't think he was going to win because of the prejudice against Catholics. That and Hoover had a good economy going. I actually think the 3 Ps says it all.
Yeah. Although the Prohibition one, it wasn't quite what it used to be at that time. This is around the time people were like, Prohibition probably failed.
Yeah, and I mean, FDR will... Did he run on ending Prohibition, or was that just something he did?
It was kind of understood that it was on its way out.
Yeah.
There's also... The thing about the 1930s, too, is that they're really... And some of this can be pointed to the failure of Prohibition. There was an erosion of moral reform. And one of the things that defines the New Deal coalition is its absence of moral reform. It's purely economic. It is not interested in whether or not you're drinking or smoking.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it.
Oh, of course, man, because you and me, we like economic leftism, and we want to be left alone to play whatever video games we want to play, and not have people be like, hey, this game's too violent or sexist or something. It's like, leave me alone. Right?
Also, interesting notes about Al Smith after his presidential run. He was part of that consortium that helped build the Empire State Building. He was an early and outspoken enemy of Nazism, so he identified Hitler very early on as a big threat and was advocating to FDR about how they needed to take steps to stop Hitler. And then, of course, he'd go and publish articles about how FDR sucks, probably in the same day. And he was a big fan of the Lend-Lease. He was one of the people really urging FDR to get that going.
Interesting. Okay. Well, let's get to the guy you've spoken about a few times randomly, Alf Landon.
Yes. When I was in Kansas in, I believe it was 8th grade, I was there between 8th and 10th grade because my dad was in the military. And in one of those years, I had to take a course called Kansas History. And that was the most boring history class I've ever taken in my entire life, because it turns out that outside of Bleeding Kansas, not that much has happened in Kansas. There have been some prominent people who have been born there or have lived there at some point, but most of them chose to do whatever made them famous somewhere else. Alf Landon ran for president in 1936, and in a Kansas history book, this is basically a chapter's worth of material, or at least half a chapter. And you would think that he must have made it close. No. This was not a close election. Alf Landon got completely and totally obliterated by FDR in 1936. To put it in perspective, FDR won the Electoral College 523 to 8. Probably the most crushing Electoral College victory ever, except for the Monroe one.
Also, should be noted, too, the Democrats at this time gained House seats in 1930, 32, and 34, and 36. That's insane. Like, have you ever heard of one political party gaining seats 4 elections in a row?
I surely have not.
Yeah.
And
I mean...
yeah, actually, let's look at Landon's career. He was an oil producer, World War I veteran, became a millionaire due to oil in Lawrence, Kansas, led the liberal Republicans in Kansas, wanted to reduce taxes and balance the budget during the Depression, so he was doing the Hoover strategy. Although at a state level, you can't really do stimulus too much because you don't have control of your currency. Supported some parts of the New Deal, but said some of it was inefficient, so basically his campaign was pretty wishy-washy. So he's not really running against the New Deal, but he's running a half-assed version of it. Nobody's going to go for that. Pretty ineffective campaigner. Only won 2 states. And after the election, he decided to retire. So he left the governor's mansion in 1937. Never ran again. Lived 50 more years. Died in 1987 at the age of 100. Which is probably the most interesting thing about him. And his daughter then became senator much later. And also he lost the popular vote 60.8 to 36.5. The 2 states he won were Maine and Vermont. So those were still fairly Republican up to this point. Especially
Vermont.
Yeah.
I think Vermont goes Democrat until like 1964, I think. But anyway, a few notes I have on Landon. The close election was predicted by many people. Something I could do with the Literary Digest poll that was done. But what actually turned out was a gentleman named Gallup who did a poll. His poll was closer. This is when the Gallup poll becomes popular, if you will. Landon later on backed the Great Society and was for the acceptance of Mao's China.
Really?
And I say that, yes, I say it because if you were in reactionary circles, they look at the people they ran against Roosevelt and go like, okay, like none of them actually really ran against the New Deal. I mean, they'd critique it, but they didn't run against it. And Landon is kind of seen as like one of the ultimate losers, if you will. Because you got a guy who's like trying to do an FDR light thing. It's like, dude, they just want the real thing then, you know? I mean, what do you want? You want Coke or Diet Coke, right?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the whole thing. Alf Landon, not a very good candidate. But I think if they had run, say, a Coolidge-style candidate against FDR in 1936, probably the same result, or worse.
I think better, but not by much. I mean, I do think they would have got their asses kicked. But you know, if it's New Deal versus New Deal light, New Deal is going to win.
Absolutely.
You know? Yeah.
It's like when John W. Davis tried to do the Republican light thing in 1924 and got destroyed.
Exactly.
I mean, I think Landon's a pretty easy F.
Pretty easy. But don't worry, more Fs are on the way.
Yeah.
Because we're getting to the guy who I think is the most pathetic presidential candidate of all time, Wendell Willkie.
Yeah, actually, I'm convinced Willkie wanted to run for president just so he would have a chance to meet FDR and shake his hand.
What were the Republicans thinking? I mean, even Landon had, you know, to be fair, even Landon had much more of a backbone against FDR. I mean, what the fuck's the deal? Well, we got Wendell Willkie, who is a corporate lawyer, internationalist, and a Democrat until 1939. Then in 1940, suddenly he's a Republican. And he's chosen over Thomas E. Dewey and Robert A. Taft. Taft, of course, is a hero to paleoconservatives. He was an isolationist. Dewey represented the liberal Republicans, although he would definitely be to the right of Willkie. We'll talk a bit about Dewey later, of course. Anyway, Robert Taft probably would have been a better choice, at least to make it more interesting, because he was a consistent man against the New Deal. And Taft actually had the best things about Willkie. He said, there's only one way to beat the New Deal, and that is head on. You can't outdeal them. Well, Willkie decided to outdeal them. He just really didn't oppose FDR, and Franklin Roosevelt mostly ignored him. Some of this was because if Franklin Roosevelt wanted to concentrate on other issues. Some of it also was because Roosevelt realized that Willkie essentially agreed with him, so he was kind of going soft on him, if you will, and also realized he didn't really have to campaign that hard. Willkie did not vigorously campaign. He becomes despised by the party's old guard, and then, during World War II, he served as an envoy. Somebody actually recently wrote a book about this, him running around the world, meeting world leaders and whatnot, which meant that by the fact that he used to be a Democrat, he runs this weak campaign, so that in 1944, the Republicans rejected him. They wanted him out. And Willkie actually endorsed no one in 1944 because he felt Roosevelt had lied to him about their political future together, because apparently Roosevelt told Willkie he wanted to form a new party, and with Willkie's help. While at the same time, of course, the Republicans have thoroughly rejected him. So yeah, I don't know. Just he's terrible. Like I don't know who he's running against or what he hopes to accomplish. You know?
Yeah, I don't either. And apparently his whole mantra was businessman with a heart who will continue the New Deal. So basically FDR, but without the credibility and the achievements. And he had big rallies in a few places, which made it look like he had support, but all the people who showed up were middle-class voters. When he went to working-class people, they literally pelted him sometimes and booed him. And
which
he's
is
also
hilarious.
Very gaffe-prone. So
oh, yeah?
One time he was addressing steel workers, and he accidentally insulted Frances Perkins, FDR's Secretary of Labor, also the first woman to ever hold that post, and someone who was pretty popular with labor. And of course there were women there too, or probably the wives of steel workers, and they were deeply turned off by that. So if they had been listening to him, they decided, nope, voting for Franklin.
Okay.
And that apparently went fairly viral, or whatever the equivalent of viral was at the time, being reported by other papers. Yeah, and this was FDR's unprecedented third term. His war policy was pretty much identical. He supported aid for Britain in the peacetime draft. So there wasn't really much difference there either. So it's not like you could at least point to a difference on war policy like you could with Hughes and Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for a reason to not give him an F. Is there anything?
There is nothing, man. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned that about the war thing. And it's like, what are the Republicans thinking? Like, you're going to put up a New Deal internationalist against a New Deal internationalist? I don't know what they were thinking, man.
Apparently they weren't.
I got to read a book on this. I got to be like, Wendell Willkie, how the fuck was this guy chosen? I mean, he only just became a Republican before he gets nominated.
And also, even though FDR was popular, the guy was running for an unprecedented third term. If you were going to be able to pick him off, this might be a moment where you have a chance. But not with Willkie on the ticket.
Yeah, I gotta wonder, what the fuck were the Republican establishment thinking?
Well, apparently one thing, they might have actually nominated Dewey early, but Dewey was an isolationist, and in 1940, a lot of Americans were shocked by the German victories in Europe, so they wanted someone who would be a little tougher in terms of making sure the military was ready if needed. So
Okay, I see.
that's why they went the internationalist on the ticket with Wilkie. So it actually makes sense why they did it, but they should have made Wilkie take at least one non-FDR position on his platform somewhere, something they could talk about. Because literally, what the hell is he running on? Why is he there? Why not just endorse FDR and then ask if you can get a Republican VP? I don't know. That would be a more effective use of their leverage in that situation. As stupid as that sounds.
Yeah. All right, man.
Yeah.
1944. The easy one. 1944, though, we get to Thomas E. Dewey.
Yes.
The man who does not defeat Truman, right?
Nope. The man who also does not defeat FDR in 1944. And the man who might have been nominated in 1940, but wasn't.
Yeah. Dewey, a few things. Famed prosecutor, took on the mafia, such as Lucky Luciano. Fun fact, Dutch Schultz, the infamous Jewish gangster, threatened to kill him in 1935. So very, very brave man, very intelligent, but also rather arrogant. Now, he's chosen in 1944 because he's seen as a compromise candidate between Taft and Wilkie, although Dewey definitely favors Wilkie more than Taft. For 1944, Dewey tried to hit Franklin Roosevelt on corruption, but also, like early red baiting, like there's communists who've infiltrated the government type of stuff. But he was kind of light on that. Anyway, it didn't really matter. The whole election 1944 election turns on the war. So by the time he gets nominated, U.S. forces appear stalled in Europe and the Pacific. But by the time the election rolls around, we've occupied Paris and we've crushed the Japanese at Leyte Gulf. So all's well for Franklin. Yeah, so Dewey got beat pretty bad, but let's be fair to him. He did better against Franklin Roosevelt than Hoover, Landon, and Wilkie.
Yeah. He tried to go up against the god, and at least he was able to touch heaven for a second.
Yeah. But then you get to 1948, which is really interesting, isn't it?
Yes, 1948 is an interesting election. And
yeah, sometimes called the last great whistle stop election for Truman, that is.
Give him
hell, Harry. Give him hell, Harry. Everybody thought Truman was going to lose. But they didn't realize the New Deal coalition was persistent. And Dewey ran a very ineffectual, low-risk campaign. Like the speeches were vague and dull, and small crowds gathered. He wasn't really getting the big numbers in. Although the campaign was far better funded, naturally. Truman made as part of his plea to the voters was a combination of class issues and anti-communism. And therefore, he's able to close the gap. Yeah, the 1948 election did emphasize that you really do need a vigorous campaign on the ground. You can't just rely on, operatives and... Wait, sorry, where was I?
I'm about Dewey.
Oh, Dewey, yeah. You got to have... Dewey shows you've got to have a really good ground game, because he did not. And one of the things I remembered seeing about Dewey was there was a magazine thing where it actually just showed a picture of Dewey on a ferry boat, and it just said, "Our next president." And keep it in mind, too, we think of the media nowadays as a pro-democratic thing, which makes a lot of sense, but that was not the case in the 30s and 40s. Your average newspaper is pretty much in the tank for Dewey.
Yeah, also, what a lot of people also don't realize is that before about the 60s or 70s, academia was also very conservative.
Yeah. Sorry, a bit, yeah, but also it did have very strong left elements as well. But yeah, conservatism was definitely more pronounced at that time. Now that said, Dewey, however, against Truman, while he did lose, big upset. It was he did do better than anybody had since Herbert Hoover. And Dewey really does become one of the leaders of the Eastern establishment, as they call it, the kind of pro-business, anti-communist, mild New Deal faction that is going to control the Republican Party through the 1950s and into the 1960s as well. You got anything for Dewey?
Well, I think that he was kind of fucked over by his pollsters and advisors in 1948. He
Yes,
he
definitely.
knew that his
Definitely
message wasn't really resonating, but he never changed it, which is partly on him. So Truman ended up winning narrowly in California, Ohio, and Illinois, and mostly because he was attacking Dewey, and Dewey was not really responding in live time. He was just sticking with his message. So if Dewey had responded well enough to win any one of those three states, California, Ohio, or Illinois, he would have won because it would have gone to the House, and then the Republicans controlled the House. So Dewey was one line away from winning, potentially.
Yeah.
But he did not switch up a strategy. He ran a very complacent campaign, one that is very remarkably similar to the one we'll end up ending the night on, actually. Except that, if anything, maybe more inept, although I think that Dewey deserves a little more rope because this was the first time that mass polling was conducted, and it was very flawed in the methodology. So,
Oh, yeah.
actually, because of 1944 and doing a little better than anybody else did against FDR, I actually want to give Dewey a bit of a pass and give him an E rather than an F.
I agree. Also, Dewey does have a big influence on the Republican Party into the 1950s.
Yeah.
He plays a crucial role in making sure it's Eisenhower and not Taft.
He was also pretty young. In 1944, he was only 42, which makes him slightly younger than TR. They might have both been like age 42, but Dewey was a bit younger, and that makes him the youngest GOP nominee ever.
Interesting.
So he is the William Jennings Bryan of the Republicans, at least based on age, but
Wait,
literally nothing else.
He's younger than Trump, man? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, Trump has said at times that he's so young he can't believe it. But
Okay.
technically,
'Cause I
Dewey
can't
was a
either.
little younger. If we're just going by date of birth and not by feeling and superlatives. But anyway. Next up is Adlai Stevenson II, someone who is a huge favorite of, I guess, people who are big fans of American history, grad students, professors who looked at this guy as one of the great icons of American history and one of the great heroes of the 50s, and I gotta say, I don't see it. He was the nominee in 52 and 56. He lost both times to Dwight D. Eisenhower, and in both cases he defeated a man named Estes Kefauver for the nomination, and Kefauver would have had a much easier time getting the New Deal coalition out to vote. He was much more credible on issues of corruption, he had more charisma, and he was a lot better on the stump than Stevenson.
I don't necessarily say that Stevenson was like terrible. He actually was a pretty good public speaker, had a good dry sense of humor. It could be witty and urbane, but that didn't always work out on the campaign trail. Oh, Stevenson defended Alger Hiss. You just mentioned that. But anyway, for 1952, when he was running against Eisenhower, he wasn't excited to be the nominee, but he's considered something of a compromise candidate between labor, the South, and the city machines, which in many ways form the three factions, if you will, of the Democratic Party. Anyway, used to head off Kefauver. 1952, the Democratic Party is torn over Korea, the Cold War, McCarthyism. Truman had backed out, and Stevenson made it clear he did not want Truman's approval for the election because Truman's approval ratings, keeping in mind, of course, like you said, polling we all know wasn't as good back then, but it is interesting to note that nobody has dipped in approval ratings lower than Truman has. He was below 20% in some polls.
Damn.
That's insane. Yeah, I know. Like, I'm not a giant Truman fan myself, but it really should be kept in mind that in Truman's second term, he is not a popular politician in any respect. Anyway, yeah, Stevenson won over elite Democrats, not really the rank and file, like not the union types. He started winning over those middle class people that Democrats have been obsessed with grabbing ever since, right?
Apparently, he's also the first person to be labeled as an egghead because he had an egg-shaped head, he was bald, and he was an intellectual. So he was the original egghead.
Oh, by the way, when I say that he was outspent on television, the portion of Republican Democratic money spent on TV ads in 1988 is like 10 Republican to every one Democrat. I mean, damn.
Yeah. Also, I read somewhere that Stevenson struggled to really relate to working class voters, and that's why he became an icon of college educated people who, after they came
Yes.
back from college, felt like they no longer fit in where they had grown up or with their families. So he's basically an icon socially for people who felt isolated because they were newly educated and no longer related to the people they had grown up with.
Oh
So
yeah,
he's more
very
of a
very
cultural figure than a political figure in many ways.
he's very popular on college campuses, which kind of reminds me of Alf Landon in one regard. There's a lot of accounts I've read of Alf Landon where people said like, I thought he was going to win, and then he got crushed, and then I realized, oh, I was just around people who happened to be the group that would vote for Alf Landon. A similar thing with Stevenson. People on college campuses thought Stevenson was going to do great. He didn't. Oh shit! One of the big ones is TV. Stevenson was outspent on television advertising 10-1 by Eisenhower. That's nuts.
Yeah, that's an ass whooping. And that's basically what happened in 1952. He won 9 states. He won 45% of the popular vote. Which I guess, considering how bad Truman had, how unpopular Truman was, and how popular Eisenhower was, I guess that's not horrible. It's kind of predictable.
Yeah.
1956, he runs again in the primary, again has to beat Kefauver. This time he takes Kefauver as his running mate. And they're running in the wake of Eisenhower having had a heart attack in late 1955. So Eisenhower's health is an issue. He's fairly old by this time. And he ran a vigorous but disorganized campaign, giving about 300 speeches. He took some fairly bold stances.
Yeah, yeah. I can mention the speeches. He actually gave one of his speeches like a block away from where I am right now in what is today Congo Square.
Yeah, he took some bold
I ran
stances.
around a lot, man.
He was against above-ground nuclear testing, which eventually did become a policy.
Yes.
Let's see, what else did he take up? Because he took up a few issues where it showed that, in terms of his platform, a lot of the things he advocates will get passed into law in the coming decade or so.
Yeah.
But not by him. I think, against the draft.
He was, yes.
Yeah, which I guess that maybe that's why a lot of boomers like him. Could be part of it.
At least.
Let's see. He had a fairly ambivalent stance on civil rights, which is weird because part of the memory of Stevenson that I've seen in certain... Okay, I'll look this up. I saw an obituary for Kefauver, or a book. It was a review of a book written about him in the 70s, and the person who wrote it was a huge Stevenson stan. And basically he said that Kefauver was a racist and Stevenson was amazing on civil rights. But in reality, Kefauver was to the left of Stevenson on civil rights, even though Kefauver was from Tennessee and Stevenson was from Illinois. But for some reason, like the people who really stand for Stevenson, they believe that Stevenson was basically the white Martin Luther King, even though he definitely wasn't.
He most certainly was not. I mean, you do run into that, though. You want to remember things the way they are, the way you want them to be, right? Like, I mean, if you look at, in the case of New Orleans with segregation, the last mayor of New Orleans to really oppose desegregation was Delepsis Morrison. But since Delepsis was like the reform guy, Mitch Landrieu in his shitty book about statues said that Victor Shiro was like really against desegregation. I'm like, no, Victor Shiro wasn't. Oh, that's right. Victor Shiro was an Italian machine politics guy, so that's why you're going after him. You know?
Yeah. Let's see.
As opposed to pegging it where it really is. So yeah, Stevenson was weak on desegregation for sure. Eleanor Roosevelt supported him. Harry Truman didn't. He was seen as being soft on the Cold War. Anyway, he got annihilated the second time in 1956.
Yeah, he only won 61% of the black vote, which is pretty poor for a Democrat in the post-New Deal era.
Very true. Although the first election where black people went for Democrats was 1932.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
The things that really helped Eisenhower at the last minute were there were 2 crises abroad at the Suez Canal and in Hungary. Hungary was the brutal suppression of an uprising by Soviet forces, sent a shockwave through the world, because there were some people who thought that they might let these different republics they'd occupied after the war go free if they voted for it, but clearly they were not going to do that. And so there was a little bit of a craving for an experienced, tough leader with military experience. Eisenhower fit that bill. And then Eisenhower also got a doctor's note which said that he was good to go. So people have been worried about his health for about a year, but after a year he had already recovered, and he was looking pretty good. So, yeah, that devastated Stevenson. His popular vote share went down to 42%, and he only won 7 states, all of them in the South, including Missouri in this case, which is ironic because Truman didn't like him, but he won Truman's home state.
Okay.
Let's see. Also, interesting thing about Stevenson, and another reason why I think especially boomer era academics are enamored with him, Stevenson hated Nixon and had hated him for years before Nixon ran for president, because he predicted that Nixon had no principles and was all about power and should never be trusted. And he also spoke out against McCarthyism before it was cool.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can see why people like him, but I do think he has been systematically overrated.
Yes, I most certainly agree with you on that one. I give him a D myself. I feel like he does point a way towards a kind of upper middle or like lower upper class constituency the Democrats are really gonna, hang their hat on. You know what I mean? And the professional class stuff as well. So
yeah,
you can see the trend in the Democratic Party with Stevenson, where it's becoming more technocratic and getting away from the machine and local politics that really defined it for generations.
Yeah, I agree. I think a D is fair. And also, Truman was a machine product, by the way. He was very much the product of the Kansas City machine, and he never tried to break away from that. He very much believed in machine politics, because that's what got him where he was, and he tried to hold on to that system. So that's part of why Truman really hated people who challenged it. And another person who was against machine politics was Kefauver. Part of the reason why Kefauver was denied the nomination both times, despite doing really well in the primaries, which at that time had no determining influence on the nomination, is precisely because all the party bosses fucking hated him, because he was anti-corruption. But if it had been a straight-up primary, Kefauver would have been the nominee both times. So, fun side note.
Fun side note.
Next up is another person who I think in many ways was very influential, predicted some things ahead of his time, but has also been overrated, I believe, by his partisans, and that is Barry Goldwater of Arizona.
Barry Gold of Arizona, the first person of ethnic Jewish descent to run for president. So Barry Goldwater had been an early supporter of civil rights. He turned against it in 1964, citing constitutional and legal reasons. He led an insurgency within the Republican Party and made what were considered very extremist speeches at the time against what he saw going on. and he takes on Lyndon Johnson, who is running on the fact that Kennedy's dead, I've done some good stuff, and ain't the economy fine? So Barry Goldwater is pretty much dead in arrival, isn't he?
Yeah. He also made some past statements that were used against him. He had been against the Tennessee Valley Authority, which was still popular in the South because it had brought electricity literally to the South. He was for making Social Security voluntary, which sounded like a stealthy way of saying he wanted to privatize it. That was a big no-no. Eisenhower famously had said that the only people who want to get rid of Social Security are completely stupid and bound to lose. And then when Goldwater got put into that bracket against his will, he did lose pretty bad. Let's see. He had aggressive Cold War rhetoric that drew lots of attacks from LBJ, including the famous Daisy ad with the little girl picking flowers, and then the big mushroom cloud. That was pretty emotionally resonant.
Oh god! And then that drastic Lyndon Baines Johnson voice about nuclear warfare, if you will.
Yeah.
Well, it's a well done ad,
No, it is. It's devastating. It's dirty, but it's also devastating. So yeah, he did pretty poorly in 1964. He only won 38% of the vote. I don't know how many states he won, but it wasn't very many.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Goldwater, I think, gets a little cred because he did the right thing when it comes to Nixon. He also predicted that Nixon would be a terrible president and that he was a bad person. He called Nixon, quote, the most dishonest individual I have ever met in my life. And in 1974, he was one of the senators on the Republican side pushing Nixon to resign. Let's see. He also blamed his loss to LBJ on grief for JFK. He said that grief for JFK was what got LBJ elected. That's ridiculous. Terrible analysis there.
Yeah, I love that slogan though. They had like the pro goal on the slogan like, "In your heart, you know he's right," and then the counter was, "In your heart, you know he's nuts."
Yeah. And apparently that one stuck because when LBJ said that Goldwater will get you and your family nuked, people seemed to more or less believe it at least a little.
Yeah, no, he got smoked. The thing is, though, is that Goldwater did peel off Southern votes, and his election, the people who his nomination, people who worked for that nomination, are going to work on Reagan later on. So he does represent a political shift within the Republican Party, I think. Yeah, and really, a 1964 election. I mean, if you look at like the pundits of the time, they're like the Republican Party is dead, and that this is going to be the new reigning coalition. Well, that didn't work out, did it? At any rate,
no, and I guess too, maybe the reason why Nixon ran more as sort of a moderate rather than a conservative, because his views are probably more conservative than moderate if you gave him a political compass test or whatever. I think the reason why Nixon was afraid to be conservative is largely because of what happened to Goldwater. So Goldwater's defeat definitely delays the Republican move to the right under Reagan.
Yeah, it gives some inspiration, impetus, but yeah, it does delay it for a bit. This is idea that we did put forward because guys like Taft had been like, you can't out-deal the New Deal, just put forward a strong rock-ribbed Republican. They did, and it backfired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is there anything else interesting about Goldwater? I mean, he remained a major player in the Senate despite not quite fitting in with the moral majority culture. In the 80s, he was pretty tough on Reagan a few times. He said that Iran-Contra was the biggest and stupidest foreign policy blunder in American history, which I think is a bit uncharitable, considering that the XYZ affair happened, but yeah, it's pretty far up there, I guess. Iran-Contra.
Yeah, I can see that. Goldwater definitely was his own in that case. Oh, fun thing though. One time there was, I forget what it was. It was something involving Cambodia. It was kind of, I don't want to say I don't want to say like a thing with I don't want to say like a hostage crisis, but something sort of like that. And we sent military force in there, and it was a fiasco. And then Goldwater, when asked about that, said, "Yeah, it didn't work, but I support the fact that we did. We showed this country still has balls."
Wow.
I gotta dig some of the off the cuff Goldwater moments. I did watch some of Goldwater's inauguration speech from 1964 years ago, and it's very he didn't mince words from what I saw.
So in that way,
You know?
he was a great opponent for LBJ, who also tended to be pretty outspoken.
Well, I guess maybe him and LBJ talked about ball sizes. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, there are all these recordings of LBJ calling his tailor, "I need it let out in a nutsack."
He's like, it's right my bunghole, man. I gotta get this, man. I gotta let my nuts, you know.
Yeah, I want it let out a bit in the balls and in the bunghole. Give me an extra inch or two down there. Gets hot.
Ride my nuts.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think a lot of the argument that Goldwater really paved the way for Reagan, I think it's looking backward a bit, and also it ignores the fact that while Goldwater showed you can go right, Reagan's campaign was very different than Goldwater's, because Reagan was a very smooth politician. He also was very socially conservative, whereas Goldwater was kind of moderate on social issues.
Yeah.
And I think that the connection between Goldwater and the conservative revolution gets overstated.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. I don't know. It's kind of hard. He definitely has an influence on the trajectory of his party, and he is that rare presidential losing candidate who is still a major force in his party. But he also got his ass kicked. I was thinking maybe a D. What do you think?
I mean, I have him as an F. I mean, a respectful F compared to a lot of the other Fs here, but I think he showed sort of I think he was a leader of a faction in the party which never really made it anywhere. Effectively the libertarian wing of the party.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe we could go with E for Goldwater.
Yeah. I kind of favored D just because some of his operatives and supporters were so influential later on. And I could go either way. I'll roll a die. All right. 1, 2, 3, he's an E. 4, 5, 6, he's a D. He's an E, sir. He's an E.
All right.
All right, we get to Hubert Humphrey. I actually met a guy
Triple H.
who was at the convention where Humphrey got nominated in '68.
I thought about putting an image of Triple H here because Hubert Humphrey's initials were Triple H.
Fucking funny, man.
Yeah, I thought about doing it, but then I figured after the whole Elagabalus thing, where somebody didn't understand that me putting him in the S tier was a joke, somebody'd be like, "That's not Hubert Humphrey."
That's not the hump I know, man. That's not the hump I know.
So anyway, his logo is 3 H's. So I think he was trying to get the initial thing going. And had he become president, I think we'd remember him as the third initial president of the 60s. So the 60s would have been the decade of the initial presidents, but it was not to be. So basically, Humphrey came in one of the most chaotic situations that any nominee has faced so far. 1968, most of the frontrunners of the party are basically dead. Robert Kennedy gets assassinated. This is the same year that Martin Luther King gets assassinated. Martin Luther King wasn't a politician, but still very upsetting and very destabilizing. You also have some other major candidates in the field. In addition to Vice President Humphrey, you have Eugene McCarthy, who's an anti-war candidate. He was fairly popular among a certain sect. You also have a senator from Maine, Edmund Muskie, who was fairly popular and very good as a campaigner. And there were rumors that LBJ might try to do another term, and he was flirting with the idea, but he knew he was unpopular, and also his health was beginning to go south. So Humphrey was kind of in a weird spot, and eventually gets the green light to go ahead, and he's more or less a compromise candidate after Kennedy's killed, and then they're looking for somebody to put up. So Humphrey's not in a great spot. He also has to more or less defend the Vietnam War because LBJ really escalated it, and he's running as LBJ's successor. And he knows that if he dares to really criticize LBJ, LBJ will definitely fire back. So, tough position. Nixon didn't want to debate him because Wallace would have made it to the debates. We'll talk about George Wallace in a little bit. Yeah, he really had a lot of problems defining himself, and his nomination and more or less the activities of the left more broadly. Humphrey's not really left. I guess he's more of center left. But I guess
he's definitely a firm New Dealer. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's a firm New Dealer, but he's not, say, part of the New Left or anything like that. George Wallace, I think his campaign spins off with the idea that the Democrats have gone crazy, and that segregation is awesome. So they're doing their own thing, dividing the party. So Humphrey has to deal with George Wallace going off. He has to deal with a large scale social disorder from many people who are associated with this party. The war's gone to shit. Tet Offensive happens. Kennedy's assassinated. Yeah. God damn. I mean, it's amazing he came close. Let's put it that way.
Probably helped he was fighting Nixon in that case, too.
Sometimes they called me Captain Charisma when I was in college.
Well, Nixon is nothing but charisma, sir. But anyway, no. Humphrey, I can't say Humphrey did well twice. If anything, 1856, I think he does worse than. Wait, what's up? Oh shit! I'm sorry.
1968.
No, wait. No. I'm sorry. I got it confused. My bad. No, Humphrey in 1968 comes extremely close. Of course, this is not to be. Party, of course, is splitting to pieces. The slogan at that time was "Dump the Hump." By the way,
ouch.
And I spoke to this guy he taught, and he was from Chicago, and he was there in 68 against Hubert Humphrey, and he told me it was one of the biggest regrets of his life because he said Humphrey wasn't that bad. He said we all thought he was like some like right wing like closet fascist, and he's like far fucking from it. He's like, but what the fuck did we know, right? They're all for Eugene McCarthy and stuff. But Humphrey will try to, and we'll get to talk about it a bit with McGovern. Humphrey will try to make a comeback in 1972, and it's not going to work out. And, Humphrey really felt that he was like this kind of heir to Roosevelt and Johnson. It just didn't work out for him. And he kind of blamed it on that new left hippie element, understandably so. Yeah, man, fucker got close.
Yeah, the popular vote, and this keep in mind this is with Wallace running and doing fairly well. Popular vote was 43.4 to 42.7, and then the Electoral College was 301 Nixon, 191 Humphrey, 46 Wallace.
But don't worry, man. Nixon has a secret plan to get us out of Vietnam. A secret plan. Okay?
I have a secret plan, but I can only share it if I'm elected.
Now, Humphrey, I don't know. It's just, I struggle with this one. He comes close, and he's in a bad spot. But also, I know that the Democratic Party that he represents is out on its way out.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. What do you think, man?
I think he made some good moves once he got the nomination. His slogan was "Some people talk change, others cause it," which I imagine drove the former McCarthy people crazy a bit. Although most of them did come back, I think, by the time the election came about. Picking Muskie as his VP was probably pretty smart because Muskie's good on the trail. I'm not sure if Humphrey was or not. And yeah, he's an old Cold War lib in a party where the new left is rising and there's a lot of social discontent. So he doesn't quite fit the times. And I think actually he had a surge late in the race. So if the race had been a little longer, he might have actually won. And that's because there were peace talks going on in November of 1968.
Yeah, though you know what Nixon did with that one, right? He told the Vietnamese, like the South Vietnamese, like, don't make a deal. When I'm president, you'll get a better one.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people have said that that was treason on Nixon's part, and I guess that's pretty debatable. Definitely some sleazy shit, so I guess it proves that both Stevenson and Goldwater were right about Nixon. Anyways.
Whatever.
So,
you know the difference between Nixon and Goldwater and Stevenson? What's the difference between Nixon and those two people?
Nixon, Goldwater, and Stevenson? I'm a winner and I'm not a crook.
Nixon made president. They didn't, so go the fuck home, all right?
Yeah. With Humphrey, given the difficulty of the situation he was facing, the damaging primary, everything else, I have to go with a B.
Okay, I can respect that.
I mean, what are you thinking?
I was a little lower than D. Why don't we go with the C then? How about that?
All right. Okay, next up we have another 1968 candidate, probably the most notorious of them, George Wallace.
Yeah, very...
the American Independent Party in 1968, which is usually just called the Dixiecrats, but technically it's called the American Independent Party. And his slogan was Stand Up for America. And his strategy was to have the election sent to the House, which is a repeat of Thurman's 1948 segregationist strategy. Obviously, Thurman's strategy was not that great, though, because we didn't talk about him here. He didn't hit 10%. And basically, Wallace's complaint is that the two parties are too similar, so he's running to the right of the Democrats, making him more like the Republicans because the two parties are too similar. So he's appealing to the rural South, blue-collar workers in the North. He hurt Humphrey in the Midwest. He was winning a third of the AFL-CIO members, so he had a lot of labor appeal, which is something I guess that has been forgotten over the years. But then he kind of started receding by November, and people were rallying behind Humphrey and Nixon. But at one time, he was in better shape. Unions called him out for helping pass right-to-work laws in Alabama, so that cost him a lot of his support outside of the South. His running mate, General Curtis LeMay, implied that he would nuke Vietnam. So that also hurt a lot, because people thought that was fucking insane.
Yeah. Although it's funny you mention that about, you know, him doing well with unions and being like surprisingly forgotten. I think actually very well remembered by certain people in the Democratic Party today. It's really what paints the idea that unions were like racist organizations, if you will.
Oh yeah, that old chestnut.
Oh yeah, they're going to keep roasting that chestnut on open fire. George Wallace was actually is part of a group of Southern politicians who, while I wouldn't call them desegregationists, they were not hard on segregation. Another example would be Orville Faubus. At first, that is until they saw that being for desegregation was politically unpopular. They saw the hay that could be made out of it. I believe Wallace even had a speech. No, not a speech. He mentioned that one time. He said he'd give a speech and talk about government policy that could help people out. But as soon as he started talking about race issues, the phrase he used is people in the audience would stomp their feet. So I'm not saying that, of course, that Wallace was like a racially progressive guy, and I think he probably was fine with segregation, but he also would have been perfectly fine getting rid of it, you know? But he finds out that, no, this is not how he rallies support for himself in the South. So that's how he becomes Mr. I'm against segregation, if you will. Uh, Also ran this platform of like pro Vietnam War, for lack of a better term. Uh, People might call him a Dixiecrat, which is fair enough. That's the states he won. That's where most of his support. But he did have a lot of rural support. One of the things Wallace did was do exceptionally well in like a Wisconsin primary or something. Showing that his overall message had mass appeal. But yeah, he did fade out because you're right. His strategy was throw this thing to the house, and that did not happen.
Also,
You know.
his campaign manager had the greatest campaign name ever, Tom Turnipseed.
Oh, great!
I mean, that's the perfect campaign
Tom
manager name for
That's an amazing
this
name.
campaign. Yeah. Let's see. He hated hippies and protesters. That was another major Wallace point. So I guess if you were somebody who was just generally pissed off and you hated everything that was happening in 1968, he was the I hate the youth candidate.
Which is funny because interesting fact about George Wallace, he did really well with the youth.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess it wasn't evident at the time, but the boomers were always more conservative than liberal, although the liberals came of age a little earlier and were much more prevalent at protests and on the streets.
Yeah, and the TV cameras are rolling on them. The conservatives were not doing the whole hippie protest thing. But yeah, the age 18 to 29, that demographic act George Wallace did exceptionally well with.
Yeah, maybe
So
there's
yeah,
just a tendency where candidates who thrive on anger do better with younger voters, just as a general rule, with the exception of
I
Trump,
could
I
see
think.
that. I could see that. I think my dad backed George Wallace. Yeah, he would have been the demographics for that. He probably did. But yeah, no, George Wallace, quite popular in that regard. But you actually asked again, like, what was he really going for? Like throwing the election to the House, then, right?
Yeah,
And trying to make his political point as best he could.
Wallace also didn't really have a clear platform. He just had a group of enemies and complaints. Uh, I don't know. I don't know really. It seems like a. I guess it is a strategy. It's just a stupid one. Because
It's
Strom
definitely a
Thurmond
strategy,
literally
yeah.
did it in '48 and didn't come close. Although Wallace did it better than Thurmond did it, but still.
Oh, yeah, much better than Thurman. In fact, if anything, that's one of the most impressive things about Truman was they headed off Thurman in '48. Uh, I don't know. And Wallace does show the Democratic coalition splitting apart because, no Wallace. I mean, wouldn't the Dixie states vote for Humphrey, right? But it's not going to happen because Lyndon Johnson had pushed through civil rights legislation. And of course, the famous line that Lyndon Johnson had when that occurred was, "Well, we just lost the South for a generation." You know,
Yeah.
so George Wallace does represent the fracturing of the Democratic Party. I don't know how this guy could have gotten elected though through the House of Representatives. I don't see that at all, man.
Yeah, I can't imagine that people who were loyal to the Democratic Party would go against their own nominee to back George fucking Wallace. I think it's
Yeah.
delusional.
What do you want to rate Mr. Wallace?
Um, I'm thinking probably an E or an F, assuming that he honestly thought he had a shot. If he was just running to dick over Humphrey and just show his disapproval of the Democrats, he was a very effective protest candidate. He won 13.5% of the vote and carried 5 states. He carried Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas.
I will admit I have a higher opinion of him because he did point the way to a Southern strategy, and in many ways, his message was eventually co-opted and watered down by Nixon and especially Reagan.
True.
I was thinking much higher, but what do you think of a D then? How does that feel to you?
Yeah, I think a D's probably fair. Again, it's hard for me to pin down what the hell he's even trying to do. Uh, So yeah, I think he did have an influence on the Southern strategy, but and I guess he did have a career after this. He was in office for the rest of his life, from what I understand. And in the '80s, after he got shot, he apparently started winning black votes.
Yeah, but keep in mind what I said earlier about Wallace and segregation. He was not a dyed-in-the-wool segregationist. He was a political opportunist, probably more than anything else, really. Which I think is important to keep in mind because he used that inflammatory rhetoric, but I don't know, like I say, he just wasn't a true believer necessarily. Um, so if he could in the '80s pivot himself in such a way to get black votes and that would keep him in office, he'd do it. I mean, he's truly a pure politician in that sense, at least. Yeah, I'll go with a D for George Wallace.
All right. Next up is George McGovern.
One of the all-time greats, right?
Somebody who is frequently used as an example of presidential failure, usually to try to bash the left. So usually employed by neoliberals as a boogeyman.
Yeah, like don't be like George McGovern. I mean, yeah, I mean Nixon pulled off a fucking Reagan level event, didn't he? I mean, I'm sorry, Reagan. I'm sorry, a Franklin Roosevelt level event, man.
Yeah, and it's not like McGovern being completely backstabbed by his entire party had anything to do with it at all. I mean, there was no blame to go around except the McGovern, obviously. So yeah, McGovern had a pretty bruising primary in '72. Pretty brilliant primary strategy, though. He really rallied the youth vote, used enthusiasm, and this is one of the first times that the Democrats had a real primary, where the primary determined everything. He had to beat Humphrey, Muskie, who, as we said earlier, was an excellent campaigner. Shirley Chisholm ran. She was one of the first major black women to seek the office.
Oh yeah, she was very entertaining.
Yeah, and she was fairly charismatic too. So I mean, she
was.
She wasn't to be laughed off, even though usually when you're the first person to run of your demographic in a primary, usually you don't do super hot because people aren't up for the idea yet. But she was more important than one might think at first blush.
Yeah.
Primary issues for the campaign: McGovern wanted to end Vietnam and also institute a UBI. So McGovern, maybe if Yang one day becomes president and creates a new coalition, maybe our memories of McGovern will improve. Who knows? The most famous incident in the McGovern campaign is he nominated Thomas Eagleton to be his VP. This is also the first time when people started really being able to choose their VPs rather than having the party do it for them. So McGovern had a lot of freedom here, chose Eagleton. But then Eagleton, it was discovered that he had been treated with shock therapy for depression or something. So the idea back then, people were not open to people who had any kind of mental health issues whatsoever, even something fairly mild like depression. So Eagleton was more or less kicked off the ticket unofficially, just by public pressure. And then he had to find a new running mate, so he chose the old Kennedy ally, Sergeant Shriver, of Peace Corps fame, so somebody who's not really presidential timber. And
it's funny though. I will say this though. I know it didn't really help him, but picking Shriver was a bit shrewder. Was fairly shrewd. People liked him.
Oh, he's a likable guy, nice guy. He had a JFK connection. He might have even been an in-law, now that I think about it.
Yeah, no, he was connected to the Kennedys, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, he's not a bad dude. It's just I don't see what he brings to the ticket, since McGovern is already fairly similar to Shriver in terms of his views and everything else. And Shriver comes from Massachusetts, I believe, so doesn't really add much to the ticket in that regard.
Well, I think what it was is you need a safe choice after the fiasco.
True. I guess Shriver was fairly well vetted by that point. And I think they were buds, so they got along. Let's see, so he was very good at grassroots campaigning, but that did not translate outside of the primary, unfortunately for him. He also managed to alienate a lot of power brokers in the party and a lot of the superdelegates. And actually, no, he's the reason why superdelegates exist, because the
Yeah,
party
that's right.
justified creating superdelegates to prevent another McGovern or Carter from winning, because they thought that they were fundamentally unviable, despite the fact that Carter did win the presidency after he won the primary. But whatever. Obviously, Carter's not on the list.
Well, I guess if you got like, I mean, if you have like McGovern and Carter, neither of which are the picks of the party elites, they need to have a lever to stop that. Whether you win the presidency or not, Mr. Carter.
Yeah. So I guess in that sense, McGovern is actually pretty influential in the future of the Democratic Party. His coalition that he put together, many people say that predicted the Obama coalition. I feel like that's kind of forcing it because there's so much time and distance between these two campaigns. I don't think McGovern really anticipated the Obama coalition in any meaningful sense. I think it was just who he
I
could
think he
get to vote
did.
for him.
I think he did overall. I mean, I guess maybe as much as Brian anticipated the New Deal one, but in some ways, though, Brian had these inspiring speeches that he gave, and McGovern really didn't. So Brian had a kind of was an animating force in the Democratic Party, whereas McGovern became like a cautionary tale about what happens to you if you do X, Y, or Z. But you haven't mentioned my favorite McGovern fact of all time: the fucked up convention with the speech.
Yeah, his acceptance speech, which most of the older people I know who remember McGovern and liked him said was the finest speech he ever gave. Because of delays in the convention, that speech was delivered around 2 or 3 in the morning. So basically, no one saw it compared to what was normal for a convention speech. So
By the way,
McGovern's best moment basically just passed without comment.
you ever watch the speech at all?
I have not watched it.
It's great. Like, is this line? He's like, "Come home, America." I remember I was listening to it. I was like, "This is a great speech." And then I found out I was like, "Yeah, delivered after midnight." I was like, "All right, that's why you lose." I'm
Yeah, I
sorry,
mean, this
not only
is.
why you lose. That's why you get fucking steamrolled.
And also, McGovern had a pretty interesting track record. He had been fairly liberal on most issues. He had moved center before trying to run for president for a few years, because that was just a thing people did with their voting record. He also had a distinguished World War II record. He was a B-24, either pilot or bombardier, flew a shit ton of missions, decorated the whole nine. Obviously much more impressive than Nixon on a personal level. Yeah, it was kind of a shit show. And he also... Nixon accused him of wanting to put 47% of Americans on welfare, and created a group called Democrats for Nixon to peel off conservative Democrats who were worried about big government.
I
And,
actually have the bumper sticker for that.
oh, really? Did your dad have it?
Yeah, I've got a Democrats for Nixon bumper sticker somewhere around.
Yeah.
Which I jokingly mentioned to an old history professor, and he gave me a dirty look. Like I just told him I wanted to join the Nazi Party. And I was like, all right, whatever, man.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it's
sorry.
interesting. The people who grew up in that era, they definitely see Nixon as not very far removed from Hitler in many ways.
And I'm like, God, what a fucking exaggeration. I'm just like, God, man.
Yes, Nixon sucked, but let's not go too far with this.
No, Nixon did not suck. Nixon was a great president who was undermined by the opposition party for doing next to nothing. It was like a petty break-in. It's fucking child's play. It's a joke. Nixon's a great president. I'm not even being facetious right now because I'm pro-Nixon. I think those people were like Democrats for Nixon. Oh my God, how can you do that? I'm like, I don't know. I'd rather like not vote for a clown.
I mean, I can understand why people back then would have voted for Nixon. I doubt I would have at the time, but I get it at least.
Oh fuck, I would have, man. I've been hardcore Nixon.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I sort of feel like maybe you overestimate Nixon a little bit. He wasn't a bad president, though. He's pretty good. I mean, EPA is a pretty major achievement, and governed competently. Got But I don't know. I don't want to talk about
I
Nixon
know.
too much because he's
I
kind
don't.
of
Yeah, we
irrelevant
don't
here.
derail. We don't want to derail off in the
I
Nixon
mean, the
land.
most relevant thing about Nixon here is that he kicked the absolute shit out of McGovern.
Boy, fucking did he, man.
Uh, Also, Nixon was governing in, I guess you'd call it sort of a center-left fashion at this time.
Yeah,
So he's
well, I
doing a
mean,
lot of the things that you could get from a Democrat.
honestly, I really do mean this. I do feel that Nixon was going for a governing coalition that was, I don't know, for lack of a better way to put it, it was maybe a truly radical center position in some ways. Like it was to the left of a Reagan, but to the right of Johnson.
Sure.
You
So
know,
it was
and
kind of, you get some of the progress of the 60s, but without a lot of overreach. So it's a fairly safe position.
right. I don't know. I feel that Richard Nixon was going for something unique and competent, and we punished him for it. Kind of like when they talk about like foreign policy wise, like in the '90s, America entered a very weird foreign policy position, and we had George H.W. Bush, which love him or hate him, he's a foreign policy veteran. We
Yep.
decided to instead elect Bill Clinton, who didn't give a shit about foreign policy. I don't know, just it's one of these moments I think in American history where politically we we uh, we made a mistake. We went the wrong way. We should have stuck with Nixon.
Uh, I mean, I guess the problem was that the Watergate scandal very much undermined the legitimacy of his presidency in the eyes of contemporaries. And it would have been
I
very
think if the
difficult for him to muddle on after that.
I think if the Republican Party had stayed loyal to him, they could have weathered Watergate. But that's just my opinion. But I've
Possibly.
also just saying I've always looked at Watergate and been like, really, this is what crushed your
Oh,
presidency.
I know. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty much child's play, like you said. But I guess this was a period where people kind of did trust the government more or less, at least compared to now and compared to previous periods. Um,
I don't know. I think maybe my dad was right. They hated him so much they hounded him out of office over practically nothing.
you won't
Um,
have Richard Nixon to kick around anymore.
you won't because he's now ascended to Olympus. All right.
All right. Well,
I'll stop. I'll stop, man. I'll stop with the Nixon. I fucking love him. We'll stop with the Nixon fan club. All right.
so how would you rate McGovern? Because I feel like, yeah, Nixon had a lot of advantages as the incumbent, clearly much more organized. McGovern didn't have the support of his party because they were not happy that he'd won the primary. Um,
Humphrey in particular really undermined McGovern, and to be honest, it was almost petty with Humphrey. Like
okay, we're back. I don't know if we ever actually went off. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. OBS fucked us again. We're still talking about George McGovern, trying to figure out how to rate him.
I got to go with an F, man. It's really like a monumentally poorly run campaign, like Horace Greeley level, you know.
Yeah, I think you're right. Um, I kind of like McGovern. I just think he was a horrible candidate.
I do too, man. Like seriously, as much as I'm fanboying about Nixon, I think McGovern was one of the better losers personally. But not just that, like his loss or his faction, the Democratic Party, while naturally enough, okay, well, while of course he. Also think with McGovern, the Democratic Party also had a lost opportunity because McGovern really was trying to bridge the gap between, the blue collar union Democrats and the emerging professional culture warrior Democratic Party. You know, so McGovern's loss kind of like ruined that opportunity in some ways too. But yeah, it's such a poorly run shit show of a campaign. And you get destroyed Alf Landon style. I can't give you too many more marks, you
That's
know.
fair. McGovern did get his ass destroyed, and yeah. Also, like I said, I don't really buy the argument that McGovern sort of paved the way in any way for anybody else. Because I think on Wikipedia they claim that he paved the path for Carter. How? Wow. That makes no sense. They're not really.
Oh God, no! That makes no fucking sense, man. They represent different factions of the Democratic Party too.
Yeah, if anything, if McGovern did pave the way for Carter, it was in a negative sense, because he showed what not to do. I guess maybe he showed how to win a primary because he's the first one to really win one for the Democrats. So there's that. But aside from that, I don't really see what his candidacy has to do with Carter's. And also the Obama coalition thing, I'm also fairly skeptical of that, just because you're talking about the coalition of the young and then minorities or whatever. By the time Obama ran, the McGovern youth were older and probably, at least if we go by demographics, probably weren't supporting Democrats anymore. So, just a little too much change over time for that to really make sense.
The McGovern youth.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's what it was. Although I guess, to be fair, we know a lot of these people. They're, older friends we've had, and I guess they're still going strong as Democrats, so... But I guess no one anticipated people who were very idealistic in their youth sticking with the Democrats on the fringes of the party for decades, waiting for a new hero to emerge. I don't think that was really part of the plan. Anyway, next up is another guy who got epically destroyed in an election, Walter Mondale.
Yeah, Walter Mondale.
And the first person we talked about who's still alive.
Yeah, that's right. He endorsed Amy Klobuchar for the primary, by the way, because of course he's from Minnesota. But anyway, Mondale is the person. He's one of the decisive people in the development of the role of the vice president, as somebody who's not just a figurehead, but an advisor and a kind of troubleshooter for the administration, if you will. Truman, after Roosevelt died, had started the transition of making the vice president important, but it really starts with Mondale, who was vice president to Jimmy Carter. Anyway, Mondale can be seen as the last gasp of the New Deal coalition, which had a resurgence in 1982. And that's funny. I read this book about the history of the Great Depression, a book written in the 80s. And you can tell the guy who wrote it will occasionally have these asides that are anti-Reagan. And he actually had a part in the book, and I died laughing, where he said, the 1982 election showed that the New Deal coalition still has power. And I look at the book, I'm like, okay, published 1983. But really, the 1982 midterm elections were the last time that the New Deal coalition had any positive effect on American politics. Anyway, but Mondale is seen as a bit of a New Deal Democrat. He is opposed in the primaries by Jesse Jackson and Gary Hart. So those who are into either hardcore identity politics like Jackson or neoliberal centrism like Gary Hart. Gary Hart, by the way, I love this. He was the leading man for the Atari Democrats. How do you like that name, huh?
I thought that was a nickname that they gave to Al Gore.
No, it goes back to the 80s, man.
Okay.
I'm thinking about an Atari Democrat. Dude, somebody needs to, one of these independent game developers needs to make a video game called Atari Democrats. And make it as an Atari-type game, okay? Just saying.
Yeah, little beeps and bloops. Yeah, that's, it's such a lame label, especially when I read about Gore and I learned that he was referred to as an Atari Democrat and he proudly wore the label. And maybe it was in the 80s when he did this, because I'm imagining in the 90s talking about fucking Atari. And it would be hilarious if he tried that, though. I kind of hope there's a clip somewhere from the 90s where he's like,
Gore gave a speech where he said... I'm sorry, what'd you say, man?
I hope there's a speech somewhere where Gore in the 90s or even in 2000 talks about being an Atari Democrat. I mean, that would be some funny shit.
I think it would be great if Gore gave a speech where he said, fuck that, I'm a Sega Democrat now.
He wouldn't say that because, remember, Sega was known for being outrageous in the 90s.
Oh yeah, and his wife Tipper was so against Sega. Of
It has to
course.
be a
So yeah,
Nintendo Democrat.
no 3DO Democrat.
Yeah, 3DO also had some racy stuff on it, including plumbers don't wear ties.
Oh, great game, man! Great game.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Mondale, to shake things up, though, gets Geraldine Ferraro. Geraldine Ferraro is interesting. Female running mate. Uh, she's fascinating in that she's kind of like playing into the identity politics, but also Ferraro really played up the fact that she was like a descendant of Italian immigrants, this pro-immigrant thing, which is really going back to the Democratic Party's like white immigrant ethnic roots, if you will. And Ferraro had some advantages. She was a good speaker, but she was inexperienced. There were some scandals tied to her. She was not personally endearing. Should be noted, her own district went hard for Reagan in the election. And she actually didn't excite people. And when they would poll people, there's a debate about Ferraro. People, of course, will say sexism, but there was a narrative around her, and I'm not going to say it was necessarily accurate because I kind of want to look more into it. There's a narrative that she was not ready for prime time, and she was only selected because Mondale was desperate and she had a vagina, and they thought that would excite people. But I think the bad thing for Mondale is it took the air out of the room for him. So Mondale almost got pushed to the background. Kind of like when McCain chose Sarah Palin in a way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Also, apparently, Mondale, because he was in favor of raising taxes and for a nuclear freeze, the ERA, and preserving all of the social programs to help the poor, the perception was that he was in favor of helping the poor, but that he didn't give a shit about the middle class.
Oh, that's interesting. And that's interesting you say it because Reagan made that hard middle class play. I mean, that Morning in America commercial, it's a lot of middle class imagery.
Right.
You know, like families and homes and shit. And you got to point that's the thing. This really is a time when the Republicans become truly like the party of the middle class. The middle class becomes the party of the Republicans. Anyway, Mondale wasn't particularly inspiring. He tried to combine all the separate parts of the party into him. It didn't quite work out. Should be noted, he will get his fucking ass kicked McGovern style. The only state he won was Minnesota. He did win Washington, D.C., but he wins Minnesota. But his margin of victory in Minnesota was less than 4,000 votes. And I have been told by people repeatedly that with both Mondale and McGovern, they knew like weeks, if not months in advance, that our candidate's goose is fucking cooked. You know?
Yeah. That being said, this also shows just how effective the superdelegate system was, because by 1984, the elites in the party were basically able to control things, and he was their choice. So you can see how much of an improvement he is over McGovern, and how much better he did.
Yeah, he did so much better, right? No, he got fucking ass kicked, man. Like 1984 is one of the worst ever for anybody. Yeah. Bad, man, you know?
And this is also cited as proof by centrists that you can't run as a liberal.
It is. Like I said, last gasp of the New Deal coalition. After this, the Democratic Party, definitely an economic issue, is about to take a hard right turn in many ways. So yeah, the state map was a sea of red. Ronald Reagan kicked ass. We'll say to Reagan's credit, when his campaign advisors were like, "We want to do a negative campaign," Reagan's like, "No, we'll run positive." And I think that's one of the key things that made Republicans, at least if from the 80s into the 90s, Republicans were kind of the more optimistic party in a way. The party of like, we can do it. Whatever whatever. It's more in America again. Everything's gonna be great. We have a can-do attitude. I do want to mention one thing about Ferraro as well. The fact that she wasn't as great a running mate, and that her nomination really didn't excite people as much as they thought it would. probably held back women in politics because there's the idea that you try something that's experimental, and if you can knock it out the park, you can keep it going. But if it doesn't get knocked out the park, you got problems. And ultimately, she did absolutely nothing for Mondale. I mean, women voted majority for Reagan anyway. And, in many polls said, I felt it was just being pandered to by you putting up somebody who wasn't qualified.
Also, Jackson famously made fun of the Veep stakes by Mondale and called it a PR parade of personality.
Wait, who did?
Jesse Jackson.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he said it was a ridiculous charade, so...
That's interesting. I didn't know about that, But anyway, so you got any thoughts on... I gave you my thoughts on Walter Mondale in 1984. What you got?
Not much. He's not really that interesting. He just ran a bland campaign. He didn't emphasize a lot of his issues strongly enough. Didn't really produce anything new. He's just kind of throwback in a way. I think he's an easy F.
I gave an E.
Okay, I have him listed as an E or an F.
I go with E simply because I guess, I'm being a little sympathetic to the death of the No Deal coalition, but I do give him the Ferraro thing didn't work out in the end, but I give him credit for fucking trying something, being like, all right, fuck it, what are we gonna do? Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not I don't think it was a terrible move. I know his first choice was actually for Mario Cuomo, which might have actually been worse. Then again, he couldn't really have done worse, could he? I mean, he pretty much had about the minimum result you could get as a major party candidate in 1984. Yeah, I agree. I think the Ferraro pick actually wasn't dumb. Yeah, I'm cool with E. I think that's fair.
But I will say, I'm close. I'm really close to a fucking F.
Yeah, he's pretty borderline, I think.
All right, next in our Democratic.
He's a little better than all the people in the F tier now I think about it. I think he's a slight improvement over them, so yeah, I'm cool with that.
Not by much.
Not by much, but a little bit.
Actually, that's the reason I give him an E as well. I mean, he is very important to the development of the vice presidency the way that it is today.
Yeah. Also, another interesting Mondale fact, the last one that one could possibly produce, the combination of Carter and Mondale, they were the president and VP, they're the longest lived president and VP after their term in American history. Because both of them are still kicking. And they left office in 1980.
Yeah, goddamn, man. Fucking Carter.
Well, I mean, Mondale's only about 2 years younger than Carter, so they were actually very close in age.
Fucking Carter. What is he, 90-something? What is he at right now?
I want to say Carter's about 95 and Mondale's about 93, so they're both up there. I think they should run again.
Funny, though? Hey, you know, be funny though. Carter dies, and if Trump's in office, in the Art of the Deal, he has an entire section on how Jimmy Carter is, and how he thinks Jimmy Carter's secretly impressive.
Something.
Man. He has a thing where he talks about Jimmy Carter came into his office and just asked for millions of dollars in charity, and he said I realized that the way Jimmy Carter got ahead in the world was that he would just ask for the moon.
Huh.
I don't know. It'd be interesting. But anyway, let's get into our next man, Tank Man, if you will, yeah, Michael
Dukakis. Yet another Democrat who got the fucking shit kicked out of him. So 3 in a row.
Yeah, here's our 1988 Democrat. This is the first historical event that I remember happening. Was watching Dukakis get his ass kicked on TV. I was about 6 years old. I was rooting for Bush because, I don't know, I just was Dukakis, what a stupid name. Go Bush. What the fuck do I know? I'm 6, right?
Yeah, I was 2. I don't remember this at all.
So. So a few things about Dukakis. He was known for actually being fairly accessible, not arrogant. He famously used to ride the subway to work, but he was also cold and a very poor public speaker. A successful governor, but definitely a technocrat. So he's shown this technocratic swing of the Democratic Party. He actually stayed as an active governor during the race, by the way. But anyway, he's a victim of a very negative campaign, the most famous being the Willie Horton ad. He did not respond properly to it. He had won a bruising primary where Jesse Jackson almost took it. He's most famous for blowing a 17-point lead, according to some polls. Post-convention, the conventional wisdom was Dukakis was going to be president. But that didn't work out. Of course, he also has that famous picture of him in the tank where he's trying to look tough and say he looks weird and awkward. But he did do better than the last few Democrats we've been speaking about. And that technocratic turn he had proved to be a pretty permanent fixture of the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Also, interesting thing about him, as far as like presidential losers go, he kept a very low profile after 1988. He lives a very simple life.
I saw an interview with him, and I couldn't help but think this guy is basically Mr. Rogers in real life.
Yeah, I felt the same thing. I felt something similar. I didn't think Mr. Rogers wasn't. It was along the same lines. It almost felt weird. You're seeing this person who's very much a product of the '80s in a way.
Yeah. Also, he took some pretty nasty attacks during the campaign from Lee Atwater, who was the Karl Rove of the era, and actually probably a lot more talented than Karl Rove.
A lot more talented, conniving, intelligent, charismatic, and a better musician as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Karl Rove can play anything. I don't think I'd want to listen to him if he did. But basically, they made fun of Dukakis' Greek heritage. He was called Zorba the Greek because he was a technocrat and he had a weird name. Another person he beat in the '88 primary was Joe Biden, by the way, and Al Gore. And Dick Gephardt. So there were other people around. Dukakis claimed to create a Massachusetts miracle, which is basically the transition of Massachusetts to a sort of tech-central economy, and that's basically still what's going on there. Most of the jobs that are created are sort of high-paid tech jobs. Ultimately, after Dukakis, this, of course, led to mass-scale gentrification in Massachusetts, and at this point, Boston has become a rich person city, and I guess that Thomas Frank goes into that quite a bit in one of his books, Listen Liberal, although I don't think he points out Dukakis' role too much, but yeah, it ended up being sort of a nightmare in a way, because now to live in Boston, you pretty much have to have a very high income. But let's not get too carried away with that. I guess at the time it may have been an unforeseen consequence of really boosting the tech industry on the East Coast.
Somewhat. I think there was kind of like an unspoken understanding of the Democratic Party that they were becoming the upwardly mobile, like upper middle, lower, upper class party, if you will. And that'd be represented by saying like the Massachusetts Miracle. Remember, this is part of their shift away from being a working class party.
Yes. Because, Dukakis is... I don't know. The person who comes to mind when I'm trying to think of an analogy to explain Dukakis' personality, Spock from Star Trek.
He does look kind of Spockish. But would he have been good in Invasion of the Body Snatchers from 1978? Would he have worked out?
As a psychologist trying to tell people that they're just being women who need to calm down, which is what, Nimoy's character did. I actually think Dukakis could do that. Although I don't know if he could use enough force in his rhetoric to stand up to somebody, because, Nimoy had a kind of confrontational personality in that one a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think Dukakis would have a much gentler approach. Actually, he'd be more like a real psychologist, I believe. So if anything, maybe Dukakis would have been better in that role. I don't know. But Yeah, smart guy, but really just not cut out for politics on the highest stage, and did not know how to respond to negative ads. Um, like you said, he did make improvements. He also did shockingly well in South Dakota, Montana, and Kansas. In all three states, he was in the mid 40s in percentage, which you would not expect for Dukakis, but he did. He has lost the popular vote 53.4 to 48.6. That doesn't sound right. That's more than 100%. Okay, so that's obviously not right, but whatever. He lost the popular vote, clearly. He carried 10 states plus D.C. And Bush has the distinction, Bush 41 that is, of being the last Republican to win California, Illinois, New Jersey, Maryland, Connecticut, Maine, Delaware, and Vermont. Since 92, no Republican has pulled that off. Or not 92,
Well,
98.
that's about to change in a few days when the Trump wave hits. Okay,
You know, and Trump goes 50 for 50. There was this one guy on YouTube, I forget his name, but he's basically just a Trump cheerleader. And I remember in 2016 he made a video saying that the real polls showed that Trump was going to win 83% of the vote, because he went to some site where it was a Trump site, and they asked you who were you going to support. So it's like the Trump Reddit or whatever, and he took this poll seriously. He thought that this was legit.
okay.
Anyway, and that guy has more subscribers than I do, which pisses me off. But whatever.
Hey, well, look on the other end, though. I mean, they have like professionally made videos for like the Biden campaign that have like fewer views than some of your history stuff. So
True.
which is, but anyway, let's get Dukakis is he's pretty bad. He's pretty bad, wouldn't you say?
I would say he's pretty bad. I think he's a little better than F, though. I think he's probably an E.
Yeah, why do you say E for him?
He improved on previous Democrats. He had a chance to win, so he's tapping into something, I guess, on some level. He should have fought more intelligently against the attacks from Lee Atwater. He didn't. The tank ride, I think that was somewhat of an unforeseen error. I guess he had no idea how bad that would look or how people would respond to it more correctly, because if you watch it now and then compare it with some of the weird shit that goes down, does it really stick out?
It does. I'll say it does.
I mean, it doesn't really for me. I've actually never gotten why it was such a big deal. I mean, it just looks like some politician playing soldier. Politicians do goofy shit all the time, like Dan Quayle dressing up in an astronaut suit. I mean, it's just... I expect all politicians are goofballs on some level. They're either goofballs or sleazeballs or both. And I
think I understand that, like, there had been so many images of Ronald Reagan riding around a fucking horse in the 80s, okay? And, we knew Dukakis was not the kind of guy who was like, let's go riding around in tanks, And it looked awkward, it looked awkward to me in that way where... remember in Hillary Clinton, I mean, you might remember this, but like, there's a thing where like Hillary Clinton was that thing, and like, she's like, I'm gonna have a beer, and then she like poured her beer, right?
Yeah.
And the beer had fucking tons of head, and you could tell she don't want to drink it. Now understand.
Pour one, yeah.
Yeah, now understand. One of the things I actually like about Hillary is that Hillary does like drinking, but she doesn't drink beer.
She drinks.
You can tell she doesn't drink. So, but they're terrified of that. But part of me is like, especially right now, with the way politics is that you can't be what you're not in that regard. So Hillary could have just said, "I don't like beer." Yeah, she doesn't know that though, because she's part of a thing where you have to like beer and pretend to like beer. But you nowadays could be like, "I don't like beer," right? And in some ways, that would favor a guy like Trump. I mention that because like some people mention, like, Trump's the first president doesn't have a dog in the White House. I'm like, what the fuck do I care?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't own a dog.
I mean, I
Like,
love
if I was in the
dogs.
White House,
I love dogs, and I don't give a shit whether the president does or not.
right? But I mean, like somebody like I could see somebody like Hillary would have panicked if that was the case and went and got a dog, whereas Trump's like, yeah, whatever, moving on now. And I think in this particular internet age, you really have to be authentic to yourself. And I think the Dukakis tank ride, the reason it didn't work is he obviously wasn't a guy into tanks. You
Although
know,
he actually looked like he was having a good time in the ad. I mean, that's one of the few times I've seen him smile for an
this
extended
is
period.
true. He looked like he was having a bit of a good time, but it was still awkward. He's not a tank guy, you know.
No, and there's nothing wrong with not being a tank guy. But I don't know. I guess it was trying to imitate that Thatcher ad, and I guess you just can't reclaim the magic. I am surprised that it played the way that it did. I guess because Dukakis came off as kind of nerdy, it was very much a turnoff for blue-collar workers who then looked at that ad and just...
I would not say Dukakis came off as kind of nerdy.
Well, I mean, not kind of, but extremely nerdy.
He came out as a fucking dork.
But, yeah, I mean... I don't know. I'm surprised it was able to get the play that it got. I mean, I feel like... I don't know. I feel like if I watched that ad in lifetime, I'd probably just laugh at it and move on and not really think about it again.
Right. I mean, I don't think Tank Ride was a major reason he lost, but I also think there's a reason we remember Tank Ride and just still discussing it. That's all I mean.
Yeah.
It's not why he lost, though. He didn't lose because of Tank Ride. Tank Ride just kind of was like the embodiment of the awkwardness of the campaign in many ways.
He's sort of, I guess the best way to describe Dukakis, I feel like if there was ever a candidate who was the embodiment of a man being trapped in the friend zone, it would be the Dukakis campaign. Where, I mean, because the people who didn't vote for him, none of them would say that there's anything really defective about the guy. They're not saying he's a secret serial killer or whatever. They're just saying, yeah, I don't want to vote for him. Seems okay, I'm not voting for him. That's basically the feeling I got. Or they're like, well, he's kind of a dork, but pretty harmless.
That's a good point because like McGovern and Carter were so severely mocked. Dukakis kind of really wasn't. I mean, he was sort of forgotten. He was never really hated, though.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody say anything negative about him on a personal level. Everybody I've known, I've seen people in comments on YouTube before talk about they met him here or there or lived near him or whatever, and they said he was friendly and down to earth and pretty chill.
I was waiting for somebody to be like, "Oh man, yeah, I was neighbors with Dukakis. That guy can drink, bro."
Yeah, me and Dukakis were doing shots watching the Patriots.
We're like, "Oh man, you never know, man. Dukakis has like a mean electric guitar. That guy can fucking shred." Okay?
You have a long conversation with him over a game of chess about how the key to managing the economy is adjusting the interest rate using an algorithm that he developed at MIT.
No, all he talks about is Atari.
Yeah, so he developed it at MIT using the motherboard from an Atari 2600.
That's it, man. I want to get Gary Hart and Dukakis in my apartment to play Atari 2600, okay?
Do you have an Atari 2600?
No, Lance has got one. We'll get him to do it, man. Atari 2600 for life. All right. Anyway, keeping it moving. We've had a fun assignment.
What do we rate Dukakis?
I think an E is pretty good actually, because he does his technocratic bent is pointing to where the Democratic Party is going to go. And I know we were talking about McGovern earlier and whether or not he is a prologue to the Democratic coalition of today, but I believe Dukakis is closer to where the Democratic Party is today. But we're going to move on to 1992. The last time we had one of those wacky presidential elections where we had more than two people vying for it. Of course, we have Bill Clinton, who won, George H.W. Bush, who had already beaten Dukakis, so he's a one-term president. And then, of course, there is the third-party candidate, Ross Perot.
Yes, and for some reason, I always thought he was an oil billionaire. He's actually a tech billionaire. Big difference.
He is, yeah. He is. He's a tech billionaire. I think was it Texas Instruments was the company?
I believe so. Also, interesting fact about Texas Instruments, I think it was in the 2000s, they decided to build a small number of replica ME-262s for some reason.
Wow.
Yeah,
Kick
so
ass.
there are a few rich people who have replica model 262s at their personal airports or runways or whatever. I think at least one person crashed theirs. And there's also some rich asshole who lives near my dad who has crashed a few former military jets before. Anyway,
Yeah, I can't lie, man. If I was a rich asshole, I'd want to get my own Ju-87 Stuka.
I mean, most people want to
I-
get the sexier planes that reach high speeds, and you're thinking of a dive bomber, huh?
Well, I want a dive bomb, right? Like I want to know what it's like to be coming vertical in a prop plane on target. All right. Although my other choice, of course, would be the A6M2 Mitsubishi Zero Zeke. That'd be nice too, right?
Yeah, that would be an
What
interesting
about
one.
you?
If I could
What
own a
would you
prop
want?
plane, I
Yeah,
mean,
you can own a World War II prop plane. What would you want to own?
so my heart says probably the P-51 Mustang, but if I actually had to go out and buy one, I'd probably go for the P-38 just because you got the safety of an extra engine. And above all else, I'm fairly cautious in that regard, so I'd probably go with the P-38.
Oh, the Lightning.
Yeah, double engine,
Oh,
pretty fast too, and hopefully it'll get you where you're going. Pretty decent
no, great.
range.
No,
So
great airplane. Definitely. That's a good choice, man. Yeah, P-38 Lightning. That'd be an awesome. That'd be a good choice. I don't know. I guess I like bad guy aircraft.
yeah, um,
Let's get the villains airplanes in here. Although if I got, well, Danny would want the Spitfire. He's a big
the
Spitfire fan.
Spitfire's a good one. That's one you can't go wrong with.
A beautiful classic airplane. I think if I had to go Allied on that one, I'd do P-51 Mustang, Cadillac of the skies.
Yeah, if I had one just to sit on display and I wasn't using it to fly, I would go Spitfire. But if I'm going to fly, I'd probably go Lightning.
Okay. So let's see. What do you got for Ross Perot?
Ross Perot, he got his start in politics as one of those people talking about the Vietnam POW MIA issue. Basically, the idea that there are hundreds or thousands of American prisoners being held by Vietnam well into the 70s, and that Vietnam's extorting America. There are a bunch of Chuck Norris movies about this, Missing in Action, etc. The whole movement's fairly disgusting, actually, because it just really hurts the families of people who actually do have people who are missing in action by telling them this lie that their relatives are still being held in concentration camps in Hanoi. Um,
Oh
so
yeah, the Rambo 2 really played into this. You still see stickers and flags for this in America. Not like you used to, but like I'll still see some random biker with a POW MIA flag on the back.
yeah, for a long time I thought it just meant I support the people who were POWs and MIAs. I had no idea that it actually was part of this movement of these conspiracy theorists. But anyway, Perot followed the Republicans more or less. I mean, not exactly all that conservative, but sort of a. I guess you could call him a Rockefeller Republican for a lot of his life. But then he turned on H.W. Bush because of NAFTA, as he started to set up NAFTA. And Perot said it would be disastrous, and also he opposed the Gulf War. Then in the late 80s, he had a further breach with the GOP because he got into private talks with Vietnam behind Reagan's back. Previously, he had been sent as an envoy, I think maybe by Reagan in the early 80s, to get the POW MIA people to shut the fuck up. But then he went back without Reagan's permission, and that caused a bit of a rift. And that carried over to Reagan's VP, George H.W. Bush. And during the talks on the Gulf War, during the debate, he tried to convince a number of senators to oppose the war. Of course, they didn't, or most of them didn't. And then after the Gulf War started, he announced that he would run as an independent. And he announced this in February of 92. His platform was to balance the budget, institute some gun control, which is surprising. He's a former Republican out of Texas. You wouldn't expect him to be pro-gun control, but he actually was. He's against outsourcing. He is for electronic direct democracy. Again, he's a tech guy, so he wants to modernize our election system. And he is for... let's see, what else did he run on? He actually polled ahead of the two major candidates for a while, and he was doing really well in the three-way race.
Yes.
And then in June, when he was at 39% and in the lead, he stopped kind of campaigning. Then in mid-July, he just kind of stopped going. He just ended his campaign. I have no idea why. I assume I think partly he was clashing a lot with his staff because he's a control freak. And
he's clashing with staff, and also the scrutiny that was on him and his family. He just wasn't used to it. That's at least what I've heard. Now, the conspiracy theory was at the time that he was being funded by Bill Clinton so that Bush would lose, and the reason he pulled out was because he was ahead of Clinton.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with that. I'm just saying that was the fucking...
and every fucking cycle, either I hear from Democrats who believe that random third-party people are either Republican plants or Russians or whatever, and then Republicans say similar things about people on the right, although they normally ignore the Libertarians much more than the Democrats ignore the Greens, even though Libertarians are about twice as numerous as the Greens. Anyway, Perot... doing pretty well, ran into big odds with his staff. He also required people to sign loyalty oaths. Apparently that's just a billionaire douchebag move that all of them do. So personal oaths of loyalty. His campaign manager resigned. People accused him of being a Bush CIA plant at one point as well. His numbers then dropped to 20%. He left. And then he said he didn't want to have the House choose the president because he figured if he stayed in, he would not be able to win without the House. And then the House would, of course, give it to whichever party controlled the House at the time, which I don't know right offhand.
Democrats.
Okay, so it would be a Clinton victory. So then Bush actually threatened to release altered photos according to Perot, and that's why he decided to drop out at the time. And we know Bush's campaign was run by Atwater, who had no morals at all. Complete asshole. He would absolutely do something like this. So Perot didn't want these photos to ruin his daughter's life, or his wedding, excuse me. So he dropped out for a while. She got married, then he came back. And the public made him look a little bit unhinged in the eyes of the public. Yeah. So he never gets back anywhere close to that 39%. But in September, he qualified for all 50 states' ballots and re-entered the race officially on October 1st. Got the campaign in 16 states, spent $12.3 million of his own money, which for him wasn't shit. He had a novel strategy of buying half-hour blocks of time to run infomercials. Got a lot of views on many of them. One of them got 10.5 million views on a Friday night. He ended up with 19% of the popular vote. At one point, he was down as low as 7 or 9%. And most of his boost back to 19 was due to his performance in the debates. Because Perot was very lively and was clearly different than either the Democrats or the Republicans. So had he stuck out the whole campaign, I think there's actually a reasonable chance that he would have won.
Yes, I think when Perot first was in the summer, he was running strong. I can really remember people being like, "Oh my God, this guy's like pulling ahead." I think he could have done it. Oh, he also made another mistake too. That mistake is Admiral Stockdale.
Yes.
Who was his running mate, had a pretty disastrous vice presidential debate.
Yes, and Perot's key constituency was mostly middle class and upper middle class. He did draw fairly evenly from across the spectrum. 53% of his supporters were moderates, 20% liberal, 27% conservative. So he, had a decent spread there. He took from both candidates about evenly, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, 38% of his voters would have voted for Bush, 38% would have voted for Clinton, so very even. And that was his 92 campaign, by far his most successful one. Then he ran in 96 as the Reform Party candidate and did much, much worse. He only got 5%. On Wikipedia, they said it was because he had debated Al Gore in 1993 over NAFTA and that Gore had wiped the floor with him. I have not watched that debate, but I assume that's not what happened because NAFTA has never been popular.
NAFTA's never been popular. Also, nobody talked about that. The reason he didn't win in 1996 was that it was very obvious that, like, Perot by that time had been painted as a weirdo and a crazy, and it was, you're getting to an incumbency situation in the case of Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton was running on like a very positive stuff. In other words, Perot's avenues of attack weren't there. Also, the thing about NAFTA, it doesn't have to do with Al Gore debating him. It has to do with the fact that when NAFTA was put on the books, the economy still did well in the 90s. So there was a view that NAFTA really hadn't been a disaster. Now, it was a disaster, but it was a slow-moving disaster. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, so the people were just, he had run against NAFTA. NAFTA happened, and then nothing, and then nobody cared. So it's a case of like the issue disappearing. I don't know. Some idea they debated Al Gore and lost. I don't fucking buy that. Nobody gave a shit, man.
No, nobody cared, and I think part of that was
just that's C-SPAN.
It's just
that's some C-SPAN crap.
Which is also the free trade orthodoxy propaganda. Just the idea that free trade is such a great idea and it triumphed. And Al Gore was the man with the foresight to understand that the world is changing and that free trade is important. So he had to defeat this Looney Tunes from Texas, set him straight.
I think the thing that's interesting about Ross Perot, though, is how quiet he was about politics after 1996.
Yes.
Like, he practically refused to talk about it.
Although in 2000, he basically disbanded the Reform Party more or less at the last minute. Actually, wait, no, they nominated Buchanan in 2000, right?
They did nominate Buchanan.
So Perot was not a bigoted guy, so he's not a Buchanan fan. So what he did was he went on the air a few days before the election and let everybody know, I don't support Buchanan. I am backing George Bush. I mean, Bush 43, and that's what he did. And then that's when he officially exited from politics because he pretty much has been silent since that one interview on Larry King or whoever it was.
That's interesting he would do that because that's essentially a betrayal of his ideals outside the fact of, thinking Buchanan is a bigot. Buchanan and Perot in 92 had similar goals in many ways. So that's interesting. That in many ways is him essentially renouncing himself because George W. Bush is not going to do what Perot wanted to do.
Right.
Which, of course, goes back to the thing about him being unhinged, where you feel like it was more personal than anything else.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, Ross Perot, one of the more interesting people, one of the more colorful people. And to emphasize the point that he's actually pretty socially liberal, another thing he was for, which no Republican at the time would talk about, he was for increasing AIDS research. Famously, Reagan had basically thrown gay people under the bus and be like, oh, it's a gay disease, I don't want to research that.
Huh.
But Perot, pretty open-minded on social issues at least. Not a bigoted guy. So I guess he's got that going for him. And I don't know, I think he's hard to rate because he clearly bungled a campaign that had true potential. But then again, you have to give him credit for starting a campaign which had true potential in the first place.
Yeah, from almost nothing.
Right.
Right? Yeah. Fuck, man.
I mean, I have him as an E on my paper, but I could
I'd
revise
go
it
with
upward.
I'd go with a D.
Yeah, D sounds good.
I mean, just yeah, it's and also I guess also there might be a bit of niceness to him on my part, just because he's the last third party candidate in a national race of any real importance, right?
Right.
But now we want to fast forward to 1996 and the candidacy of one Bob Dole, right?
Yep. Also, I forgot to mention, after we got to Mondale, every single person we're talking about, with the exception of McCain, is still alive. And Bob
Also,
Dole is one of them. And Bob Dole's
Perot's
old as
dead.
fuck. Oh, Perot's dead? Okay, I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, Bob Dole is almost fucking. Oh, Bob Dole is almost 100 years old.
Yes, he is.
All right. You know, I mean, which I'm not surprised. When I was a kid, Bob Dole I thought was ancient. You know.
No, and he was. Bob Dole, also in recent years, there's been a little bit of a Dole revival among members of Congress. Congress has been voting him honors in the last few years at random. I forget which ones. I guess we'll come to them in a minute. I got them written down here in my notes somewhere. But another interesting fact about the 1996 election is that there was a Libertarian ticket, and the VP nominee on the Libertarian ticket was none other than current Libertarian nominee Joe Jorgensen. So,
okay.
Yeah, the more things change, right?
Right. You know, I should run for a candidacy. We'll put William Jennings Bryan as my VP pick. Bob Dole, 1996 election. Bob Dole was a very important Republican senator, part of the Reagan, part of one of these people who really cut his teeth in the 80s as a pro-Reagan guy. 1988, he had sought the Republican nomination, lost in part because of Lee Atwater's tricks, if you will. Bob Dole did not react well. Anyway, Dole had a bit of a scare in the primary. Pat Buchanan won New Hampshire, but that didn't really go anywhere else. There was also a portrayal of Pat Buchanan as some kind of crypto neo-Nazi type. Anyway, Dole was dead on arrival. There was really no way he was going to beat Bill Clinton. Dole could not really do any issues. He tried to do morality and decorum as his issues, but they just didn't. They didn't really sail. Turnout was very low, less than 50%. One of the lowest in American history. You've had other cases of that too, but this one is an interesting one for that. But here's the thing about it: while Clinton won, he did not win by the margins projected. It was believed that Bill Clinton was going to completely steamroll Bob Dole and blow him out, and he didn't. And amongst pollsters, the 1996 election is considered one of their big fuck-ups. It wasn't talked about much at the time, simply because the election was won anyway. But pollsters were thinking Bill Clinton was going to have like a fucking 1988, 1984, 1972 type moment, and he didn't. I mean, he won convincingly. No Democrat has won as many electoral votes as Bill Clinton since then. But a bit of a closer race than expected. And by the way, this gave a boost to Fox News, which was only just starting at the time. Because Fox News was saying that, of course, the polls favor the Democrats, so they underestimated Bob Dole's support. So, that being said, it was an awful campaign. Bob Dole had no fucking chance in hell. Everybody knew it. He
ran on a human rights amendment, or human life amendment, so basically outlawing abortion. That was, I guess, his wedge issue. He also ran on Bill Clinton being an entitled boomer who hadn't really done anything.
Right. The moral character issue thing, which, whenever you make your race about character issues, it shows that you really have nothing to run on.
Right. No, it does, and that's part of why I've been very critical of the Biden campaign.
Well, the Biden campaign is just like redo the Hillary campaign. It's the same strategy.
Yeah, it's just
It's
not a
like
good
these guys.
strategy. Um,
Well, if they win, Derek, it is.
oh sure, yeah. I mean, if I win the lottery, then clearly I'm a financial genius.
Yes, you are.
Let's see. Dole, yeah, like you said, did better than expected. That being said, one thing I do have to say about after studying Perot and Dole more, it makes me realize that Bill Clinton, his reputation for being really electable and formidable as an electoral opponent, is massively overstated.
I agree.
Bill Clinton never got 50%. In 1996, he hit 49.2. That was his highest percentage of the popular vote. Dole, by contrast, got 40.7, so pretty solid beating. But the Electoral College is only 379 to 159. Also, one of the problems Dole had is that after winning the primary against Graham, Specter, Buchanan, and Alexander, he was not seen as conservative enough by some people, and that's why he put Jack Kemp on the ticket, because Kemp was a supply sider. So
Yeah,
he
I
didn't
mean,
really excite
Dole.
the base, and a lot of people were pissed at Republicans over the Gingrich shutdown, which Dole had opposed, but it still stuck to him anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, actually, I don't think that one hurt him quite so much, honestly. I mean, Dole and Gingrich really didn't look comfortable together. They didn't really like each other, and that was a known thing. I mean, you got a point there. The shutdown had made Republicans look kind of bad, but it really didn't have much of an effect. And I got to side with Newt Gingrich on this one because there became this narrative that Bill Clinton outmaneuvered Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich this day says, no, I outmaneuvered Bill Clinton. I think Newt's right because Newt was like, hey, I got Bill to do what I wanted to do.
No, Newt, I gotta protest that. Listen, I wanted to go to the right as well because I saw where the energy was, and if you're triangulating your position, sometimes you gotta move left, sometimes you gotta move right, sometimes you gotta move up, sometimes you gotta move down. That's just basic geometry, and that's why my 3D chess game is on fleek, to use a term that the kids are using, and yours is not. It's also why if we both go into a bar, I'm way more likely to get laid than you. Suck it.
I'm way more
Alright. I'm trying to think, is there anything more to say about Dole? I mean, also Dole actually has a pretty decent sense of humor.
He does, surprisingly, man. He's actually pretty funny when he lets loose.
Yeah, not on display during the campaign, though.
No, not at all. We were all surprised when Dole started showing. Dole was like a political, I guess, commentator on the Daily Show when Craig Kilborn was in charge in the '90s, and it's fucking funny. And we're like, what the hell? Why didn't he ever show this? And you're like, okay, but Bob Dole came from World War II generation guy. Hey, that's Bill Clinton for you. He beat 2 World War II vets, Bush and Dole. Right?
Yeah. Well, that's because I just have that level of sexual charisma that people just can't resist my allure. Because, people are ready for a change. We all secretly know that the boomers are just a little bit greater than the greatest generation.
Just a little bit, man.
Yeah. Anyway, that's enough Bill Clinton for tonight.
Yeah. Although, look, I will be straight, of course. I mean, the Bill Clinton '96 election is, like, at least for contemporary times, one of the most impressive. I mean, most impressive outside of '88, the most impressive that I've personally witnessed, of course. But I mean, in terms of raw numbers, but he did underperform, all things considered.
Also, with Bill Clinton and the '96 election, I remember I was a kid at the time, and we were stationed in an Air Force base, and my dad is the kind of guy who's his in politics or whatever the politics are of the person he just talked to. And all the military officers at the time were super Republican because Clinton had slashed the military budget after the Cold War. So I remember going to some award ceremony on base, and I was listening to my dad and his co-workers discuss politics, and I was under the impression that Dole was about to just lay the smackdown on Clinton, that it was about to be a bloodletting, and yeah, that's not what happened.
Yeah, no, that's hilarious. So those people is like they're like I was convinced that Alf Landon or Thomas C. Dewey was going to win because all my friends were voting for Landon, right?
Yeah. So that was my first ever exposure to a political bubble, at least that I was conscious of. I was about 10, I guess.
So we'll go ahead and give Bobby Dole what, like E and F? What do you think?
I'll give him an E. I mean, he also did make a small innovation. He was the first person to have a campaign website, which is surprising because he's not an Atari Democrat.
No, you think Al Gore would have had algore.com already, huh?
No, I mean, Clinton and Gore were a few weeks later, so Dole beat them to the punch with Kemp. And let's see, what else did Dole do anything interesting here? I feel like I'm leaving something out.
Not that I remember.
I mean, he had Viagra ads.
That was afterwards.
Yeah, that was after. I don't know. I mean,
which once again was like, we were like, Dole, we didn't know you could be so chill, and it just. But anyway, he's in Viagra. Yeah, he did some Viagra ads in the late '90s.
Although, actually, I remember him as a conservative, but actually looking into his voting record, I can see why the people on the right were a little upset, because Dole actually had a fairly moderate record overall. He had voted for civil rights. He had voted for voting rights. He had partnered with McGovern to expand food stamps. So this guy was not a right-winger. But I think Clinton painted him pretty successfully as a right-winger, because that's how I remembered him. And Clinton also said that Dole would cut Social Security and some other things, which Dole did not want to do. And the reason Clinton was able to get away with that is because Gingrich wanted to do that.
Yeah. In some ways, you could argue Clinton was running against Gingrich and did so successfully in 96. Definitely plays a part.
Oh, yeah, the other Bob Dole thing is he referred to himself in the third person a lot, which is weird.
He did.
Bob Dole believes that America will be better when we institute the policies that Bob Dole is proposing. Therefore, Bob Dole advocates that you vote for Bob Dole on Election Day. Apparently, he also sang something called "I'm a Dole Man," a parody of Soul Man.
Yeah, fucking Bob Dole. Actually, Bob Dole, there is a bit of a. I will say, like, as far as like presidential losers in my lifetime, he had one of the better like post-loser lives, if you will, right? Like he was like, he'd do some comedy, be in a Viagra commercial. People didn't really hate on Bob Dole too much, No, they weren't like, thank God, took the shit out of him,
Also, with Bob Dole, him doing the Viagra commercial, nobody was asking about his dick, but he told us anyway. I mean,
he told you about his Johnson.
He basically did on television what LBJ could only do to his staffers. So, in some ways, he actually was president.
Well, you want to move on to the 2000 election?
Yep, and the icon of the Atari Democrats, Al Gore. I assume that he is the Atari Jaguar Democrat.
You're right. He wouldn't have been a Sega Democrat or even a 3DO. It would have been an Atari Jaguar.
Well, the Jaguar had a good port of Doom, which at the time was one of the more controversial games. So I don't know. Maybe he would have been the... what was that company that made Bible games, Democrat? Maybe he's that. Learning Tree, there we go.
Yeah, Learning Tree, there we go.
Wait, they're anti-copyright because they just pirated a bunch of shit and they did reskins of Wolfenstein and other things that made them Bible-themed, which was really weird. So actually, he couldn't be that. Whatever. He's some wimpy company Democrat. He came in third in the 88 primaries, got onto the Clinton ticket because he was famous as an opponent of Bush 41 on the issue of climate. So climate is something that he was into for a long time.
Which is also funny because Bush 41 was like the last Republican, at least like on the presidential level, to take climate seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As VP, a lot of the things that he could have done to gain publicity were deprived to him by Bill because Bill gave those tasks to Hillary. So, for instance, promoting healthcare reform. Usually you would want somebody in an actual elected office to do that, but Bill turned to Hillary, the first lady, to do that. So Gore could have been the face of that, but instead it was Hillary, and that was a pattern, especially I think in the first term. So a lot of the publicity Gore could have gotten going into 2000 was taken because of Hillary.
Well, everybody knew in the 90s that Hillary was going to run for president. You know, it was patently obvious.
Yeah. And I think at that time it sounded like a conservative conspiracy theory, but it ended up being one of the few that's actually true.
Yeah, no, they were all like, yeah, she's angling herself for president. It was pretty dead on, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, so in 2000, Al Gore got a primary challenge from Bill Bradley, but he was able to hold it off. He was really into business consulting. He was a techie guy. So he's kind of like a more relaxed Dukakis in a way, sort of a more sociable Dukakis.
Yeah, but less sociable than Gary Hart.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Hart had a lot of sex scandals. He was very sociable. And also, Gary Hart's a big history buff, too. He wrote a biography of Thomas Jefferson once.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he's actually written several books on American history. Gary Hart has basically retired and more or less become a historian. And he's not terrible at it. Let's see. Gore, there was also the famous myth that Gore claimed he invented the internet. He tried to claim some credit, and I guess he was a big advocate of it, so it's not entirely a lie, but it does sound pretty ridiculous to say something like that.
I feel like with that one, it wasn't that it was. He just overstated it.
Yeah, he took a little too much credit. He announced his candidacy pretty early, so now we're getting into the modern period in the true sense, where you have to announce your candidacy hella early. He announced his candidacy in June of 1999 for the 2000 election.
Okay.
He announced it at home in Tennessee. There was a poll that showed that Clinton was popular, but that voters were tired of him, which doesn't make sense as a poll. But Gore took this to heart, so he decided to focus on the second part of that and tried to create distance between himself and the president. And later he saw that as an error.
He did later on. I can understand why he did it, and also it didn't. Yeah, Gore and Clinton really didn't pal around a bunch, you know? I mean, I wouldn't say they were adversarial, but you know, you didn't really see them around as much together even before the campaign, you know?
Yeah, I think he made a big mistake by choosing Lieberman as his running mate.
Big mistake.
Lieberman sucks. If you're trying to keep the left happy, which is a problem the Democrats had in 2000, see the Nader campaign for details, putting Lieberman on the ticket is not the key to doing that. If anything, the Nader campaign was aided immensely by Lieberman being on the ticket.
Well, the thing about in Gore's perspective is, I think he had been chosen as a vice presidential candidate, the running mate with Bill Clinton, right? So Bill Clinton, a conservative Southern Democrat, chose Al Gore, a conservative Southern Democrat, and they won twice.
Although, I mean, especially with 1992, I think you can put a big asterisk on it to a certain extent. If you look at the actual share of the vote Clinton got in 92, it was, maybe 39%? That's not exactly a model for success. And then
I'm just saying
that it was carried by the economy.
Bill Clinton did really set up the parameter of like, hey, you guys in the economic left, you can go eat shit and vote for me, you know. So I believe that played a big part with that one too. He, I feel like Gore picked Lieberman because Lieberman was seen as being like strong on foreign policy. The vice presidential debate that year was hilarious because it was essentially Cheney and Lieberman like getting along and palling around and joking. It wasn't much of a debate. It's kind of
Right.
freaky to watch, you know.
Yeah, it is weird to see Dick Cheney have a friend. That's disturbing.
He's got friends, man. Everybody's got friends, right?
Well, I mean, he's got friends he shoots in the face.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd want to be Cheney's friend. I mean, Lieberman, one thing he does have going for him is that he always sounds like Dr. Zoidberg from Futurama.
Oh yeah. He
Let's see.
does. Kinda. Yeah.
Um, he was introduced to the DNC by his old Harvard roommate, Tommy Lee Jones. Al Gore was. He essentially
Yeah.
ran on what would later become known as Medicare Part D and a promise to make a, quote, sensible universal healthcare system. He also ran on the lockbox of Social Security. So, pretty boring campaign. And obviously, Medicare Part D later was passed into law by George W. Bush. And it is obviously good for seniors because it helps with prescription drugs, but at the same time, it does not allow negotiation for prices, and it is also a giveaway to the pharmaceutical industry. I
Mm-hmm.
imagine Gore's version might have been a little better, but not radically so. So this is not an exciting candidacy, and I think the 2000 election was the lowest turnout election ever, if I'm not mistaken, or close to it.
No,
Or
no, it's not. You got to go back to like Jefferson, Madison days or something lower. And the in your lifetime, the 1996 election is the lowest at less than 50%.
yeah, I mean this one's not. This one was not a controversial election. Just like with the VP debates, Gore and W. Bush more or less just agreed with each other. If anything, Bush was a little to the left of Gore on foreign policy. Bush campaigned as more or less an anti-interventionist, and he specifically said, "I don't want to go on adventures," which is ironic in light of how his presidency ended up going.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the polls were pretty tight after the convention, and they never really eased up. The three debates were boring. Gore got hit on his style because he was more boring than Bush and less relatable. He did win the popular vote by 500,000. And also, he was initially winning in Florida, and they were doing a recount, but the Supreme Court, that is, reversed the recount ruling as unconstitutional. And when asked about it, Scalia once said that he voted as a Republican. So, yeah, and it was a 5-4 ruling. All the Republicans were against recounting Florida and just giving it to Bush. All the Democrats thought it should be recounted. So that shows you exactly how well the Supreme Court does its job of being a nonpartisan group which rules in the spirit of the law with no other considerations and just
Oh, look, man.
protects us all from lawlessness.
Fun fact, though, in the 30 or 40 years since they've really been polling this, it was after the Bush Gore decision that the Supreme Court went over 50% in approval ratings.
Really?
Yeah, because Republicans went from hating the court to kind of liking it.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know anybody would be in favor of the court in general.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just saying. Republicans afterwards like, cool, he gave me a president. But anyway, what would you give Gore? It's a hard one to rate.
Well, let's see. His impact on the party, I don't feel it was that great. He did keep the environmental issue alive during the Bush years, which was a pretty dark time for environmental activism. That's when he did his book Assault on Reason, his climate movie. He's kind of faded out. I think there was still talk of him potentially running in '04 and '08, but since then he's just kind of fallen off the map. Got divorced. I'd say maybe a C. I don't know.
Yeah,
He won.
that's what I've got.
Yeah.
Well, let's move to your favorite run. Let's move to your favorite candidate of all time, John Kerry.
And he's being sarcastic. I do not much like John Kerry, but
hey, I love the picture you chose for him, though, where he's saluting us, you know?
That was when he gave that lame-ass fucking line at the convention. I am Lieutenant John Kerry, and I am reporting for duty. I will make America one syllable at a time. Actually, I think that should have been a slogan. I'm not even fucking around. Make America better one syllable at a time. Because then it would have been kind of a fun self-own. It would have been self-aware. And anyway, I think the Bush campaign would not have known how to adapt to that. Because they're used to Democrats trying to play tough and thumping their chest and say, see, I am tough. Don't call me a wimp, I'm tough. If Kerry just said, yeah, whatever. I have a weird way of speaking. Fuck off. I don't know how the Bush campaign would have countered that.
You're right, though. I remember him showing up being like, I'm reporting for duty.
And it was so dramatic. I am reporting for duty. Okay, John. I know you've met some actors on your campaign, but you're still not one of them. Tone it down, buddy. So, part of the reason I hate the Kerry campaign from 2004, not only did he lose to one of the worst presidents ever and then give us yet another term of him, but I feel that he ran a very poor campaign in 2004. Partly it was predicated on the so-called generic Democrat strip theory, which is the idea that voters prefer a generic Democrat to a generic Republican, so find the most generic Democrat you can, who hopefully checks enough boxes for everyone that you can stomach the vote for this person. I think that this is not a legitimate election strategy, but rather a logical fallacy masquerading as an election strategy. There is no such thing as a generic Democrat. There's no such thing as a generic Republican. By the time you're senior enough in politics and you have enough clout to run for the office, there's a reason that you have that clout in the first place. You have led a specific life, you've made specific decisions. You're an individual. You've got a record. You can't be a generic Democrat. That makes no sense. So, he was trying to be as boring and non-committal as possible. He tried to downplay his war record because that would make him too much of a specific person. He couldn't talk about a lot of his experiences. He couldn't really show his personality. Not that there was that much personality to begin with, but he couldn't show what he had. He couldn't emphasize his issues very much because then that would make him more specific. He wouldn't be generic enough.
Yeah, the issue thing for sure, but I do think he actually played up his war record more than you're saying.
A little bit, although that Swift Vote Veterans for Truth bullshit really did a lot of damage.
He did?
Karl Rove, yeah, the Swift Boat Veterans, that did a lot of damage because one of Bush's vulnerabilities is that he was basically a draft dodger. Because the
right, well, that's what they do. That's what Kerry, they played up like this is a Vietnam vet, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he's been in the shit before. And then the Swift Boat Veterans thing, I didn't really follow it. It just seemed kind of like a ginned up partisan attack.
I saw it as that, even though I was pretty young at the time. I was only 18 when this election went down, but there were people who bought into it, and I guess they were looking for an excuse to stay Republican and deny that Bush was a draft dodger. And this was something that was, I think, more relevant to older voters than it was for people our age. Because I don't think we really gave a shit about Vietnam. Or what people did during the Vietnam War. But yeah, Kerry, by having his war record impugned by people who supposedly served with him, and some of them did, and the reason why they talked about his record is because they were Republicans, not because they actually had anything on him. And later, they all pretty much admitted that. They're like, yeah, I'm just a Republican. That's why I said the shit I said. No truth to any of it. So he didn't really counter that very effectively. He didn't emphasize any of his stances too much, so it wasn't clear why he was running. And in the debates, he kept using the line, I will do the same thing as Bush, but I will do it better. So it's sort of a recall and a replay of Wendell Willkie and Alf Landon. Oh yeah, we'll do the New Deal, don't worry, but our version will be better because we'll avoid overreach. Now, I haven't written anything down on the paper here, but trust me, my plan, phenomenal as shit. And then Kerry would refer people to his website over and over. But people didn't have smartphones back then. Now, if you refer somebody to a website, it might actually work. Back then, fuck no. You gotta turn on your computer, you gotta dial up, or use your DSL, or whatever you got at the time. It would take a long time to get on the internet. It actually took work. And most people are not willing to do work if it means research or homework. So, yeah. Kerry had a pretty flawed strategy. And the only reason I ran so much about Kerry is because I know a lot of Democrats who think they actually ran a really good campaign. And I'm here to tell you, people who say that are wrong. So anyway, that's my Kerry rant.
I can sort of see that. I sometimes blame the Democratic primary voter more than anything else. Like, how the hell do you put this guy in there? The thing with the military part is, I think the problem that Kerry had with running with the military thing, the thing that undermined him was that, he had like supposedly done a protest where he threw his medal into the White House lawn, but actually didn't.
Right.
And in other words, like, him running on like, I'm a Vietnam vet doesn't quite work when you're like, wait, you did some like anti-Vietnam War stuff when you got back. I think that's one thing is because remember, they've tried to attack other veteran records like Winfield Scott Hancock. It didn't work then. I guess maybe what I'm thinking is there might have been a reason why it worked on Kerry, is that it seemed kind of awkward also. Keeping in mind, too, that while Kerry had voted for the Iraq War, he was one of the people who almost didn't vote for the Gulf War, Desert Storm.
Right.
Yeah, the debates about that in Congress were quite contentious, and he was one of the leaders of that contentious debate, if you will. So it was a very difficult spot to be in as well. The Iraq War is going on; it's going poorly, but opinion hasn't quite turned against it. I think somebody like Kerry was just afraid of what Democrats have been afraid of for a long time, which is if I go against this, they'll think I'm a chicken. A big, giant chicken.
Yeah, that being said, if you think about the three major issues at the election, the agenda was set by Bush because he responded to 9/11. So you got the Patriot Act, you got the Iraq War, and then you have Bush bringing up gay marriage as the wedge issue. And on all of those, Kerry failed to create separation.
Yes, he did. The other thing that strikes me about the race is two things. Voter participation went up significantly, like 6-7 percentage points from 2000. So people got engaged, right? The electoral map was essentially the same, to which I always thought, I was like, wow, so nothing much changed, huh, guys?
Well, yeah, it was also not a very imaginative campaign. They put all their eggs in the Ohio basket for some reason. And I remember people saying, Kerry came so close, he's only 100,000 votes in Ohio away. That is not very close. 100,000 votes is quite a few at a state level.
What would you rate John Kerry?
How much are we rating stuff he did after his run and before?
I just know, right, you got to consider him as a politician in general, but his effect on the party, and I will say this for his effect on the party, as far as like presidential losers we're going over, especially in the last 30, 40 years, he still exerted influence in the party and was very important to helping Obama get the nomination in 2008.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't a sore loser unlike a couple people will get to at the end. He served as Secretary of State under Obama in the second term, did fairly well. If we're factoring that in, I could go as high as a D. That being said, I actually think that whoever ran against Bush's successor in 2008 was pretty much a shoo-in, and whoever ran Bush's successor was fucked. So I don't think Kerry had a lot to do with that.
No, I'm talking about the nomination. He was one of the first he's a key reason that Obama wins the nomination fight, is what I was saying.
Yeah, I guess that's true, and Obama was in a pretty tight fight with Hillary, and without Kerry, I mean, that might have helped him get over the top. I could see a D for Kerry, although if we're just talking pure campaign, I would have to go probably F for his campaign.
Yeah, I'll go with D. Um, you make some good points negatively against Kerry's campaign, for sure.
And I remember also, I remember I'd come to hate Bush by the time the 2004 election rolled around, after he lied about weapons of mass destruction, and I had supported. Well, I wasn't old enough to vote in the primary, only the general, but I had been a Howard Dean supporter. Then we get to the general, and then people told me, "Don't worry, Kerry is a really good debater." And I watched the debates. I didn't see any skill whatsoever. No charisma, no life, no passion, no ideas. And I ended up randomly going to the polling booth, not knowing who I was going to vote for. And then I saw a libertarian option, and I figured, you know what? If we have to be in the arms of someone who's completely fucking it up, we might as well limit the power that they have. So let's vote for somebody like this. I didn't know who the fuck the guy was, and I also didn't really know exactly what a libertarian was. I had a general idea, but not much of one. So I voted for a guy named Michael Badnarik. And then when I looked him up, he didn't even bother putting together a platform because he knew it was not going to win. And he basically just talked about how much he loves yoga on his website.
Great man.
Yeah, so anyway, that's how I voted in 2004, because I could not stomach Kerry or Bush. And I was, the one issue I cared the most about at that time, the Iraq War, both candidates were saying, let's keep this fucker going.
Are you talking about the douche and the turd sandwich, essentially?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was in 2004. It was a douche and turd sandwich. Actually, South Park nailed it.
Nailed it.
Next up is John McCain of Arizona. We mentioned him earlier. I think he's most famous for choosing Sarah Palin. That's what people remember about the campaign. And because people like to make nice narratives, nice tidy narratives about how campaigns go, the idea is that he might have had a chance until he chose Palin. I call bullshit. Any Republican nominated against any Democrat in 2008 was a dead man walking.
Yeah, I mean, outside of said Democrat being murdering somebody on live television.
Yeah.
Right?
It would have to be pretty bad. And even if you talk about some of the weaker candidates who were in the 2008 field, Bill Richardson or, I don't know, name a person, John Edwards.
John Edwards.
Yeah, any of them would have won. Easy.
Oh, those two are fucked up, man. Like, Edwards had the whole, scandal thing with his wife, right? And Bill Richardson, we found out, it's been hanging out a lot with, or was when before he got murdered, Epstein.
Yeah. Also, in that field, my two favorite candidates were actually Kucinich and Gravel, but maybe I'm just alone in that.
No, I liked both of them a lot as well.
Also, in that environment, either one of them would have won, even though they're both fairly outside the mainstream of the party and would have had trouble getting the establishment Democrats to back them. But in that environment, voters were ready to vote against Bush.
I think Caligula would have won, all right?
Oh, Caligula would have won. Elagabalus would have won. Nero would have won.
Yes, Nero.
Actually, Nero wasn't that terrible of a politician compared by Roman Sanders, but whatever. Let's not get into that.
Actually, we'll do a video on that one time. We can talk about Nero and whatnot. But no. McCain's pretty well fucked. I give him credit for the Palin thing. I mean, I know it backfired, but ultimately I'm like, hey, kind of like Mondale. It's like, what the fuck am I going to do?
Yeah, if Palin's a Hail Mary, what I think of it, if I think of it in football terms, Palin as the Hail Mary was the right call, but then the quarterback threw the ball to the wrong player.
Yeah, that's actually a great way to put it, man. That's a great way to put it.
And McCain was pissed off at his party. He actually wanted to choose his best buddy, Joe Lieberman, as his running mate and try to allay some of the anti-Republican sentiment by picking a Democrat for the ticket. And in Lieberman's case, it's a Democrat who's to the right of a number of Republicans. So it's picking a Democrat without any possible downside of picking a Democrat.
Yeah.
So anyway, he thought that would be a good idea. The party said, no, we're doing a Republican ticket because we're holding the line, and you're going to have to defend a lot of what Bush did, most of which you voted for. So you can't really criticize Bush's record. You have to run with most of it and just run on being decent and being a veteran. So McCain was kind of trapped. He did his best, and his best wasn't very good. Although I do have to give him credit for not promoting a lot of the smears against Obama that many of his advisors proposed that he go with, and also that Hillary had pushed in the primaries.
Yeah.
Especially the Kenyan birth thing and the Reverend Wright stuff. McCain refused to talk about that kind of shit, and actually acquitted himself fairly well. McCain's a little hard to rate because, like I said, I don't think he had a chance. I guess I'd probably go with a D. If Palin had been a better candidate, I might even be willing to go as high as a B. But because Palin was so notoriously inept, I think D is about right.
I think so too, man. I'll go with that.
Yeah. All right. Now we come to the second to last candidate who has run for president and failed. Mitt Romney, or to give his full name, Willard Mitt Romney.
Is his name like just Mitt, or is it like short for something like Mitchell?
No, Willard, and then Mitt. I think Mitt is the middle name, just M-I-T-T.
Yeah.
And Romney. Father was George Romney, a former governor of Michigan.
Yeah, and also somebody who took a stab at the presidency at one point. So anyway, what opinions do you have of old Mittens?
Well, Mitt Romney is sort of the best example of what a modern Republican establishment pick manufactured by the party elites looks like. If you went in the corporate boardroom and drew up a candidate that would make Republican elites happy, it would be Mitt Romney. I mean, he's very corporate, not really that gaffe prone, except for a couple famous ones we'll get into. Very machine-like, lifeless, defends corporations in a literal sense that no real politician would ever do. Very handsome fellow, sort of has a Reagan-esque look, but probably better looking, but just without any of the life or charisma.
Oh, yeah.
And in 2008, he was put up for the nomination. He was the party's sort of guy in the race. McCain was able to win, and they were cool enough with McCain, but really they wanted Romney. And they're just glad that somebody beat Huckabee, because Huckabee literally wanted to run a campaign in 2008 on gay marriage, abortion, and nothing else. And he even said at one point, I don't care about other issues. So, yeah. Anyway, Romney served his purpose by making sure that Huckabee didn't get in. Then in 2012, he did a different tact, whereas McCain ran in the moderate lane and had 40-ish% the whole way and then won in 2008. Romney ran in the moderate lane in 2012, and then everybody ran to his right, and he had about 40% the whole way and outlasted all of his opponents, largely because when it came down to a three-way race, Gingrich, who had no real chance, refused to leave so that Santorum would not have a chance against Romney. And Romney, as I said, boring as fuck. Basically sort of like Jeb Bush, but not as weak. Although he had some weak moments we'll get into. So he was so pathetic that when Dark Knight Rises came out that year, because the bad guy's name is Bane, a well-established comic book character, the Romney campaign or some of his surrogates actually said that Christopher Nolan was trying to undermine the Romney campaign by naming their villain after Romney's firm, Bain Capital, which was an investment firm that he ran, a vulture capitalist firm. And that's not true at all. Obviously, Bain had existed for many years before Romney ran for president. The movie would have come out regardless of who the Republicans put up. Romney famously, in one of the primaries, can't remember which one, was posing with some black kids and looked at the camera and said, "Who let the dogs out? Who? That was probably his best gaffe ever. Then in 2012, he said, "Corporations are people, my friend," when somebody asked him about money and politics. And so he's 100% pro-corporate in a way that's completely brainless. And he also was recorded in a video that was released by one of Jimmy Carter's grandsons, where he was speaking to a bunch of donors, and he said that 47% of the country doesn't pay taxes and doesn't contribute anything, and that they will always vote Democrat no matter what. Yeah, he was completely tone deaf on income inequality, so he let Obama go to his left on that issue, even though Obama hadn't really done much up to this point to help anyone dealing with the financial hardship. The economy was kind of chugging along pretty slowly, sluggish growth. Romney couldn't do anything with it. Romney, in the debates, let Obama smartass him on the point Romney was trying to make about the fleet being smaller. And then Obama said, "We don't need as many ships, Mitt. Ships now, you got submarines going to the water. You got aircraft carriers. Put planes on them. You don't need a bunch of battleships, Mitt. It's not 1912 anymore." And he just stood there and grinned like a dumbass and then realized he was getting owned. He also made a comment that income inequality is an important issue, but one that we should only discuss in quiet rooms, lest we get the poors excited. So, yeah, also he had no outreach to Latino voters, something that both Bush and Trump had to do to win. Romney couldn't do that at all. Fake polish. He actually got more votes than Trump, technically, which is a weird fact that's bizarre. Let's see. Anyway, actually, now that I think about it, if I had to describe Romney in a sentence, it would be Bruce Campbell playing Ronald Reagan and being underpaid while doing it, so not really putting anything into it. That's the Romney campaign in a nutshell. Also, Paul Ryan, terrible pick. Because while Romney bored people, Paul Ryan terrified people. My dad, who's not super political, he was terrified of Paul Ryan. And even today, if you ask him who's the worst politician ever, Paul Ryan.
Well, Paul Ryan's an awful running mate choice. It's like, we have like fiscal conservative Mitt Romney. I know what we're going to do. Let's bounce ticket with a fiscal conservative.
Yeah, let's bounce the ticket with a fiscal extremist.
Yeah, it's actually a good way to put it. Yeah. Romney, I rate pretty low. What do you want to give him?
I think he's an F. It was way too easy to attack him and Ryan on Social Security, Medicare, and actually, I believe that. And in terms of who I was the most afraid of as a potential president, I was a lot more fearful of a Romney presidency than a Trump presidency.
Well, now we come to the one, right? Hillary?
Yes, we come to the chosen one. The self-proclaimed most qualified person to ever run for the presidency.
Yeah, it's more qualified than Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Buchanan, Henry Clay, all the rest, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Hillary Clinton blows those poor saps out of the water. None of them hold a candle.
Yeah, as far as she's concerned, Henry Clay is just some dork. Anyway,
Henry Clay's a dork. George Washington, pretty unqualified. Let's see. So, why don't you get us started with Hillary? I feel like I talked a lot in the last section.
Yeah, it's well, I didn't really. Well, anyway, so Hillary Clinton, we all know her, we all love her. First Lady to Bill Clinton, obviously making some political angles that moment. Made herself senator from New York. Very safe. I noticed that about Hillary. People were like, "Oh, well, she's Secretary of Treasury." I'm like, I'm Secretary of the State. I'm like, what'd she do? That's right, nothing. Hillary sponsored almost no bills in the Senate during her tenure. I think she sponsored 3 bills. That's about it. Just a woman who was like taking it as cautious as she could. Runs against Obama, loses a bit miraculously. And Hillary then becomes his Secretary of Treasury, and her whole plan while she's there is to make sure she gets elected mayor of New Orleans. Wait, no. What am I doing?
You mean president.
Oh, shit, president. No, so Hillary Clinton, whole thing is like, she don't do much because you got to make sure that she becomes president of the United States. If you take too many firm stands, that's not going to work in your advantage. Now, she was big on the whole thing, the Libya intervention against Gaddafi, okay? Which is why the Benghazi investigation was started by Republicans. It was a way to take that away from her. They knew that they couldn't, put her in jail or anything, but the bare minimum, they could use it to where she couldn't really run on it effectively. So the thing is, when they're like, she's so qualified, I'm like, she didn't do anything. It's all, she's just safe, you know?
She's only there.
just resume padding to become president. So her formula, I'll give her credit though. Her formula for getting the nomination in 2016 was quite genius. Make sure nobody else runs against you.
Yeah,
right?
And she almost pulled that off. All the people she identified as potential threats were bought off in some way. And she also literally tried to hire every potential consultant who could back an insurgency campaign. So she hired every person who graduated from a political science department out of the Ivy League schools.
And the reason to mention that too is that the thing about Sanders was when Sanders first announced, within a few months, I was like, okay, I don't think he's going to beat Hillary, but he's going to give her a serious run for her money. And I had people laugh at me. I was like, no, you just watch, man. And, Hillary was mocking Sanders all the way until, late December when her people said, hey, it's serious now. And, so... here's somebody who bought off all the opposition, and then this one guy comes in. What was the line? Apparently, she said behind closed doors. Really? He's a socialist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he gave her one hell of a run for her money. She never, of course, forgave him for that. She now runs against Trump, makes it all about Trump. It's funny, she won the popular vote by a decent enough margin. And I feel like people are sometimes, maybe they're hard on her because they're like, oh, well, we're only hard on her because she lost. But then I'm like, no, she got beat in 2008 when she was favored. And 2016, she had a hard time defeating a guy with no institutional support, none. And she had a hard time beating him down. So of course she's gonna fuck up in the campaign. Hell, man. I could tell people, yeah, I thought Hillary was gonna win the presidency by 5 electoral votes or something. I didn't see no landslide coming.
Yeah, I didn't think there's gonna be a landslide either, because it became clear as the election drew near that Hillary had made some key mistakes. I remember learning that Donna Brazile, who herself ran the losing 2000 campaign, asterisk losing campaign, had to call up Robbie Mook, Hillary's campaign manager, who's a dumb motherfucker, and tell him, hey, you might want to do a ground game in Florida. Might be a good idea. And Robbie Mook said, I'm looking at national polls. We're doing pretty well. Robbie, do you understand that there's a thing called the Electoral College? I went to Ivy League schools. I know what I'm doing. Okay. So, yeah, it was a completely idiotic strategy. Hillary deserves a lot of blame for that. Of course, her campaign manager, Robbie Mook. The fact that this guy is still considered an expert, still gets jobs, and that the so-called Mook Mafia still gets a lot of contracts. It's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, completely. But nobody gets penalized for failure in this country anymore,
No, so there's that. They did a Toro strategy in Wisconsin. They figured out they could lose, but they didn't want Trump to figure it out, so they decided not to do anything in Wisconsin, or at least not to send Hillary, because they thought that Trump wouldn't be smart enough to figure out that he might win the state, even though he kept showing up there, which would imply that he's aware. They picked Tim Kaine as the running mate, who brings nothing to the ticket.
Nothing to the ticket, and got his clock cleaned by Pence in the VP debate.
Yeah.
It was pretty sad watching it. It was kind of like watching. It's like watching somebody beat up a child, because Tim Kaine just seems like an overgrown kid. He want to put him in pajamas and send him to bed with milk and cookies. Well,
I remember when the partisan Democrats I knew were trying to make themselves get excited about Tim Kaine. They found some photo of him when he was in his 20s playing a guitar, and they said, oh, Tim Kaine was hot. Okay, well, he's not in his 20s anymore, so what does putting him on the ticket do?
Hey, man, so was Stalin. He was pretty hot, too, right?
Yeah, so, saying that somebody used to be hot, so therefore vote for them?
Dibs. Debs was pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, Debs was burning it up
What
20
about
years
Harding?
ago, so vote for him now. Why not?
Harding was 1920 hot. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, what about why don't they just find some former supermodel? Why don't they pull out like Doris Day out of retirement and be like, back 50 years ago, she was one of the most beautiful women in the world. We should vote for her.
She's dead though.
Well, no,
sir.
I'm just saying, like, some example like that. Somebody whose physical prime is many decades in the past, and then make them run on their physical prime as their appeal.
Olivia de Havilland. She was pretty hot back in the day. Well, she's dead now, but we'll make Olivia de Havilland run. Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Why not, man?
So yeah,
she
the
was
whole thing. Hillary is a person who's completely unaware of her personal failings. She doesn't understand that she doesn't have an appealing personality, so she did a personality referendum. You vote who you think is the better person, me or Trump. Most people thought they were both shit, but at least Trump was a new kind of shit. She did a campaign slogan, "I'm with her."
Yeah, the her sucks. I mean, keeping in mind that Hillary does have a fan club. Like, I do know hardcore Hillary fans.
Oh, they exist, but they're not an electoral majority.
They're not electoral majority, but I will. I mean, to be fair, Hillary's got fans, so I'm not gonna say she don't. She does.
Well, then again, I mean, Adlai Stevenson had fans too, and his fans were dedicated enough to make sure that anybody who wasn't an Adlai fan got smeared after the fact, 20, 30, 40 years down the line. Didn't help Adlai become president, though.
But no, it's the. Of course, we say all this though, but the real story with it is that Trump figured out how to crack that blue wall that I've been hearing about. People are like, "Those are blue." I mean, I'm getting people to me on Facebook like, "There's no way Republicans can win. There's a blue wall," and I was like, "I don't know, man. I mean, one thing, never say never," and Trump cracked it. It's like, okay, don't threaten their Social Security or Medicare. Be against political correctness and be against free trade. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, Trump had a strategy which played well largely because the Democrats had a really shitty candidate with a bad strategy. And Trump also ran as a person who hated the establishment, so Hillary decided, rather than not really talk about that issue and not let Trump frame the debate, she said, no, I am loved by the establishment. Everybody supports me. Everybody who's anybody supports me. But I can't really be establishment like what Trump is trying to say because I'm a woman. So I have it both ways. Also in this race, because Trump is such a joke, I am the liberal, the moderate, and the conservative. And she actually said that in some debate.
There was another thing going on too. We were like, they were like Trump was like, "Make America great again." Like, that's racist. What does he want to do? Go back to the 50s? And I'm like, oh, you mean when everybody made money and there was a lot of economic equality in this country and the politicians weren't completely bought off? Seems like the 50s weren't so fucking bad to me.
Yeah.
But then you realize that for this class of Hillary Clinton voters, their idea of progress is measured only identity politics. And they have no conception that most of America knows we're a declining shithole. So if you're going to tell me make America great again, then yeah, obviously we were better in the past. We were very obviously better in the past. All right?
I think America is still great and will get greater with me at the helm.
Oh, God. One of my favorite Trump moments of all time was when they were talking about America, like, assassinating people in the world, and Trump said, like, they mentioned something about another country doing it, and Trump was like Russia or China killing people, and Trump's like, what? Like, we don't do that? I mean, you think our hands are clean?
Yeah.
I'm just like, there's like, it's like, I know Trump's a huckster, of course, but he just occasionally says some shit like that, and I'm like, yeah, I've always wanted some candidate just to tell me that. Like, don't fucking lie to me, you goddamn child molesting murderers.
Yeah. No, that's true.
I'm serious though. Look at motherfuckers, man. Like you think I want Hillary Clinton tell me about like how America's great and clean and stuff? I'm like, you fucking kidding me, man? Your rapist husband and Madam Drone Strike over here. Not that Trump don't do drone strikes, because of course he fucking does, but at least he'll like tell me about it and won't pretend that it isn't what it is.
I do the best drone strikes. My drone strikes I order from the shitter. No one thinks more clearly than when they're passing waste. It helps to clean the mind, and a clean mind makes sound decisions. Unlike my opponent Hillary, her mind is dirty, in the gutter, such a nasty woman. Her drone strikes, so impure. So wrong.
Anyway, when does Trump get his Burger King? Not Burger King, I'm sorry, McDonald's. He's a McDonald's man, okay?
When does he get his Big Mac?
Hey, just remember, he loves like ordering from like Domino's and Pizza Hut on the phone himself.
Really?
Yeah, no, he seriously like calling up the pizza place to be like, "This is Donald Trump. I want a large pepperoni."
So imagine a lot of people think it's a prank.
This is some great shit. This is great, And just Hillary, there's nothing really to be excited about there. I mean, at least for me. But then again, like I said, I do know people are hardcore Hillary fans. And you're right, it's not enough for an electoral base, but it's enough to keep that flame alive.
Yeah, I think the Hillary base, to spell it out, I mean, these are mostly older, but not entirely older women who are white, middle class, college educated, feminist. I mean, it's that specific. Tell me how old you are, what your level of education is, what your living condition is, and I can tell you whether or not you're likely to be a Hillary fan.
You've got a point there, but that's the end game of identity politics, I guess. Of course, there's always been a level of identity politics, but we're not going to get into that. It's really fucking late, and we got to be calling this quits soon. And talking about how Hillary got her ass kicked could take forever, but we say gotten her ass kicked. I mean, it was a close election.
Yeah, the thing is, it's still an F-tier performance, though, because not only did she lose in a very winnable election to literally the weakest candidate ever, who should not have had a chance and would not against anybody else, she lost that, and then she spent the next 4 years bitching about how it was everybody else's fault other than herself. She's blaming
though? I don't give her F tier. I don't give her F tier because I feel that her explanations for how she lost, like she blames Russia and Sanders, well, that worked. Like, Sanders, I mean, at this point, Sanders held a rally 2 weeks ago, like a dozen people showed up, and the Russiagate thing really took off. And ultimately, the coalition Hillary was shooting for and the values she supports are what we're seeing with Joe Biden for the most part. I mean, there's some differences, little tweaks here and there, but it's essentially the same thing. So I don't feel like, I mean, maybe it'll be different after 2024 or like however much in the future. But for the time being, it still feels like Hillary's party.
Well,
in many ways.
I don't know, but the coalition that Hillary put together and that Biden put together is still the Obama coalition, though. So it really had very little to do with Hillary. She just inherited what happened in 2008.
Okay, that's a fair point, but I also think that the explanation she gave for her defeat, like, I was beat by sexism, racism, and Russia, that got accepted.
Well, it got accepted by a certain segment of the population. I don't think that most, say, independents buy it at all.
I agree with you. I don't think most independents buy it. I do think the Democratic Party buys it, and in that regard, what I mean is that when Hillary lost, there was a few weeks there where I thought maybe there will be a window for a reckoning in the Democratic Party, and there was no reckoning. They doubled down. I mean, Biden right now is running the Hillary strategy. Okay? So, I mean, with some tweaks, but it's sort of the Hillary strategy. So I go with an E for Hillary, honestly. Plus, I mean, she got really close to winning. It wasn't a blowout.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big upset. Like, the fact that she lost is a shocker Trump winning is a big, big upset. Maybe the biggest in presidential history. Certainly one of them. But I'll go with an E for Hillary, honestly.
I mean, I'm still leaning more F. Do you want to do the dice thing again?
Yeah, sure thing, man. 1, 2, 3, E, 4, 5, 6, F. Hey, you win again, man. She's an F.
I don't think I've ever won 2 dice rolls in a row my entire life.
Hey, there you go, man. Hillary Clinton, she's an F.
Yeah, all right.
Anyway,
so,
I will. This has been fucking grand and epic. I'm sorry if I may have lost it a minute or two there, but otherwise, it's been a lot of fucking fun. So thanks, man. This has been great going through losers, great and small.
Yeah, we got one last super chat for the evening.
Oh, we do? What we got, man?
Call it a day. Actually, we got 50 PLN. I forget what PLN stands for. Thank you, Atheist Maximus. He asked, would Schwarzenegger beat Trump in Republican primaries back in 2016 if he could participate? That's a good question.
Ooh. Okay, I got 2 answers for this. I got like my fanboy answer and my real answer, right? So the fanboy answer is, well, fuck yeah. All right? Fuck yeah. He would win. But really? I don't know.
Yeah, I actually don't know if he'd necessarily beat Trump directly. If Schwarzenegger's running, I imagine a number of the other Republicans in the field wouldn't be there. And I can't imagine Trump would talk shit to somebody as physically imposing as Schwarzenegger.
This thing about Trump, though, that should be noted, there are certain individuals, you'll see Trump go like, okay, that's an impressive guy sort of thing. Like, I'd have a hard time with him. Like, he definitely wasn't impressed by Jeb or fucking Marco, right?
Right.
I could see Trump being like, Arnold, tough nut to crack, you know? Like, how do I make fun of this guy? Like, how the fuck do you make fun of the Terminator? I mean, have you seen the Terminator?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, how do you make fun of the Terminator? You just don't. I guess he could be like, whatever, Arnold, I wasn't in junior. I don't know. What is he going to do? The only thing with Schwarzenegger is, the problem with Schwarzenegger is that he had lost a decent amount of cred with Republicans because he essentially is like a California liberal Republican. I don't know how much traction he would have gotten with voters. I mean, he wouldn't have been hated or anything, of course. He's fucking Schwarzenegger. He's a charismatic guy. But I don't know how much traction it could have gotten. I don't know if Arnold could have tapped into some of the stuff Trump did with like anti-immigration, don't touch Social Security type of thing. I don't know. I'd have to look at what Arnold would have run on. Of course, quoting the great movie Demolition Man, we'd have to have like an amendment that would allow Schwarzenegger to get elected president. That way we can have a Arnold Schwarzenegger presidential library.
And mostly just be movie posters and cutouts and.
Reminds me, there's a fun in-joke. There's a fun little joke shot in the second Jurassic Park movie. There's like a video store, and in the video store there's a poster for King Lear starring Schwarzenegger.
Damn.
It says Schwarzenegger is King Lear, and I was like, whoa, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, that would be interesting. But so I guess actually, I think that makes Atheist Maximus the top donor of the evening.
He does indeed, man. PLN is Polish, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Right?
And a Polish dollar is worth about 25 cents US.
Hey, thank you very much, and thank you for bringing up Arnold. We should probably do an Arnold stream sometime, right? Just talk Arnold movies.
Yeah, or just talk about his time as governor, the governator.
The governator, man.
Actually, we could do one getting into some state politics at some point, talking about various recent controversial governors, or maybe even go a little deeper than that. It's about some often overlooked figures who had a big impact on local politics and tend not to be talked about much. But anyway.
Well, sir, we'll have to. Do you have an answer for the Arnold question before we close it up?
I think that adding Arnold to that mix probably would have taken away some of Trump's appeal as a circus candidate, because everybody else tried to be super serious, and Trump stood out. But if Arnold was there, a lot of the spotlight would be on him, so Trump would not get nearly as much coverage. And I think that would defeat Trump. It wouldn't be a direct defeat of Trump. It would just be a matter of Trump's less interesting than Arnold.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't think either one of them would end up with the nomination. I think it would probably end up going to Jeb or Rubio or whoever, Cruz.
Nah, not Marco. I think Cruz might have won in that case. Although, to be fair with Schwarzenegger, too, while he would have been a bit of a circus candidate, Arnold was always trying to present himself as, like, I'm a serious politician, like he wasn't, like, like Trump's full circus, of course, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think Arnold would have done the full circus thing.
Yeah. So, Atheist Maximus, send me your mailing info, and I will get you your prize. Also, wait, Atheist Maximus, you need to choose. Would you like a novel or a book on presidents?
Yeah, man. Oh, no, fuck, dude. God damn, Arnold run, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting. But I guess election day for if Arnold had won would have been Judgment Day, right?
Yeah,
but
I guess
the day of the election. But what would the newspaper say the day Arnold won? Because we all know Arnold would have beaten Hillary, definitely.
Yeah.
So what would the next day newspaper say when Arnold won?
I'm sure they would come up with some pun. He'll be back as president again tomorrow.
No. Well, I remembered for when Arnold was it was front page news. Arnold ran for governor, and then it said Judgment Day, and then the next day the newspaper when he won just said Total Recall. You were like, yes, this is the fucking way it's supposed to be, right? Then I'm like, God, what would they say?
He's back. He'll see you at the party. I don't know.
You see at the party. Fuck. I gotta think about this, man. This is a serious question. This is a serious question. Shit. Yeah, it's something good, right?
I'm sure there's something. Yeah, we'll come up with something, I guess, for that. I didn't think about international shipping.
Oh, I know. It would have been from Conan the Barbarian. It would have been like he crushed to crush your enemies.
Yeah.
That's good. He wins to crush your enemies.
Yeah, maybe I can send you an audio book, Atheist Maximus. I didn't think about that. Because I have a couple.
Bad idea.
Yeah. Send you an audio book.
Well, everyone, thank you for this massive. Thank you for listening to us during this massive, epic fucking live stream.
8 hours.
I don't think we're ever going to do anything this intense ever after this.
No, this is the first and last time we do this.
Yeah, this was the mountain, but I'm glad we fucking did it. It was great. Thank you very much. All right. Everybody stay. I don't normally say the word stay safe, but the election could get pretty hairy, could get pretty nuts, especially depending on what city you are in. So take care of yourselves out there. All right. And I'm calling it a night, man. I'm going to go to sleep.
All right. Thank you, Atheist Maximus. Thank you to the other Super Chat people. Thank you to everybody who stayed here for 8 hours, whether you stayed the whole time or just part of the time. And we will see you around next week. I don't know what the topic is. I guess we'll figure that out. I'm not really looking to talk about it right now. So peace out, everybody. Take care. Hasta la vista. Or hasta la vista, whatever.
Hasta la vista.
Yeah.
Wait, hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah. Hasta la vista, baby. All right. It is off the air.